doing. Greetings and welcome, habari, and karibu to Deprogramming the Mind with your host, Tanzan. Glad to be here. We start, as we always do, with a prayer to the ancestors to guide our conversation, to find enlightenment, insight, to share knowledge, and to learn from each other. I welcome you to the program and Deprogramming the Mind. So, today I'm proud to say I'm on time. This, we always start with the greeting. So, who is here? Peace. The first one to be here was Koku. So, peace, Koku. Peace. I should say Amani. Yes, Amani Oni and Amani Koku. So I am glad to be here. It's a wonderful day. So today we're going to talk about social engineering. What is social engineering? Okay, just to summarize a little bit from last week. Last week we talked about, how the African mind is under programming, how we are still using different structures and systems that were foreign to us, that we had to adjust to this new structure, so to speak, this new rules organization and so on. So we talked about how in Africa, for example, the socialization of the individual followed some basic rules. Basically, the individual was supposed to be a part of the community, and you worked from the time you were a child until even afterwards. You worked to become a member of the community. So you had to really earn your right to be a part of your group. You had to have tests to enter certain stages. So for adulthood, for example, puberty, adulthood, marriage, warriorship, all those had tests, and they had standards and criteria for entering, and most of the time it involved quite a lot of pain and tribulation. Well, at least pain for when it came to the initiation time. So it was supposed to be you as an individual proving yourself to the community that you could be responsible, that you are a valuable member of the community, and so that was your role as a member of the community. Yes, peace, person kid. Good to have you here. Good to have you all. I'm grateful for your company, and I hope you will all join us soon. So that's what we said last week. So there was tests for the individual to enter the community, and also for the community to welcome the individual. It was not simply, hostility. It was a way for you to become more integrated into society, and for you to become less individualized and more socialized. And the reason for that was the cohesion of society. It was important for everyone to be on the same page. It was important for people to have the same thinking, not like to think alike and so on, but for everyone to have the same goals in life, for people to have similar vision, so that there was few deviations from the norm. So for example, there was the peer age group system, where people were put into age groups of 3 or 4 years, and they grew up together. They learned to respect the hierarchy above them, and also to be responsible to the one below them. And this concept of respect permeated throughout the relationship between children and adults and elders, and and older people. So the older you got, the more respect you had in the community. And it was not that children could not be heard, it was simply that they were to be taught. Yes, children were to be trained, they were to be taught in the ways of society, and they were looked at as, yes, they had their ideas and opinions and so on, but it was up to the community to instill their own beliefs into the children. And okay, wait a minute. So we have Hotep, Guy Nollywood. Good to have you in the house. And yes, so what is social engineering? I am trying to share my screen, but it's not doing it right now. So I'll just read it until I am able to figure it out. So social engineering is, and this comes from, it's actually a concept from computer, from computer engineering, not like engineering the computer, there's more of social engineering in computer. So there are some ideas about how to get into information systems. There are techniques where they hack into your computer, they look for certain weaknesses in your programs, and they try to go in. So social engineering techniques include prepending, identity fraud, invoice scams, credential harvesting, reconnaissance, hoax, impersonation, watering hole attack, typo squatting, pretexting, influence campaigns, and principles pertaining to reasons of effectiveness. So basically, they try to find information of users. They try to find, weaknesses. For example, if you click on emails, or they have some way of getting into your password and so on. One of the ways is a hoax. A hoax is the attempt at deceiving people into believing something that is false. The difference between hoaxes and phishing is, it's quite gray. Hoaxes can come in person through means of communication, where phishing is generally relegated to e-communication and phone. So there are various ways that that scammers, or these internet scammers, and they're not just on the internet. These principles are something that they got from social psychology, and they simply applied to individuals on, anonymously on the internet. One of the principles that they follow is the distraction principle. When you are distracted, your hustlers know that you don't notice, inconsistencies, and you don't ask too many questions because you're distracted. There's the social compliance principle. Society trains people not to question authority. So if someone tells you that, A is B, then A is B because they are an expert. The hard principle, hard as in H-E-R-D. H-E-R-D. Let me try to do the best I can. When one of you gets on, I will put this stuff in, I'll put it in the comment section. Phishing, yes, there you go. So the first thing that they use, like I said, is the distraction principle. When you're distracted, you're not able to, critically make decisions or think. You won't notice certain things, and so that's one way that they use to have people, not really think. So when you're not thinking, it's easier to get tricked. And so that's one of the ways that they use. They use impersonation attacks. They pretend, I'm so-and-so, I'm your friend from, this place, and so on. And then you simply click on something. Hey, how are you doing? The hard principle. So the hard principle is when people are safety in numbers. If you hear that certain people simply, are following this new trend, a lot of people just follow the trend. So the thing for people to do is to create those trends, and then see if they can get people to buy something, or to be easily deceived. So the dishonesty is anything illegal you do will be used against you by the fraudster, making it harder for you to seek help once you realize that you've been had. This one is a very important one, the dishonesty principle. This is how a lot of policemen or undercover agents get people to confess or to snitch or to, to act against their own self-interest, because they usually have, and this is, as this falls under everything from the honeypot scheme to, certain information that people can get about you. And the ways that they use is this, that they simply find something that you do that is illegal or is they can use against you. So they find out information. Let's say you've been, cutting corners in business or something, or not paying your taxes, and so they use this to sort of blackmail you into doing, yes, entrapment. Thank you. Oh, my name is Untouchable. I have to give you a special shout out. Yes, so it's the entrapment principle. Anything that they can use against you, they will. So they go find information, and that's the deception, the dishonesty principle. And the deception principle is similar to that. It's when things are not as they seem, and hustlers know how to manipulate you to believe what they want you to believe. So they can tell you, based on their authority, based on, their experience. I know this area, and this is what you should do. And trust me, I know. And then there's the need and greed principle. That one is the easiest to get from people. It's your needs and desires make you vulnerable, and once hustlers know what you really want, it's easy to manipulate you. So, like they say, everyone has a price. So once you get what anybody's price is, or what they're willing to compromise, then that makes it so much easier to control and manipulate and get what you want from them. So figuring out, that need and greed principle, what drives people, is very important for social engineering, for making people behave socially in a way that you wanted to behave in large numbers. So manipulation is, you can manipulate, one or two people, but engineering is actually driving them towards a certain direction. So if it's trying to make something popular, you can drive, people's desires and tastes towards a certain, product or a certain thing. Sometimes you can even use, the emotions against them, or use it for your own means. So knowing what people want is very important when you're trying to get what you want from them. The time principle is when you're under time pressure to make an important choice, you use a different decision strategy. So hustlers steer you towards a strategy involving less reasoning. What they do is they... Mr. Untouchable says, this almost sounds like a sales class. Yes, it actually is. It actually is. Okay, let me take a moment now to greet everybody. Greetings. Koku is here. Oni is here. Greetings, Amani. You all should know Amani by now. Amani is peace. MG2 is here. Well, a guy in Hollywood, hot up, and always good to have you, Mr. Untouchable. Oh, yay! The matron is here too. Okay, good. We have a full house. Okay, so we were basically just going through the different techniques that social engineers use to try to manipulate people into acting a certain way or into getting information from them. And social engineering is manipulating people to behave en masse in certain ways, or to try to get the information to use for your nefarious purposes. And that includes data phishing. It includes the Trojan horses, viruses, all those destructive things that these people like to do. And a lot of them are usually anonymous, so it's very difficult to know exactly who's targeting you until most of the time it's too late. And when it's usually too late, they use the once you realize the deception, they use what is called the dishonesty principle, where if they know something that you're doing that is dishonest, they'll use that to buy your silence, or even just the embarrassment principle. A lot of people, it's hard for them to realize that they have been, they've been fleeced, and so they just take it as a loss, and that's one of the ways too that a lot of these people are also able to get away with it. So I've posted the link there. If anybody wants to come in and add to the discussion, you're more than welcome. So we've talked about the scam. That's the scam victim personality. It's why do some people fall so easily for scams? It's not a sales class. It's here. Oh wow, that's a lot of pressure, Mr. Untouchable. No, I won't be teaching you so much about how to hack or avoid, more like how to recognize some of the ways that the social engineers use and how those methods are used on our people as well. Everything that I talk about should be applied to Black and African people as a group, and to see, it's part of the deprogramming. Part of the deprogramming is realizing the programming and the techniques that have been used and how to counter them. So most people don't realize when they're being scammed, obviously, if they did. And even if they did, sometimes they have no way to help themselves. But most people are not aware of the tactics that are used against them because of people's natural inclination to be fair, or to think that the other person, if they are speaking, they have equal levels of morality, or people are generally nice. That's what people tend to think. But most of the time, somebody is out to get you. Somebody is, and somebody you might not even know. This is why these scammers are so especially, dangerous, because before you had to actually get the trust of someone, before you had to talk to somebody, the old con men, you had to approach someone and have either charm, or you had to be convincing. But in these days of data manipulation, all you need from someone is their information. You don't need to to get their confidence. You don't need to convince them. You don't need to do too much to get what you want from them. For example, with the password harvesting, you're told to get strong passwords. Most of the time, if somebody is really, especially somebody with some knowledge and expertise, it doesn't take them a lot to get your information. It doesn't take too much to do what's called the credential harvesting. It's the process of gathering username, passwords, emails, addresses, and so on through infrastructure breaches. And why they do this is sometimes, they sell your personal information. They gain access to company network and, company espionage. They steal IP and other assets. They use the data to steal money. So it's a lot of reasons, all of them usually financial. And how do you protect yourself? Well, there's very few ways, sorry, to do that, unfortunately. So just one of the ways they do it is the phishing emails, like Mr. Untouchable was saying, and they usually contain an attachment. And then when you click it, there goes your data. But another reason is just they use like fake websites, insecure third-party vendors, ransomware, and so on. And most of the time, the person doesn't even know that they have been hacked. You might find your money gone. Yes, that's right. You're always being data mined. The new, valuable currency now is data. Data is the new, is everything. Everybody wants to gather as much access to human data as possible. In fact, children now who are born, from the time they're born, they're simply just accumulating thousands and thousands of information about them, not just their medical records, but academic, their development. Sometimes they even have their intellectual. They take their IQs, their test programs. So at every stage of your life, data is just being accumulated on you until you become just a mass of data where somebody can know more about you than even the people around you, because all they have to do, for example, if somebody gets your personal device right now, they'll know more about you than firstly you want to be known, and secondly then other people even know about you. So in terms of privacy and protection, that aspect of it is pretty much gone. If somebody wants to blackmail you or make your life difficult or stalk you or do all these things, it's quite easy to get that. You can just go online and pay a small fee and everything is there. So what is it? How is it to live in this new reality of everything being so accessible, and at the same time we're constantly trying to put up these privacy shields and trying to skirt around the system? This is a new change in the thinking of human beings. There's never been a time when we had been so open to being known. In fact, a long time ago, the peasants used to in Europe, they used to very much be annoyed that they had to have papers to pass from one place to another, or some sort of restriction, and people could simply move. For the longest time in human history, people were not bound by the knowledge and information. You could simply move and go somewhere and become somebody else. But nowadays, even the identity theft right now, it's one thing, but it's hard to erase your identity. It's literally hard to disappear now in the modern world, unless you simply just go completely off grid, which is also impossible. So we have come to a point in our human history where the next step of it might be to start reading human beings' minds. Once you have enough information about somebody, what's to prevent you? You can almost determine what they're going to do. And it's a scenario like that Minority Report, when the what were they called, those bald ladies in the pool? Anyway, so they had precognition of what everyone. Oh, very focused. They had precognition of what everyone was bound to do, and either, I don't know if it was a combination of just spiritual, I don't know, not spiritual, I don't know, telepathy or whatever it is that I don't remember in the movie explaining. But in any case, they had enough information about everyone, for them to predict exactly what you're going to do. So what this is right now, what the engineering is just to collect information and use it for financial and other gains. But in the future, it will be used to not only direct how people behave, but also how they think. Once all the data has been collected on humans, every child that is born will probably have, like a set station in life where they'll know where this child is going to go and have a predetermined future. Well, they're sort of doing that now, but it has not gotten to the point where they're trying to create, those predetermined things. But there was also a movie, Gattaca, where once a child is born, you're given a stamp and you're told, what your life will be, and there was no, there was no deviation from that. So social engineering it's an attempt. Oh yes, bye. It's an attempt for society to try to manipulate the people to certain directions. It's an attempt to have this almost like an omniscience. Yes, an omniscience of your people, so that the state or the government or the companies or whoever, they know everything about everyone. In the company level, you have companies like Amazon and these other companies where while the employee is under their when they're working, they pretty much know everything, everywhere that you are. I think they have like a personal GPS system. Yeah, and while that may make sense for people who are in the delivery, out there in the delivery, they also have that within the company. So even that aspect of personal privacy has also been it's also been corrupted. So there was a time when you could just be somewhere, just be. But nowadays, wherever you are, they know where you are, even when you're driving. Matron. So things that used to be unheard of now are simply normal. Things that used to be, impossible are now so easy to do that someone else can predict your action. Someone else knows what you're thinking. Someone can determine, your moods and thoughts for the day. And, yeah, the algorithm. Imagine if we all had personal algorithms for our lives, not just for what you're going to, consume on the internet, but how you're going to live your life from the time you're born to the time you die. So it's a Truman Show existence where your life has been planned out, and so have the lives of other people around you, and everyone is simply just following, the predetermined plan. And for some people who like that, everything is sorted out for you, you don't have to think and you just do, that would be a great thing. That would actually be a utopia, and everybody doing what they're supposed to do. And based on, it's actually a very logical thing when you think about it. Once you have enough data, let's say you tabulate enough data for a 10-year-old child, where exactly their IQ, the emotional intelligence, their biological makeup, and so on, and then you can direct them towards certain things. So in a sense, there is an argument to be made for that you should give people the direction that is most within their ability, character, skills, and so on. That's why we test people and have them go through all those rigorous training and tests. So that's one thing. And like I said, in the African society, we also had certain tests for stages of life. But in this one, it's more of trying to direct your path and your thoughts, and giving you no volition at all. So you're simply supposed to follow and not question. Oh, yes. Let us welcome Brother Bakari, the first to to jump in. Karibu Brother Bakari.
Imani
Mtwadingala. Na wewe pia.
How everybody in the chat? Hey, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me, Tanzan?
I can hear you very well. I can hear you very well.
Okay.
Yes.
I just heard something you said, right? You talking about the future social engineering, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's African Americans, but I'm willing to say Black people worldwide. That's our past, present, and future. We have been socially engineered to call ourselves the N-word. We have been socially engineered to act toward one another the way we act toward one another. We have been socially engineered not to see value in one another. We have been socially engineered to see value in everything and everybody else. This social engineering is something, when it comes to us, they've been dealing with us ever since they put us on the bottom of those damn ships. Pardon my French, I don't mean to cuss on your channel like that. But
yeah,
they have been doing it forever. Mm-hmm. Even to down. We ain't know. Let me show you some of this social engineering. As only call them anything but African. We ain't no African American. Jesse Jackson thought of that in 1988 or 89. Don't care how much you show them. Don't care how much proof that it was at least 207 years Black people called themselves African American before Jesse Jackson. We have been socially engineered by now, our people doing that, right? To believe that Jesse Jackson thought of that in 1988 or 1989. Social engineered, like you talking about scammers. We have been socially engineered to follow these scammers. That's why it's hard for something righteous to get off the ground and work, because the scammers, and you're so socially engineered for the scamming. They will leave one. I ain't gonna call nobody name on your channel because you might not like that, right? They would leave
You
one.
can speak freely.
They would leave one
You can.
scammer, i.e., Brother Polite, to go to another scammer, i.e., Young Pharaoh, to leave that scammer to go to Tariq Nasheed. They ain't gonna get nothing. They know they being scammed, but the next scam that come along, that we'll be able to sell it to them. We have been social, socially engineered to destroy ourselves. If that makes sense.
Makes absolute sense. And when we talked about the data, right now we're talking about data. But before we could talk about, just information. Data information is the same thing, but data is more, it's more structured. There's anyway. But in the past, they would simply collect information about us, our history, our tribes, our principles, our everything. They know more about us than sometimes we know about ourselves. And unfortunately, a lot of our information is still in their, in their libraries. A lot of our paintings and pictures and statues and heritage and artifacts are still in their museums. A lot of our information is still, a lot of our people are still in their lands. So they are still holding on to a lot of our things. The Vatican Museum itself has so many religious icons and symbols from Africa that and nobody has access to it. You can only go there anyway. So they have so much, they're holding so much of our knowledge, information, history, artifacts that, we don't even have access to them. So that was the first thing that they did. That was the first, data mining, information gathering, history, doing, exploring that they did on the continent. So they went back into our past and just dug up as much as they could. That was the first one. And then now the second one, now they're trying to get into, and not just us, they do that to themselves too, but you see how much obsessed they are with our past, our history, not just with the finding about it, but in obfuscating it, in hiding it. They send a few people to be so-called Egyptologists, and then, but at the same time, they want other people to say that Africa is backwards and we never did anything. So a few of them, have the knowledge, and then the rest of us are told that, we had nothing and we knew nothing, but they're keeping everything that we learned and did in their own, places. So they're telling us that we don't know anything, but they're keeping everything that we know. They're telling us we created nothing, but they keep everything that we created. If we didn't create anything, why not just give up and give back everything that they took? So that's the first thing, the control over the past. And Mr. Untouchable, good 1984 reference that they control not just the past, but the present and also the future. He who controls the past controls the present and the future. So they control the past in that way, the knowledge of the past, the history, all of that. And Matron was yesterday, she was talking about how the Leoba tribe, you might remember me, how they lost so much of their knowledge. This was on in West Africa, and they came from Kemet, and they lost so much of their knowledge and history, and now they speak other people's languages and their own, but they do not remember where they came from. So we have lost a lot of our knowledge and who we are. It's still there in our collective subconscious, because those things don't go away. You cannot destroy data. Even in the famous Maxwell's data box theoretical experiment, data cannot be destroyed. So that knowledge and information is still within us somewhere. It's still within our collective consciousness, and we can still reach for it. But it has to be, it has to be an effort. So, in 1984, what they would do is they would go back, and they had people who, just like in Stalin's Russia, they would go back and remove pictures or remove things from history that did not align with the current political system or truth or whatever dogma they believed at the time, and they'll simply change history just to conform with the present. They have no loyalty to truth unless it is something that is works for them. And we have been conditioned, we have been mined, not just for our bodies but also for our minds. Yes, do you have
Yes,
something to
they
say?
have. Yes, our minds, everything. I mean, I was talking, the social conditioning here. Like I said, they have done it to our people worldwide. even with what you say, they have all of our stuff in the library, right? So I'm gonna tell you about a conversation I gave right quick, right? It's in their libraries, right? Now, we can go to those libraries if we want to look them up, right? But there was a guy in 2022 said, yeah, he just told me this a couple weeks ago. He said they still hiding stuff from us. They putting it in a book. I said, can't you read? He was like, yeah, won't you? Man, they know black people don't like to read. They know we ain't gonna read that stuff. That's that's social. I would call that's social. That's social engineering. You know, and our people over there on the continent would give to the Japs and the Chinamans before they reach out and help their brothers and sisters in the diaspora. And everything they do, everything everyone do, they do it for their benefit. That's why they had to make religion so that's why they made religion so big. Religion had to be so big that way we can follow their script. You understand? So I'm a firm believer in, you know me how I feel. We can use uh their religion, right? So I'm a firm believer in, since we've been social engineered to follow religion and do so much and just follow their ways. The righteous people, we might have to start following their ways. But not following their ways, I guess. Let me say it again. Let me say it a different way. Using their religion, uh, using their religion against them, if that makes sense, to build us up. You know, anything that they have done to us, anything that they have done, we can conquer it. It's going to take work. It's going to take a lot of work because the war is everlasting. There's not a There's not a 5-minute war. It's not a, if we get this done, if we build 2 hospitals and get a chain of 5 grocery stores, uh, we're winning. No, but that's a beginning. But this is forever, and our children need to understand down the road, 10 years, 100 years from now, we need to pass this on. How we need to continue to work. That makes sense. And I yield the mic.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And just letting somebody, making somebody think in a certain way, despite, the obvious reality, that is the way that engineering is simply the application of the laws of mathematics and science. That's all it is. You learn your maths, that's the pure theory behind it, and then you learn your physics, that's the how reality works within that mathematical abstraction, and then you take those things and then you create something out of it. So knowing the rules of nature and mathematics, you create a wheel or a car or whatever it is. That's all engineering is. So social engineering is taking the laws of mankind, man's nature, who we are, what drives us, what's our nature as a people, and then you take the law of the environment. If you put people in a certain environment, what happens to somebody if they're deprived or if they're given, if this is that. So you put all these things together, and then you create the kind of individual or the kind of societal person that you want you want to create. So that can be anything. That can be somebody who works hard. That can be somebody who serves. That can be somebody, even criminals. Even criminals are created by society. You simply have to put the right factors together. It takes a pinch of poverty, a dash of hopelessness, this and that, and boom, you almost guaranteed your criminals. So it's simply taking the laws of nature, but also knowing what those laws are. So if you want to create, let's say, your criminals, or let's say your doctors, you have to learn, what is a conducive atmosphere, or what are the things that makes these kinds of individuals, or creates these kinds of people. So you create the environment, you have the right people, and most of the time those are guaranteed. Once you really know the human nature and what drives people, what people fear, what people love, then you can pretty much play with the emotions to manipulate their thoughts. And that's what has been done to us as a people. They said, in colonial Africa, that the whites were taught to be masters, and the Africans were taught to be servants. And a lot of us, that's the conditioning and engineering that we get. They know that we have a desire, and we have we're capable of working hard. We're capable of thinking, of doing what is expected of us, and that's the good thing about us. But at the same time, the bad thing is that we follow without asking. But the asking part now, that's the engineering part, because human nature will rebel against certain conditions. If somebody is kept, humans, there's no natural slave as a human being. Well, maybe some, but it's not us for sure, because we resisted, as much as we could. Nobody, if you have to put chains on someone, there's nothing natural about that. So, people had to be made into slaves, physically and mentally. And that required, firstly, knowing, them as, biologically, knowing how, the mentally, knowing how to play one tribe against the other, knowing the terrain, knowing the greed, the need and the greed. That was one of the other principles. That one is the one that they got us a lot with, the need and greed principle, where all you have to do is find out what somebody needs, and you give them the price. And however moral they are, like they say, everyone has a price. So once they study us, and then they know exactly what we need, and then they know exactly how, they get the ones who are greedy, then it's simple to sway the rest of society into one way. Even a big societal change, and that's why it has to be engineered. It has to be made, because nature, engineering is the opposite of, organic. If something takes place organically, that means it had time, it had it was natural. People maybe talked about it, or it came from adaptation to the environment. And usually a slow adaptation. It's like the migration of people. People will move from place to place, and they'll move if the place is not producing, or if there's a better place. But when you force people, to go somewhere, or you move them, from wars, or habitat destruction, that's part of the engineering, because you're doing something that is going against nature. So to get human beings to behave, or to manipulate their nature into doing something that is not in their natural state, then you have to do a lot of trickery and manipulation in order for them to do that. So in order for, let's say, black people were, good, kind people, for them to be made into something the opposite of that, you have to firstly know their goodness and their nature. You have to know their need and their greed, and then you have to know what it takes, what conditions it takes to make them into the kinds of people that you want. Did you
And
want
they
to?
and they damn sure made us into the type of people that they want. They did it
Mhm.
worldwide. Now it's so easy where anybody see the social engineering is so they can keep power, so they can keep control. In which I would say that's me. I would say that's good for them. In all honesty, that's what I say. Uh, but that's why it was done. So now it's working so well. Like forecast putting it, they got our kids saying we don't like science. That's engineering, and it's doing a great job. It's doing a great job on it's doing a great job on us as a people. They continue to do it. They continue to do the same thing. We continue to fall for the same thing. Excuse me. Uh, I think we are. I think we're smarter than some of the ways that we show. But I say that, but we are not showing it. It's time for us to show how smart we are. It's time for us to do African stuff. Do what we know we are capable of doing. It's time to do some what it would be called reverse engineering. Ain't that what it would be called? So it's time for us to do reverse engineering. and it's gonna
Yes.
start. It's gonna start with our youth. It has to start with our youth, not the adults, but the adults that want to help and the adults that want to work with the youth, getting part of mentoring programs. That's we have to show them something. So once we start showing them something and they see, wow, they built this, wow, they got this business, wow. So now you're doing reverse engineering because while you're building, you're also teaching. We can have a school. My thing is, right, yes, we do need our own schools. I would never tell nobody we don't need our own schools, right? But history is something we need to start teaching our kids at home. While we don't have our own, we can do their reading, their writing, their math. You understand? But the history, I used to tell my kids all the time, this the right answer for this test, but it's wrong in real life. So this is the real history on that. But when you take the test, you put the right answer down, long as you know. You understand? Instead of us just complaining about their school system, we have to be more involved, and not just with our children. We have to be involved with all of the children. You understand? So then that way, that's how the reverse engineering that's how the reverse engineering start, right? Like with what we do with Team Black when we go out and we give out books to a year-round book drive and give out books to little black kids, teaching these black girls that they're beautiful. Or you get the comics, so you don't have to look at a Marvel comic, a white man as your hero. We have black comics. So when these young black boys, 10 to 13, 14, want to see a comic, and they want to see uh a superhero. When they see that superhero is black. We give out the books about the Tuskegee Airmen. So when they see it, like, wow, we did this, yes, black did this. So we can give, and we give out the books about showing our connection to Africa. So we have to do the engineering, right? That's why for me, and I know I don't really hear but none of us really do this, but when I hear a lot of people on social media, they complain about what white folks don't do. White folks and Chinamans and Japs and all them, they're doing what they're supposed to do. We're not doing what we're supposed to do because we're supposed to be combating everything that come at us, and we're supposed to be working with our kids. I hear them, Mike.
Yes. So I just put up there one of the ways. It's an article about what kind of people or what kind of situations lead to people getting scammed. And one of them is vulnerability, the lack of knowledge. So like you said, we need re-engineering. We have been programmed, we have been socially engineered, and we need a reprogramming and unprogramming first of all, because you can put in new things, but if it mixes with the old, it will also get corrupted. So you have to unprogram somebody first of all, and then reprogram them. It's just like they were, the army does. They break you down to build you up. So we have to see what kind of tactics have been used against us and how to start undoing some of the damage. And one of the ways that they do this is the lack of knowledge. When you have more knowledge about something than somebody, you're already at an advantage. If you have a business, let's say you have a business, a deal to do with somebody, and you have more information about, let's say, the price, the cost, supply, all of that stuff than the other person. They are simply guessing. But when you have more knowledge than them, then they're already at an advantage. So as we established, they already, studied us. They already had more knowledge of us than we of them. We believe what they tell us, but they go and study us, and they teach what's true about us to themselves, and they lie to us about who they are. So our lack of knowledge about them is a great disadvantage to us as a people, and it makes us susceptible to scammers and to people who are out to get us. So one of the ways that vulnerability to succeed, you have to be somebody who is not on guard for predators. You have to be somebody who is, innocent. You're not looking to, you're not thinking that somebody is going to trick you or scam you or do something to you. You're almost like an innocent person. You're simply going about your life. So somebody who is not on guard, that's a good prey. Somebody who's nice, who has, emotional need, who trusts others, the same thing. People who, for example, somebody who does not know about computers and you send a distress signal, that's a cue for victimization. When you say so much about, what you lack, what you don't have. And that's why Brother Bakari is saying, he doesn't talk about we can't, because that can't is a way for somebody to say, oh, you can't, well, let me show you how you can, or let me show you a new way, and so on. So if you have this mentality of always being a victim, always being in distress, always being in trouble, some people will help you if you're in trouble, but somebody who's in trouble, some people will see that as a weak prey, and it's easy prey. So in addition, someone who is not expecting to be attacked and sees a scammer as helpful. So here the scammers camouflage themselves as friends and speak authoritatively, and they get into her computer, and that's how they do. The other step is incremental commitment. That is when somebody, slowly, they don't come in, like we're talking about how, in Egypt and all these places, and in most African societies, this was not something that, people came at war. They had settled there for some time, they had done trade, and that's why, even with the colonization, they didn't come with arms at first. First, they came, with the missionaries. Then they came, the explorers, first of all, then the missionaries, then the traders also came. And finally, when they were steeped into the culture, when they had collected enough information, not just about, the explorers came to collect information about the terrain, the environment, and so on. The missionaries came to collect the souls. The merchants came to collect money. And after you have all those three, now the army, the military comes to to start the destruction. So that incremental commitment. Nobody just gets scammed off the street like somebody, unless you're just playing cards. But nobody just gets scammed from one encounter. It's usually, it builds up very slowly, and it starts a slow relationship. We say somebody asks for small things, and then they build confidence. And it says in our society, it is difficult to say no once you have said yes. So once they get you to do one action, it is easier for you to do another, even multiple times. As soon as you have committed yourself to a course of action, it is difficult to walk away. It becomes an automatic practice, as if you are following a script. And that also, pertains to cult practices as well. You have to, keep doing it and keep doing it several times. Propaganda is not a one-time thing. Propaganda is repetitive. You didn't get, the Coca-Cola song stuck in your head because you had it once. They have to keep repeating it. Like by now, everybody around the world should know Coca-Cola, right? But they will keep repeating it over and over. They will never stop the advertising, because they have to still keep that in human beings' heads. They have to have you remembering, I'm loving it, Burger King, doing it right. They have to, almost drill these things into your head, whether you want to or not. So it has to be a repetitive thing. It has to be something that you continue doing, whether you want to or not. And so you ask yourself, why would somebody willingly put themselves under, something like that? Why not ask for help, especially after, like we talk about Black people. Everybody knows, the system. Everybody knows, racism and all that stuff. But why are we still complaining about it? Why not for us, not ask for help, but why can't we start helping ourselves? Because talking about the same thing when everybody knows about it, and not doing something about it is really futile. One of the ways that people, one of the reasons why people don't say is, under conditions of stress, you feel intimidated and your rational mind literally goes to sleep. You are in a state of shock. So last week we were talking about tumepoteza akili. We have lost our minds. We have really lost our minds, that we cannot help ourselves. Some of us, I'm not talking about us all, I'm just saying that some of us who are under that, programming and that engineering, we really cannot think with rational minds, because we are under a different thought program. We're under conditions that are not rational and logical, and so from the fear and the shame, and that's the second thing. So it's the fear that puts your rational mind, that puts you out of your rational mind and puts you to sleep. The second thing is that realizing that something is amiss, shame and embarrassment usually prevents people from seeking help or from helping themselves. Predators rely on their target remaining compliant, trusting, and following orders. Psychologically, the victim is completely unaware of how the mind enables the nightmare to unfold. So that's what happens to us as a people. They put us under this stress. They put conditions that are against our nature. They make us believe in this conditions of vulnerability, of victimhood, and we keep perpetuating the victimhood status until we believe ourselves to be victims without any a moral will or authority to act on our own behalf. So they tell you so many times, you're helpless, you're stupid, you're this, you're bad, you're this and that, until you really internalize that and you believe that that reading, which was prohibited. Why would they prohibit something that, why would they prohibit something like reading? If they claim, as they do, that the Negro is so stupid and primitive, then if you put a book in front of him, he couldn't read even if he wanted to. If we're so dumb, why prevent something that we can't do anyway? If you're a cripple, are they going to make a law that you can't walk? So that shows how much they are both threatened and fearful by our true power. Because if they have to put these ridiculous things into place, that just tells you how much afraid they are for Black people to start reading or to start tipping that informational imbalance, putting that knowledge responsibility onto ourselves and saying, no, we are going to not only learn about ourselves, but uncover all your dirty secrets. You won't be able to hide under, religion and history and science anymore. Sorry, did you want to say something about that?
Oh, go ahead. Continue.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm learning.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to interject. So that's the incremental commitment, where they simply they don't overwhelm you all at once. They don't come guns blazing. They come with nice speeches and tongues and forks and entertainment and laughter and all this wonderful sweets and stuff. And then after you trust them, after you think of them as just the most wonderful things, there they go, and then they swoop in. And then they also use that psychology, where they play both good and evil, that good cop, bad cop. So when one of them is especially evil towards the other, towards one group of people, here comes another group saying, we're here to save you, like the Britain that always takes pride for ending slavery in West Africa and in the rest of Africa. We ended slavery from I think it was it the Portuguese and the Spanish war? Yeah. So they make it sound as if, oh, look at us, we ended slavery, we're so noble and right and all this. Not saying that not mentioning the fact that they were involved in the slave trade, as much, their hands as just as bloody as the rest of the people who they're trying to claim moral superiority over. So they don't give the full picture. They just give the bits and pieces that make them look good. And for us, they exaggerate those weaknesses and things that may not be so great. Nobody is either all good or all evil, but there are degrees. Some people are very good and some people are very evil. So they always keep making it into small things. They keep making it into you don't see. It's like the people talk about the the crabs in the barrel. We are like crabs in a barrel full of boiling water, and it's like the frog, with the frog in the water. it doesn't realize that the water is getting hot because it's a cold-blooded animal, so it's taking the temperature of its surrounding, and it doesn't realize that it's being boiled alive until it's too late for it. So the frog is simply just there. It's just there boiling and boiling and so on until when it's too late, boom, there's death. So we're all, we're like frogs in the barrel. We're fighting each other. And meanwhile, not only can we not get out of the barrel, but, it's not a barrel, but it's our boiling pot and it's getting hotter and hotter. Instead of trying to get out, we're still, fighting against each other. So we don't realize how much the threat is increasing and it's getting closer. And we still think that we have the luxury to still keep fighting each other.
Yeah, can I say something about that?
You sure?
Because this is something I talk about all the time. Even the crowd in the barrel, right? To let you know it's social engineering, right? You know that's unnatural for a crab to be in a barrel anyway, right? They don't naturally live in a barrel, right?
Yes.
So we hold on to the crab and barrel mentality because we are ourselves in an unnatural. We are in an unnatural situation. So that's why that's my take, and that's part of why I say we have the crab in the barrel mentality simply because we are out of our unnatural environment, right? So being out of your unnatural environment, you're going to do stuff that's unnatural. And that's what we are doing right now. We do a lot of unnatural stuff. It's my take. That's how this crab in the barrel syndrome or whatever it is, that's why it affects us. And they do have us out of our mind because we are living unnatural, even down to our diet, right? We don't truly know. We can look and we can study and we can say our people did this and people did that. But we know a little bit, but we don't know it all, right? That's unnatural. Even talking about the Yoruba, right? Going back, I'm going to rewind a little bit. Going back when you was talking about when you mentioned Yoruba, right? I was watching this documentary on Netflix. It's called Bigger Than Africa, right? So right now they have, if you're Yoruba, you're probably you mostly Nigeria. Then you have some in Cameroon, right?
Yes.
So as I was watching this documentary, the reason it's called Bigger Than Africa, and reason you'll find so many people here with the DNA, the Yoruba tribe actually was in today what would be like 8 different countries. It was like between, I'm gonna say 8, but like 8 to 10 different countries. So now they're just concentrated and said they're Nigerian, they're Nigerian, they're Nigerian. But they would have been from part of what's called Ghana, been from what's called Senegal, what's called Gambia. I can't even think of all the countries, but the documentary is called Bigger Than Africa. And you see all these people out of all these black people in all of these other countries, right? South America, everybody is trying to find their roots and they have held on to some, and they have held on to a lot more of their culture than African Americans in the islands. And most of them, they practice the same thing. They're doing the same practices. And these people have never met one another. So I guess that would be reverse engineering. And what they're trying to do is reverse and get people to come back to who they are. But even that's social engineering, just telling us you Yoruba, you from Nigeria. No, I could have been Yoruba and been from damn Senegal. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they control everything. So it's up to us to take control. It's up to us to take control from them. Or 100
Even
years from now, our descendants gonna have the same conversation. Go ahead, Tenzin.
Yeah, I was saying that even with finding our own identity, with the ancestry tests and all that stuff, we still have to go to them for them to tell us who we are. You know?
We have one.
Sorry?
I say we have one ancestry
Mm-hmm.
test. It's oh man, AfricanAncestry.com. Other than that, we are going to them. Other
Yeah.
than that, we are, and most people go to them because of the difference in the price. And it's a huge difference in the price. So most of us go to them. And you're right. The same people that stole us, put us in the bottom of the ship, raped, robbed, and beat and lied to us, those are the people that we have to go to for everything. Those are the people we have to go to for a job. Those are the people that we have to go to. Can you tell me where my ancestors come from? Why, you understand what I'm saying? Why did you
Yeah.
hide this? You feel me? And we're still trying to figure out, and this even social engineering, because we're still trying to figure out in 2022, you still hear black people when something happens. I can't believe they would treat another human being like that. Shit. How long they got to do it before you start believing?
Right. You know. You see it, but we cannot believe that somebody can have such a nature because we are living in an unnatural environment. So we can't believe that this is natural and somebody can have that nature. So even when we see them acting that way, we cannot still believe it because we are of a different thinking, well, traditionally or within ourselves. So we can't recognize the two, and especially because we always have this idea that they're somehow morally better than us. If not morally, then intellectually. If not that, then spiritually. There's always an area that every black person thinks that white people are better in than them, right, Brother Bakari?
I said yes. I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So, if you're a spiritual person, if, a white man comes into your church, you sort of feel, oh, yes, today we have been blessed. If you're a scientific person, you tend to take the word of a British scientist higher than you would a Togolese one. If you're an intellectual person, you look at all that, the philosophers and all that as somehow superior to our simple African priests and so on. If you're whatever field you're in, whatever bias you think is the best in the world, there's always something that you think they are better than us. If it comes to logic, spirituality, morality, all that. So once you are convinced of that, if they do something to take away that image of infallibility, you have to explain it away that, oh, it's just a few of them, or they're not all bad. I've met some nice ones. We apologize more for them than we do even for ourselves. You'll see 1,000 terrible, mass murderers and shooters who are of a certain hue, but they're not all bad. You have Jim from work who says hi every morning. So, hey, so we can rationalize ourselves that because ultimately we still, in some corners ourselves, we still slightly corrupted by, our situation. And so, like the matron quoted earlier, if we have something that is not working for us, we have to throw it away. But that also takes that introspection and looking at saying, well, what kind of things am I still holding on? What kind of programming am I still holding on that, is not is not conducive to our people? And everybody has to do that, personally, whether it's a religious, intellectual, physical, whatever. There has to be, that looking into yourself and saying, okay, maybe I have biases in this way, and so on, because that also goes with the educated people, especially when you surround yourself so much with Western education, Western thought, and so on. It will creep into your mind, and you will give more, credence to Western thought than to your own people sometimes. And so that's why you see some of the educated, they come back, with almost a disdain for their own people because they have been too steeped in, that white cloud. Yeah. And so I put up this. Let me share the screen. I put up this story about this the phone scam that targets psychologists. And the reason why I did that is because people assume that people who get taken in or people who get duped and so on are usually, idiots or, just greedy, arrogant, stupid people, or people who don't know anything about psychology or how the mind works. But when it comes to evil has more will sometimes than good. That's the shame about it. Like somebody who wants to do evil, they will sit down and plan and think and find out all kinds of ways to do it, and they will be relentless in their pursuit. Even somebody who wants to break into your house, most of the time, unless they're just crazy and off their minds, most of the time they'll put in the work it takes to do the actual job. They'll come in, they'll come in a few days before, do the stalking, look at what times people come in and out, do what they need to do, collect the data, and know the terrain, know when the neighbors come in and so on. They do the investigative work before they go in and just break in if they're good thieves. But yeah, so the work had to get that. Meanwhile, you in your house, you're not thinking of how can I prepare myself against burglars. Okay, you have your usual lock your doors and put the alarm on, but they could even come and see, okay, what time do you usually put your alarm off? When are you at when do you go to sleep? When all of these things, you're simply just going about your life like people. We were talking about the computer hackers earlier. You're just clicking on your sites and then checking your accounts and so on. You don't know that somebody out there has put an invisible trap for you. So, but they do the work of finding the information and finding the ways of how to do it. And so it's not that people are just dumb and stupid. It's because somebody else has done more work on it than you. So when we talk about scams, people think that, oh, it's only dumb people who get scammed, or we think that, oh, we Africans are just dumb people for allowing all these people to get one over on us, and we just dumb. That's why we can't get over. But we have not spent as much time, convening and having, the scramble for Europe. We haven't even have a, they're scrambling for Africa. We are not even scrambling to protect Africa. Was there ever a scramble to protect Africa after that scramble to destroy Africa? No, we were simply, trying to survive. And so we, as sort of good people, and let's say good simply means for my people. So everything that is for my people is good. So the good people have not sat down and come up with a good offensive target. We have come together from time to time, but we have not really have a strategy that has been enacted to protect, a counter strategy. So it's not that we lack, the intelligence, the moral, the will. We have just not come together to do what needs to be done. But so this phone scam, you'd think that a psychologist or somebody who knows about, the human brains and so on would be able to, pinpoint or be, not as vulnerable as the rest of the people. So it says a phone scam that targets psychologists. Tactics generate almost hypnotic effects and wreak financial and emotional pain. So this is a phone scam that uses the assumption of authority and gaslighting, and has been very successful in targeting therapists. And they say psychologists who seem like unlikely victims, but like any other targets, these victims may experience humiliation, depression, lack of confidence, and sleep problems. Okay, so this is the basic of how it goes. The scammers call and they tell the clinician that they have missed a court appearance and related to one of their clients. So firstly, they have to know, maybe the clients, or if the clinician goes to court and things like that. And then they threaten to arrest them and revoke their license to practice if they do not take immediate action by paying a fine. So they are using the dishonesty principle, where somebody who knows that some information about you, they use that, or even possibly they might not even know the information for sure. They might just throw it out there like, hey, we know that you're cheating on your wife, so if you want us to be quiet, you have to pay us $100. If you just throw out there to random guys or your girlfriend or whoever, if you just throw that out to random guys, you're going to get at least one or two people who's going to be like, oh no, how did they know? because when you're doing wrong, you're almost not paranoid, but you're more likely to be taken in. So that's one of the ways that they do it. They tell the psychologist, oh, we're going to take your credentials and so on. And so, some of the therapists, they have, they say, okay, let's just take care of it. And then once they say that, then boom, they've got them, and that continues. So after they make contact, then, they exact whatever they want from them. And so for this one, therapist, she was, told to drop some money, and she paid some money to the guy, and she says this about her experience. Jenny reported, my brain was hijacked. I was in a state of fear, and even though intellectually I understand the role of the amygdala in terms of inhibiting deliberate decision making, I could not access or use that knowledge. You see, I could not access or use that knowledge. So I said earlier that our collective knowledge as Africans, it is still there, buried within, our unconscious, our collective unconscious. And that is why you see that even after, hundreds of years of trying to make us forget, hundreds of years of trying to, divorce us from our knowledge, our heritage, not just, the slave trade, but also on the continent itself. The continent has also been under attack from this, forced amnesia that they're trying to put on anybody. Religion is part of that, education is part of that, the political system is part of that, de-Africanization process. There is a counter, Africanization, but for the most part, it has been an attempt to make us forget. Like, we are the only people who are supposed to forget their history and get over it. Like, history is some sort of, jumping, I don't know what to call it, but everybody else holds on to consider their history, their legacy, their heritage. But we consider our history an inconvenience, something to be forgotten. No, so that's also, part of the hijacking. And so when she talks about, her brain was hijacked, she was in a state of fear. And even when you intellect, that's what I say, it's not that so much that people don't know what is going on. They're simply, it's just like you're seeing something happen, but you feel almost paralyzed to do something about it. All of us know the state of the world. All of us know about the system, the structures, and so on. But we feel powerless to do anything about it. You simply look and you're like, okay, well, that's bad. That's bad. Why does this keep happening? That's bad. And then we simply just, move on. And so we are under, this spell. We're under the state of hypnosis, where we can understand, we see what's going on, but we are simply inhibited from both making decisions and taking actions. Those are two, very crucial things: making decisions and taking action. So when you're in a state of that suspended animation, you can see something, you see, your child in the building, and, the building is on fire, and you say, that's terrible. That should not be happening. Somebody should do something. And there you are, just standing there, waiting for somebody to do something. So your decision making is inhibited. And even though you know that you should go in there and jump in and save the child, you're just standing there, waiting and looking and staring and hoping. So that's the dangerous effect of both that's victim mentality. Victim mentality is not simply a woe is me, I feel sad and all that. It actually prevents you from taking action. It prevents you from doing what you need to do. It's not just seeing, it's not just emotional. It's actually also physical, intellectual. It's generational. And if you don't take action, then that inaction tends to continue with the next generation. And focused, as he said, yes, we lost our Achilles. We really did. We haven't lost our, our vision. We haven't lost our sight. We still have our senses, but we lost our Achilles. You can still see, hear, you can still see the news and see what's going on. You still perceive it. We are well aware of what's going on, but our brains are just, they have been hijacked. They have been taken into where you can see something happening, but you feel as if you can't do anything about it. And Focused also said earlier that it's easier to control or engineer children who never knew freedom than someone who has known freedom. That's very true and very correct. When the same way that it's easier to teach a child is the same way that it's easier to engineer a child, because a child, you can start over from the beginning. You can, tell them, train, teach them how you want them to grow up. An adult, it's undoing and then redoing, which is, something that many adult people are not willing to even do. So with children, it's easy to control them. If you get a child before they get to an age where they can think for themselves, you can put whatever, nonsense you want into their brains. That's why you can tell a boy that she's a girl. You can tell a girl that she's a unicorn. You can tell her, you can tell them anything, and you can manipulate them easier to believe it. But that's also the reason why the opposite is also true, that you can also, you know if you're going to change the next generation, it's going to start with the children. For most of the time, adults are just gone. They're just gone. So you can teach children, engineer them to, to embrace slavery, or you can teach them to learn freedom from when they're early. And if you teach them early enough, then even if someone tries to take that freedom from them, they will be more likely to fight for it than somebody who has always just known, free individual slavery. So if you teach them early, even if they will succumb, they will still have that memory, and they will be more likely to fight for it. If you want to add something or jump in, you're more than welcome.
Okay, you know what? When you were talking about our brain, right?
Yes.
They didn't just take our brain; they gave us their brain. That's another reason we're confused. We try to think like them. We try to be them. Every move we make, we have made everyone else. White people is the platinum standard. Orientals is the gold standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you have Arabs and East Indians. There's the silver standard. Hispanics is bronze, but they done made it up to silver. The Arabs and East Indians is the bronze right now, right? But when we think about ourselves, we think we're nothing. We began to think. They took our brain and gave us their brain. You know, like Get Out, but not literally. You understand what I'm saying? Not, but like the movie Get Out. So we began to try and think like them. We, like, when we make a couple of dollars, right? We want to go move around them instead of saying, you know what, we can build our own middle class subdivision, our own upper middle class subdivision. We can do all this on our own. We got black people that build houses. We have black grading companies. We have black construction companies. We bought this land, and so now we bought this 38 acres. We bought this 55 acres, this 100 acres. So let's build our own black middle class subdivision, right? But our goal is to be like them. So instead of wanting to build, you hear they say it all the time on social media. I made my money and I couldn't wait to move away from N words because we want to be like them. So then what we do is we start to. So now what we do, right? You hear people on social media talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, right? And Bumquisha, right?
Yes.
Because we want to be white. What's the difference in making fun of a black person name, calling them Pookie and Ray Ray, and then white people calling you Leroy and Tyrone? Because that's a name, but it became derogatory and it became something for them to laugh at. So we don't use Leroy and Tyrone because Leroy and Tyrone is kind of hurtful because that's what the white people did to you. So we're going to say Pookie, Ray Ray, and Bumquisha. We do the same stuff. We do the exact same stuff to ourselves that they do. That's why I said when they took our brain, they gave us their brain. I was talking to one of my sister-in-laws and we were talking. I said, "Nah, I study voodoo. I'm gonna get off this phone. Ain't no voodoo. What about Jesus?" I'm like, "Well, Africans did voodoo. She didn't say, but she may as well say, What she said, well, we got Jesus now. So she may as well said a good thing they brought us Jesus. Because what we had was nothing. That's what I heard, even though she didn't say those words, right? I'm not telling nobody what they should worship, but I'm just saying how when we got their brain, we want to be them. We see them as the greatest thing ever. That's why when we sit on here and we can talk like me, I don't ever say boycott. I say let's make a conscious effort not to go to other people's business. Get them out of our neighborhood and we take it over, right? But do you know the business that is always walked past and looked down on in the black neighborhood majority of the time?
What?
It's the black business.
Hmm.
I was over there on the West End. It used to be these Koreans. They own a breakfast spot, and it was this lady I knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go there and eat breakfast. I'm like, you funny, Mr. Untouchable.
No.
I'm like, what's wrong with going to this one? Yeah, that one just don't look right. They say it's in the same area. This business actually looked better than that one. But the problem was, one of them was black owned, who's cooking your grits, egg, sausage, bacon, biscuits. The other one was Korean. And I just see how the black people will walk past Gutbuster. That was the name of the black restaurant. Walk past Gutbuster to go to the Korean restaurant that sold the exact same thing all the time. We don't even make a conscious effort because, see, but if you could get some white people to come and go to your business, right? If we could get some white people to just come and go to those businesses while black people is out there, black people would start seeing value in those businesses. We put a cap on our business because white people put a cap on them. What happened to cross colors? What happened to Carl Kanai? White people didn't promote them no more. So we stopped wearing them and we just have to stick to Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and all those other homosexual clothes designers that white. But then we'll sit and talk about racism, white supremacy. And I'm going to be honest with you, it bothers people when I say this. The black mind today is the biggest white supremacist. But that's what they have done to us. They took our mind and gave us their mind, right? And instead of us fighting it, most of us just fall in line. And it's okay to fall in line with that, if that makes sense, what I said. I hear the mic.
That's nothing but truth. That is all truth. And yeah, we lost our mind and they put theirs where ours used to be. And, it's the military strategy. You break somebody down to build them back up. And they build us just up enough to, to work for them, but not to stand up for ourselves. So, it's necessary. We have to start with the next generation. For a lot of us, most of our people are pretty much gone for me, how I see it, not in a pessimistic way, just in a general manner, but not to say that, it's doom and gloom for us as a people, because the same way that they were able to turn, hundreds and hundreds in tradition and go in and change how we are, those things cannot be wiped out, by a few centuries. You cannot wipe out thousands and thousands of years and wisdom and knowledge. Those things are simply suppressed. They're not, they're not gone. They're still there. And all we have to do is reach in and take back our power, our knowledge, our pride, our strength. As a human being, as Africans, we have to go back and reclaim our people and ourselves. So it's not gone. We just have to go and get it.
And
But
I'm sorry, I
yeah.
thought you had stopped. I apologize.
No. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna tell you something. And it don't take that long. When people talk about it, it's gonna take years to change this. No. Ask anybody who been to this man's military, right? Ask anybody who's been to this man's military and watch what they watch what they tell you. No, it's not. 60 days, 90 days, they can change. 60 days, 90 days, they can change the way you walk, talk, act, and think like it's nothing. In 60 days, in 90 days, they can change. They can change who you are. So if they can do that in 90 days, what make us think it's going to take us years to do it? In 90 days, they can change how you stay up at night. You just get accustomed. Within a week, you get accustomed going to bed at 9, waking up at 4 o'clock. You get accustomed to where there's no TV, there's no radio. You get used to only eating 3 times a day. You get used to doing all of these exercise they gonna have you doing all day. You get used to being treated what they used to tell us. We had 65 people in line. Our drill sergeant was go get his food and eat half of his food, and then come and tell us we can go eat and say everybody in line, everybody in our squad better beat him done. So you don't have time to even taste what they say. You taste your food when you burp. Get up, soldier. So if they can do this to us in 90 days, we can do the same thing. That's why they say you can come in at 18. Some people come in at 17 because if they get you young, they can train you and turn you into what they want you to be. So we need to be training. That's why when I hear Commissioner Fox talking about turn off the TV, I understand what he means. Because in 90 days in basic training, you become a soldier. You become a killing machine. Because in 90 days, that's what they have turned you into. Then you leave basic training for 60 to 90 days. Then you go to AIT. 60 days, 90 days, 6 months. Some AIT is a year according to what your job is. But when you leave that training, so now you are a skilled killing machine because you are a killer machine and now you have a skill, your job, whatever it is. And if they can do that in 90 days, if they can do it in 12 months, why do we think it would take us 15, 20, 50 years? It's going to take years for us to see change. No, it don't take years because I've seen how people change in 90 days. I literally have. We just got to be willing to put in the work. We got to have something set up. We need to have something where we can start getting our kids, our young men and women at the age 14, 15, 16 years old and let them go to a Black Pan-African boot camp. No TV, no radio. This is what you eat and this is what time you're going to bed, and you train them for that. It don't take years. I've literally seen, and ask anybody else who's been in the military and ask them, how long did it take? How long did you see people change their mind? You get them young. They don't want to get them grown. They couldn't break me. I was 21. I was grown when I went in. Plus, I had too much of this inside of me because this is how I was raised. So they couldn't break me. So, but that's what we have to do. It don't take years. It does not take years. I've seen, if they can do it in 60 to 90 days, we can do it in 60 to 90 days. I'll yield the mic.
And let's welcome Brother Focused, Dugu Focused. Karibu Dugu.
Habari dada.
Very sana.
Yo, Asati Sana for letting me speak. Bakari, Amani, Mangu, my brother. My and why you say and Dungu.
Wewe pia.
All right, so I just came on to support. I'm really just listening and learning to from y'all. Y'all did mention, the Berlin conference, and y'all know, well, Bakari knows for a while I was saying, we had to have our own version, like the the Congo conference, if you will, you know what I'm saying, where we understand that we have these differences, whatever, or people, whatever differences that we have, we're gonna put them on the table, like, but put them to the side for the bigger issue of working together, you know. And like Bakari was just saying, like our brother is trying to have a training program, and he said mostly women, but it's not just for women; it's for anybody, but especially the children, you know. And another brother, even though you know America's, well, I'm gonna just call him First Rifleman. You know, he got a training program. Then you got people like Cassandra, who has programs for children. You know, so it's really people out there doing it. It's just about letting people know it's out there, and also getting people to get over the edge, because you know at the end of the day, it is the children. Because like I'm gonna be honest with you, and my belief kind of right now is like, yo, the children may be born tomorrow will have an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? The people, yeah, you feel me, Mr. Untouchable? We don't be catching Bakari already. But yeah, yo, you just think about the people, like I think that the children born tomorrow may have an opportunity, but right now we lost our Achilles. You know, how you say it? Achilles.
You said it. We lost our Achilles.
Yeah, we lost our Achilles right now.
Tulipoteza Achilles.
Well, yeah, you can teach a child how to be, you know, and we got people out there that's really trying to do something. So you know, and you know, the more that I feel like the more that we can work together and be consistent, then we will conquer. Yeah, that's the word I forgot, Tanzan. But I'll pass the mic.
Now you said it, and both you and Bakari said a very important thing, that it doesn't take, long. It doesn't take thousands of years. It doesn't take. Some people also, even when they see the problem, and it's important to be realistic about the problem and about our weaknesses and our strengths, and our weaknesses. At this time, it's not a lie to say that if we are fighting, it's from a position of a disadvantage at this time. But that's not to say just this defeated position that they've had us down for so long, there's no way we can get up. That attitude is what your enemy or your opponent wants you to have. They want to destroy. The first thing that armies do is to try to destroy each other's morale. That's the very first step of war. Before you even meet on the battlefield, there's always these exchanges, these shows of strength, and this trying to make somebody think that they don't have a chance. Even if you're the smaller party, even if you're outnumbered, even if you're at a disadvantage, when you go into a war, you're not going into it saying, "Oh, war is me. Oh, we're just gonna die. So why not fight anyway?" Blah blah blah. Even if you're the last man standing, you're still fighting as if you could take them all, and you're going to take them all down. You cannot go into a fight, a competition, or anything, any endeavor, not even just a war. Even in any business, you cannot go into a business thinking, "Oh, I'm going to fail. Nobody wants what I'm providing. Why am I doing this?" Like, if you have that mentality, just don't do it. Just go. I don't want to go just jump off a bridge, but you know what to do. If that's how you feel about life, then you're not really needed on the field. In fact, people like that usually infect other people, and they also destroy them, because it's easy for one person who is negative to destroy the morale of a group than one positive person to uplift that of many people who've given up. It's still possible, but it's harder. So when you find people in your group who are always just whining and complaining and saying how bad things are and so on, that's not a realist. Although a lot of the time they pretend to be, "Oh, I'm just stating the facts. Oh, I'm just letting We all know the facts. We all know how things are. But somebody who's simply on the, that defeatist mentality that nothing can be done, and they don't see the possibilities, that's also one of those, unknown agents of the, of the enemy. And so when somebody says, "Oh, we're too beaten down," yeah, we are beaten down. We are under, certain programming and so on. But that is unnatural, and that's why something unnatural can always be, undone if you go about it the right way. So the first thing is who are you going to concentrate on? Are you going to, sit and argue with grown adults who have already, set their minds to do what they want? or are you going to try to change the next generation and show them by example and teaching and training and patience how to undo this damage? And it will be easier to undo damage that has not yet been ingrained than that which has been, just festering for years. Yes. Brother Bakari, Mother Focused.
Go ahead,
Ndugu
Forecast.
Bakari, Ndugu Focused.
Go ahead, Forecast.
No, well, yeah, I was just agreeing. I agree with Tanzania, everything she said. Pro black perspective, that was funny. But yeah, I agree with everything that she was just saying. I don't know what I can add to that.
Don't say I'll talk to you just yet, but
No.
kudos to your dedication to learning Kiswahili, and you're speaking it, and the more you speak it, the better you get at it. You have to practice, just like with propaganda. You have to practice and practice, and we're getting better at it. Now we can say habari, karibu, ndugu, tutaonana, maybe next time, kwaheri. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Soon we'll be speaking in all Kiswahili and nobody will be able to understand.
That's the goal. I hope so. So I can talk to y'all without people knowing. I was gonna ask y'all, do you think a lot of other people know Swahili though? Like that's non-black?
Non-black people. Well, some of them, when they go to, when they go on their safaris and all that, they do try, to say like one word or two, but most of the time, they don't really learn the language. A few, and you have one or two of those. Some of them even go and learn the tribal languages, but most of the time they can get away, with just knowing one word or two. So I've found more Swahili, in more African and Black Americans and Caribbeans interested in Kiswahili than white people. They're only interested in like the few words, although they have taken a lot of Kiswahili words to sell their products. Like Jenga. Jenga, it means to build in Kiswahili, which is that game. You know the game, right? The bricks.
Yeah, Jenga.
Yeah. So Jenga means to build in Kiswahili. They've taken, words like safari, but that one everybody knows. That was a Kiswahili word. Everybody knows hakuna matata and so on. So they have taken some Swahili words from time to time, but they don't really learn it as a rule. Most of the time, they can get away with their English or their foreign languages.
It was this guy on YouTube. I just put in the chat. I thought he had left, but he didn't. YouTube just stopped sending me his stuff, and I found him the other day. But I don't know if he still do it. But I know every Saturday morning for about an hour or two, he had keep news. He's from Florida, but he's in East Africa all the time. So he had Rwandan and Kenyans every Saturday teaching the Swahili class every Saturday for like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, whoa, what was that?
It's on YouTube. His name is Keith Newsom.
Keith Newsom. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you guys check him out for sure. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Odi says that when he was promoting Swahili, Mr. Untouchable was not into it, but let me do it. And suddenly he wants to translate it all.
He caking. He say you caking. You caking.
Yeah, Mr. Untouchable is cupcaking.
Is there a word for simp in Swahili?
What's that?
Is there a word for simp?
No, we don't have words like that.
Bakari and Mr. Untouchable, because we've known simps on YouTube, I guess. Bakari and Mr. Untouchable.
Bakari, I ain't forgot you lost your SIM card a long time ago, bro.
No, I think it's 3 for Bakari and 2 for you, Focused.
See that? Only thing told you the word simp is Mr. Untouchable.
He says he doesn't trust you. Oh, who's Brooklyn Swahili? Who does Brooklyn Swahili?
Oni is in Brooklyn, so he's doing Brooklyn Swahili.
That's
the one you see selling the watches, selling those broken watches.
The broken watches. Yeah, okay. I'm from California. BK is greater than Cali. Okay. Only it is not when it comes to Kiswahili, but you can have your illusions. Keith Newsom. Okay, I'll definitely check him out. Keith Newsom. And
That's the name of
yeah,
his channel too, Keith Newsom.
Keith Newsom. Okay, there you go. Make notes, everyone. Yeah, so some of the Swahili words that have been incorporated into English, English culture is Yejenga, the Safari, Hakuna Matata. I'm sure there's a couple that I'm forgetting, but those are the ones that come to mind now. So
let me ask you
yeah,
a question, Tanzan, about Swahili.
yes.
Is there a lot of Arab words in Swahili?
Well, Swahili does have some Arab words in it, especially when it comes to the trade words, because the Swahili and the Swahili people were Bantu, not Bantu, they were Bantu merchant tribe, and they had like this city state. So they were not an empire like the West Africans, but they had alliances with several states among themselves. So Swahili is actually a conglomeration of different tribes who speak the same language. So they had a lot of trade within each other and with the Arab traders. So there are a few words that you'll find in Swahili, like the word shukran instead of asante. That's why we say asante, because asante is the Bantu word, but the Arabs say shukran instead. So in Kiswahili, shukrani is also thank you, but the Bantu word was asante. And you'll find words like moja mbili tatu nne tano sita saba nane tisa. The word tisa is probably more Arabic, because in the original 1 through 10, all the 1 through 10 is Bantu words. Moja mbili tatu nne tano sita saba. Saba is also an Arabic word. Saba and tisa. So in the original Kiswahili, the number 9, which is now tisa, was called kenda. So that's the difference. So there are a few loan words from Arabic, but it's not more than, say, English has loan words from French. It doesn't make English a French language. It just says there are some loan words, especially when it comes to trade and commerce. But on the whole, Kiswahili also had loan words from Portuguese, like the word mesa, which means table, and the word in Portuguese is mesa, which is also table. The word bandera is also Portuguese, which means flag. So Kiswahili does have loan words from several languages, including Arabic, but the majority of the words, the vocabulary is Bantu, the structure, the grammar, the consonants, the rules of, pronunciation, all of those are Bantu in nature. So the loan words from Arabic, some people do exaggerate it only because they don't want to credit Bantu as an African language. But there was even this video of this lady from, I think she was from the Sotho tribe in South Africa, and she was comparing Kiswahili, her language, with Kiswahili, which is in East Africa, and a lot of those words were the same or similar. The word mbuzi, for example, for goat, is the same as theirs, which was mbuzi as well. The word for mzuri, the word for so many words that it was almost interchangeable. Like you could, when she speaks her language, you almost like hearing Kiswahili, but said in a slightly different way. So in short, Kiswahili is a thoroughly Bantu language from its history, its grammar, everything. But there are loan ones from Arabic, which I would say maybe at most maybe 10, maybe 5 to 10%, and then maybe 3% of Portuguese and other miscellaneous ones.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew about the Arab language from slave trade. I knew because one of my I had some Kenyans. Like I said, I used to be able to know more than I know now. But shit, once I lost touch with them, I lost the language, and I lost a little bit that I know, in all honesty. But I knew about it had Arab words, and the Arabic language had some Swahili words for trade and trade only. That's what I knew, but I didn't know about the Portuguese. And it's crazy that says trade and trade only, but the Swahili speaking people is the ones in East Africa that the Arabs could not run over and enslave. The Kakua tribe was whooping them.
Oh yeah.
The Kakua tribe whooped them something severely. That's why they couldn't get a foothold in Kenya. They tried, but even the Kenyans even had a women military cutting their heads off.
Oh yes, Afro Think Tank did the story of Mekatilili wa Menza. She was a warrior princess. Go look up her story. It's on Afro Think Tank's channel. But she was from the Jama tribe in the coast, because the coast is where most of the Arabs were, since they were so close to Yemen and over the sea. So the coast would get the worst of the invasions. But Mekatilili Omenza, she gathered her people together, and they would sing, these war songs and chants, and they would go out and fight and protect their village and so on. So yeah, we unfortunately, like I said, so much of our knowledge is lost, that even that the spirit and the remembrance of that fighting spirit, we all only think that, oh, we were just destined to just succumb. No, we fought. We really, really fought. The reason why we're still here as a people, both on the continent and outside, is because we fought. If we were so easy to conquer, we would have been gone by now. We would have been Native Americanized, and this was their continent. We not only stayed and survived in our continent, but those of us who were taken out also survived. Imagine how strong that has to be, where the Native Americans, they not only died on their continent, but they died, the ones who are taken to other places. So I mean, we're not comparing things and stuff like that, but yeah, there's
No, I
so
know what you're
many.
saying. You're right. We were fighters, and we still, a lot of us, I ain't gonna say most.
No,
A
yeah.
lot of us still have that fight in us today. A lot of us, the fight has been beaten out. It's easier to conform. But I knew about that story. I couldn't remember nobody's name, but I knew that story. And I went and looked that story up because one of my Kenyan friends was telling me about it. And I just went and studied. That's how I knew it was a lot of women. There was a lot of women that was fighting the Arabs, and it was just one area of Kenya, according to what he gave me, and I looked it up and I was told him about it. Not only did they kill him and cut their head off, they literally put Arab's head on a stick, and that was a warning for anybody that wanted to come in and try to take them as slaves. Yep, they was
Yeah,
putting it
even
up,
on.
cut them off and put them on poles. Yep.
Yeah, if you want, to read a bit, more about that, where, the people actually stood up, you can just search for John Okello in Zanzibar. They really fought against the Arab slave trade in that coast. And that's, led also to the final unification of Zanzibar and Tanganyika, which, is the Tanzania. So there you go. So
Yeah.
we kept
Kenya's
fighting.
fault. They came here. And it's hard for people to fathom and study, but it's hard to find. But like I said, I learned watching this show, and I know shows don't tell the truth, but then always tell the truth, even if it's a true story. But what I did was I started looking up the guy who was writing the memoirs about their Revolutionary War, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was some Kenyans that came here with the British, and this was whenever their Revolutionary War was, that came here, that volunteered to come to fight, to try and help free the slaves here. Now that's according to this guy's writing, who was living back then, Abraham Woodall. It was a few, and when the British lost, a lot of them got caught up in slavery over here.
Yeah. So oh man, you guys are mean in the panel section. Look at what Oni is telling Mr. Untouchable. Wow, Mr. Untouchable, you better have a good comeback for that one. Okay. Hey, he takes it and said, okay, he's a 5-star general. Okay, so that one has been deflected. Only you have to come back with something better than that. Habari in your impacts. Good to have you on the show. Yeah, that was John Okello in Zanzibar. Hey, Bobby Wright. Good to have you. Habari mzuri sana. And he says good. He greets you too.
What's up, Bobby? You right?
Good to have you
Bobby,
on.
Bobby.
So we are Mzuri over here, and we are glad to have you all. What is happy? Happy. See, I'll try to put in a few words from time to time. Happiness. Yes. Happiness is furaha. So when you're happy, if you're happy, you say nimefurahi. Yeah, it changes just slightly. Furaha is the concept like umoja is oneness, but it comes from the word moja, which is one in Kiswahili. So, so furaha is the concept of happiness, and if you're happy, you say nimefurahi. And just a quick lesson. I know, it's good to digress into Kiswahili from time to time. So I remember ni is I. So the parts of the sentence, ni is I, me is the tense, which is right now, I am, and then furaha or furahi is the happy part. There you go. So you always start with the subject, which is me, ni, and then you say the tense, which is the time. So the person, the time, and the verb. The person, the time, the verb. So the person is I, which is me in Kiswahili. The time is now, which is I am, me, me. It's not me, it's me, ni me. And then furahi is happy, and then you get nimefurahi. So there you go.
Tanzan, what does this mean, Tanzan? Let me see. What does this mean?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't play for me. Let me see. Oh, hold on. You're gonna play. Let me see.
I might need to stop. Let me see if I can. Do I need to stop? Okay.
It ain't you. It's my regular phone.
Okay.
Because I can't say the word UNAENDE. I say how you doing it. Try to translate it to Swahili for me. Google Translate. I don't know. And it ain't talking. It used to talk. So don't worry about it because it ain't talking, and I damn sure can't see
it. Can you read it loud or spell it?
UNAEN
UNAEN
DEL
DEL
EAJE.
JE.
Yeah, JE.
I think it should be JE, not JI. Okay, so unaendeleaje means how are you?
How you doing, right?
Yes. How are you doing?
How you say it? That's how I speak my other languages. For the record, I just let everybody know I am fluent in Swahili because while I'm talking to somebody, I just type it in my phone. So I just type it in my phone. My phone helped me become fluent.
Hey, that's one way. However, you can do it. Do it. I don't care if you cheat. It's okay to cheat if you want to learn Kiswahili. So cheat away. Who is you? Na is ash or the time, and then endelea. Endelea is, it means doing, but it also means to continue. So I'm just typing it up right there.
Hey, Tanzan.
Mm-hmm.
So is it a way to like I know you could say like the language is the language and stuff like that, but is it a way to like say some of the things like while you're learning it, so like it could be in a way that only we know? You think that's an easy language to do that kind of thing, like, or even if it's like a language that's, I don't know how to say it, but like proper, like where it's like like slang is like POA. What is that? Power.
Explain again. Say again.
Like, can you like learn the language? Like, can you have the language like as a way like you kind of say it differently so that only we know it? Like, because if you have a brother on like speaking Swahili on teaching people Swahili on YouTube, and then they hear us speaking it, they'll just go learn it. But is there a way to like learn it in a specific way? Like you can say words differently. Is there a lot of slang words in Swahili?
Ha, you see, now you're getting ahead of yourself. It's actually called Sheng. And that's where you'll find the difference between Tanzanian and Kenyan Kiswahili, because Tanzanian Kiswahili and also Kenyan Kiswahili from the coast, it's that good, pure Kiswahili. They don't, they speak the proper grammar, the proper language, the proper everything. And we in Kenya, the rest of Kenya, we just bastardize Kiswahili and mix it. It's called Sheng, like English, between the mix between Sheng and English, but it's more a mix between Kiswahili and all the other tribal languages. Like you'll hear Kikuyu in there, you'll hear Embu, Meru, Turkana, all the Luya, a few Luya terms and all that. So Sheng is more like, and then it's also very local specific. Like it's almost limited to certain small neighborhoods, in certain places where, if somebody from this estate cannot understand, somebody from this other estate and so on. So, that is the shame, but they can also turn it off when they need to be understood by everybody. So Sheng would be that version of Kiswahili where it's localized. It has certain code words and only a few people know what they mean. Oh, Jose in the house. Greetings, Jose. Good to have you. Good to have you. Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, so if you want to codify Kiswahili, what you do is you have, that version of Sheng.
Hey,
Yes.
Tanzan, listen to me. See if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay. Try to play it again. Let me hear. Oh, I can't really make it out very well.
Nita, I can't say it. Nita Jefunza Lua Hai.
Nitajifunza lugha.
As I will learn this language is what it's saying.
Nitajifunza lugha hii. Let me write it down. Oh man, terrible, terrible. Okay, yeah, use that, the guy instead of the robot. But it's nitajifunza lugha hii. It means I will learn this language. So there you go.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So ni is, the part of the language which is the person is ni, which is I, this I part. Ta is the tense or the time, which is will in the future. And then G is myself. So this is a little bit, it has one more part to it, which is G is myself. So I will learn myself. And then funza is to learn. So funza, kujifunza is to learn. Funza.
So what all countries speak? Like my friend from Rwanda, he spoke Swahili, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I met a guy from Uganda who spoke Swahili.
Mm-hmm.
So what all East African countries actually speak Swahili?
Well, Tanzania, Kenya for sure, Uganda, they're starting up. Rwanda, definitely, Rwanda and Burundi. Congo, they speak Kiswahili, and thinking maybe they're starting to speak a little Kiswahili in South Africa, but I don't know how far that has gone. So yeah, those are the major ones. And then Sudan, I don't know, maybe not that much, but so most of East Africa, Central, and a few Southern African countries. But the biggest one so far to join, Swahili is Congo, and not to join, but they always had Bantu speakers, but it was not as big because they're more on French based. But recently they joined the East Africa community, and they have been speaking Swahili for years now. So there was even that. You remember that case of, I think, Patrick Liola, the man who was gunned down in one of the states in America, and his family had a press conference with Breonna Taylor's family where they were actually speaking in Kiswahili and they were translating. They had Kiswahili being translated. That was quite a powerful show. It was like a a unity between the Black Americans and the Africans, and the family was speaking Kiswahili and they were translating. I'm sure they knew English, but just that showed that you're going to have to learn, to translate our language into English. That was I admired them for that. That they went and they spoke Kiswahili in front of the press, and they had to translate it to the rest of the people. And they're also there, supporting Breonna Taylor's family. So they realize that it's not just us; it's a lot of this is going through solidarity with the Black American experience. So yeah, Kiswahili is being spoken by a lot of people on the continent, and more and more countries are starting to adopt it.
I'm gonna have to really learn it then, because we trying to plan a trip to Congo next year. Because that's where my mama's side of the family come from, is Congo.
Oh yeah. Congolese people. In fact, Liola's family, they were speaking their Kiswahili sounded more like the Tanzanian Kiswahili. That good, proper Kiswahili. It sounded even better than the Kenyan one. And before, I remember us, even when we were here in America, we used to not laugh, but we used to tease the Congolese a lot because their Kiswahili was funny sounding. It actually sounded more like Lingala, which is the main language, one of the main tribes, Lingala, and it's also the language that they sing in. All these famous Lingala singers, Mario, Kofi, Pepe Kale, Kanda Bongman, all of them, they would sing in Lingala. So we would say that they speak Kiswahili as if they are singing in Lingala because their Kiswahili was so bad. But after some years, they're actually now speaking better Kiswahili than us Kenyans. They're putting us to shame.
Yeah, but that's what I'm gonna have to learn a little more, because we trying to go there. Because like I said, so my mama, matter of fact, damn the majority, damn near all her damn near all her DNA was Congo, damn near all of it.
Wow.
And the mama side was DNA was Congo.
I hope you do. And it will be a very interesting experience. And learning Kiswahili, learning a language of any place you go to, people don't expect you to come in, just, all fluent and so on. But making that effort, just saying a few words, even if you start with just greetings and then you go on to, your usual language, it shows people that you're actually trying to learn, and it breaks the ice a lot of times, because also Africans don't like speaking English, even to each other. Even us in Kenya, English is, one of the official languages. It's the official language. But when you're just sitting back talking, even when people are talking in English, they will throw in a Kiswahili word or two, and if you don't, you're just looked at as being weird. So even in Kenya, even if you speak English and you just put in one word, or hey, it's mzuri, or karibu, or asante, or those that goes a long way in making people comfortable, and also in you being comfortable. You don't want to be also always seen as the outside. You want to, you're not going to be welcomed in as the automatically, but it will make you feel comfortable, and it will make other people feel comfortable as well. So a few words will go a long way. Oh, hey, Melanated Goddess, good to have you. Good to have you.
You know what? I noticed that watching Nollywood movies, that even though English is it's not their language, of course, but that's what they're supposed. But even when I watch those movies and want to come in and speaking English, so you want to, and they always saying that you speaking English to me, I don't want to hear that language. They only, like in the movies, they talk, they will speak English, like, I guess if they talking to other people or in a business setting and there's other people around. But for the most part, on those Nollywood movies, they hate when someone is speaking English.
Yes, it's considered like a snobbish thing. Although, okay, there's two ways about it. This is, that whole contradiction with the African mind. In one way, they consider people who speak English to be, of a higher social class. You're better than other people, and you find this especially in the towns and big cities, where the new people don't want the children to be learning, the tribal languages or Kiswahili. In fact, they take, pride in saying, "Oh, my poor child, he doesn't speak, Kiswahili. He doesn't know the tribal language. When I take him around my grandparents, he doesn't even know what they're saying." There are those sorts of, confused Africans. And then they're also at the same time they don't want their children speaking the tribal traditional languages, including Kiswahili. But at the same time, when people are in any setting, whether it's business, work, school, whatever, they always, if you only speak English, if English is your only means of communication, they look at you as if you're a snob, as if you're a foreigner or somebody who is outside of them. So it's sort of like you want to have a little bit of the English, but not, but still put in some Kiswahili in it. So when these kids, a lot of them grew up, and I have, family who are like that, who didn't grow up speaking a word of Kiswahili, but when they go out into the world or they have to interact with people, they're literally forced to learn Kiswahili when they're adults because of the treatment they get from, other people, even though their parents told them that not knowing Kiswahili is something like a badge of honor. So it goes both ways. You should know a few words, but at the same time, some people think that, to speak it, it's like a backwards or a primitive thing.
Yeah, I know. From now on, I'm gonna walk up to black people and just be like, Jenga, Jenga. And be like, what the? Well, yeah, that's the way I'm gonna greet black people. Jenga, Jenga.
Yes, Jose. In Kinshasa, nowadays they speak Kiswahili. Practically West Coast. Really? I thought Kinshasa was more on the east and in central. We're claiming Kinshasa. We're claiming all of Congo as the east. So Nigerians and Ghanaians are not having Congo. We claim Congo. Greetings, Sister Rao. She says greetings to all of you. Greetings. To Melanated Goddess is here too. Welcome. Karibu. You know Karibu already, right?
No.
Karibu. Oh, man. You should know that one. Okay, I'll put it in. Karibu is welcome. Yeah. Karibu is welcome. That one is definitely one that you should know. So when someone tells you Karibu, it also goes for food. It's both welcome, to the home, or bon appetit. So if you have food in front of you and someone says Karibu, and that means, welcome to the food, you can start eating and so on. So yeah, Karibu is definitely one to know. I speak English, but sometimes I always try to come out just like I'm from Westminster. Wow. That's the proper British English, right? The Westminster.
We don't even speak the proper British English, though. Bakari, how you say orange?
Oh my goodness. Okay, let us prepare our ears.
I speak Mississippi. I speak down south, right?
But Bakari, before you say that though, I'll say it me, because I'm doing the thing for Lawrence County. You know what I'm saying?
It's Lowndes County, man.
Lowndes
But
County.
I speak down south. People in New York, they don't speak how we speak. We speak, people down south. In all honesty, I had 3 books. I'll show them to you. I had to find them. I was reading them online. The reason people down south speak the way we speak because we were closer to we kept more of our African words in a sense. We kept more of our African traditions than people from like up north, from people around New York and Philly and stuff like that. Yes, that's what I said. The word is orange. ORANGE, orange.
I can't even try to imitate your accent. I just know it's like orange. It's like the R is somehow there, but not there. Orange.
Okay. How should I say it? Orange.
Orange.
Orange. Orange.
I ain't gonna front. That would be hard for me to translate that one, and I can translate a lot, but that one will be hard. I'll be like, "What?" I'll have to take like 2 or 3 listens, and they're like, "Oh, okay, I got it."
Oh wow! Okay, we are honored by Jose's presence. Welcome and karibu, Jose.
What's up, Jose?
Good morning, good evening, good night, everybody.
What's up, JB?
I'm okay. How are you all?
Good.
I can't sleep.
Well, then join us. We can't either. How are you in your neck of the world?
Yeah, I'm okay. I went to bed way too early, and here I am awoke.
We're glad to have you. We furaha to have you. Yes.
It's
So,
iron. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. Melanated Goddess wanted me to say iron. It's iron.
Yo, we say iron. We be like iron. Get the iron.
Iron.
Anne, you're making it sound like if it's an Anne, like the one that they bury people in. How do you say this one?
Iron.
And how do you say this one?
Iron. Iron.
It sounds the same.
Iron. Okay, the iron.
Earn. Yeah, I say earn too.
Okay. It sounds the same to me.
The iron mode.
Oh, we
we be
have
like, we be
identified
like,
in
go get
the
the
house.
iron. We be like, get the iron board.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're saying on and on to me, but okay. Jose, how do you say iron and on in your accent?
The second. What is the second? Earn
On and
to make money. Is that?
no, on, like the thing that they put ashes in.
Oh, yeah. The Dutch word is the same.
Oh,
So,
wow.
I'm going to sound Dutch. So it's earn.
Okay.
And iron.
Okay, see, there you go. A real difference. One is iron and the other one is on. But that's interesting that it's the same word for the death receptacle in both Dutch and English. Huh.
No,
Yeah.
I hear Bakari. I know Bakari. If you be like, yo, go get the iron, and I know if you be like, go get the urn. You know what I'm saying? I know what he's saying.
Yeah, Dutch and English together is the language of the fallen angels. It's the devil language.
I believe that. The devil certainly enjoys speaking it. So, yeah, iron and iron. So we were talking about before we digressed into the Swahili language. We were talking about the social engineering and how our people, and the social engineering basically is when society tries to get the masses to move in one direction, either by manipulation, propaganda, or by some manipulation of the tastes. And we looked a little bit about the phishing, the technological aspects of that, and the difference between the past. Well, it's a continuation really, but in the past there was almost like a scramble for information, where people came and studied all these indigenous cultures, the Africans and the primitive cultures and so on, and collected the information and data about them and lived with them. But now you don't have to be directly in somebody's face to know about them. All you have to do is just go into their internet history, go into their phone devices, all of that, and you can basically get all the information you can from somebody without even having that direct access. So before, it used to be this painstaking study of human beings, but now we have been put down to numbers, data, statistics, where you can basically create the human psyche just from the data you can harvest and collect from them. So in the end, we won't, it's not even about privacy anymore. It's about we as our identities, who is controlling our identity, and the information that we are privy to. So that's that's the basics of where we are. And when it applies to us as Africans, our need for for validation, our nature towards being in the herd, our need and greed has been used against us, where somebody comes and studies our culture, our thinking, our moralities, and once they have gathered enough information and knowledge, they are able to, to manipulate both our tastes and desires based on the information on our needs and greed. And everybody has a price, like the famous saying goes, everybody has a price. So even people who want to, be on the straight and narrow path, one has to do is to know what your weakness is, or to know what your sins are, or to know, what your fears are, and they can manipulate you. They can predict, because what the new aim of gathering the information is not just to conquer you, but to predict your actions, to know exactly what you're going to do given certain circumstances. So sometimes you could run a social experiment and see, if I shout fire in the middle of a crowded theater, what are people going to do? If I tell people about this tragedy in, the Pacific Islands, what is their reaction to so and so? So right now it's a process of data gathering for the human race, where our data is being taken in as much as possible and being processed. But there will come a time, they may come a time, I'm not, a Cassandra or anything, but there may come a time when all that information, after having been collated and, collected, it will be used to actually control us at some point. So, all right, that was me going off, but if somebody wants to jump in. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I was waiting for one of them to speak, but I'll jump in. But yeah, that because it was a conversation about social engineering, and then it also brings up what we've been talking about us socially engineering our own children, you know what I'm saying, and the validity of that, you know what I'm saying, and the I ain't gonna say right and wrong of that, but like the effectiveness of that, you know what I'm saying. And of course y'all say, I think that sometimes it can go too far. I'm not opposed to doing that because I use propaganda and stuff myself and try to just make people mad, but it's not like I'm telling a lie. Everything I'm be trying to say is the truth, you know what I'm saying? And it is pretty much easy to make up a lie, and I wouldn't be opposed to if I'd be like, yo, if I just made up a story about a black dude in the 1960s that, you know what I'm saying, did something incredible, like where he fought that, and people probably wouldn't even question me, but I don't have to do that because enough of our people actually did do that kind of thing, where I don't have to make it up. But when it comes to like engineering our own children, which is, I mean, is a thin line between raising your children and engineering them, because I believe in teaching them to be prepared. I look up to, like, I respect Medgar Evers for how he raised his children, to be prepared at any time, but was he like I don't know. It's like, the manipulation thing is a thin line. Not talking about right or wrong, good or bad, or evil or not. I'm just saying like the effectiveness of it,
Jose, Brother Bakari. How do you want to practice?
I agree. Education is programming, right? So your first manipulator is your mother as the primary educator, and that approach is maybe healthy. The awareness that you are shaping or mind controlling your children, the awareness thereof is maybe healthy. Maybe there should be more of an intent to program your children. It may sound negative or bad, but
no, well, if you don't program your children, somebody else will.
exactly. That was what I was thinking. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because the mind is it's not a vacuum, or it's actually a vacuum that has to be filled. So when you take one thing, something else, it's just like power. If that vacuum is created, something else will come in to fill it, and that something may be chaos or it may be control. But when, for example, you have one person who's in control and then that person is taken out, somebody else may come in and take control of the situation, which may be an opportunity time for the people who've been waiting in the background, or it may just be a free-for-all fight where nobody gets anything. So it might be outright chaos, but that vacuum will have to be filled one way or another. So if you don't teach your children, the world will. If you don't program your children, the world will. And if you don't engineer them, the world certainly will. And the tools for that are getting increasingly sophisticated, where before it was simply, the propaganda, which is a suggestion, or, this subtle, mind control. But in the future, they may have ways of actually changing people's minds and directing them towards, where they want to go, or taking certain actions that they want them to, to enact. So the sophistication, the fight to control the human brain, and the human, not just the brain but the action. You can control how someone thinks, but you're still not. It's like taking a man to drink. What is it? Taking a horse to water, but not making them drink. But now imagine if you can take that horse and make it drink. Imagine how much power that would be. Whereas, you not just present the option, but you don't just predict people's actions, but you actually direct them. That would be. Sorry?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you. I wanted to ask you a question about that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish though.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, all right, look, like I always say this because I say this sometimes. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. But you can put his head in the water. You know what I'm saying? You still can't make him drink. Now, would you keep his head underwater until he drown, or would you let him up?
I would let him up. I can't let a horse drown. I'm kidding. But
that would show that you are an empathetic person, and we are black people. You know what I'm saying? It shows that you're a black person. Bakari, would you hold that horse underwater till he drown? Oh, Bakari might be gone.
Wow, somebody's having fun.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Yeah, Bakari might have left. What about you though, JB?
I'm having a deja vu with this question. I was would I hold the head of the horse in the water? Is that the question?
Yeah, like what you can't make him drink, but you can hold his head in the water until he drink, but he may not never drink. So would you hold his head until he drown?
Figuratively spoken, I've been doing that, and people irritate. You will be kicked out of the village because you are annoying if you do that. If you force people to be black conscious, people will kick you out of the village.
Right.
But why is it that bad people can force the evil on others? Like nobody, takes it as, oh, you're forcing people to be white conscious, let's say, but as soon as you want to do something for your people, which is good, you almost have to beg and plead. Whereas people who have certain, not so noble means, they usually find ways to do it. They don't have to force, they don't have a qualm with forcing people to do their deeds. So are people who are just maybe evil, do they have more conviction, or are good people just not sure of themselves?
Yeah, but that's the synchronicity with the rest. I believe it's you that have spoken about this yesterday or the day before. It's safe. Sorry, it's safe to speak of the subjects that everybody speaks of, yeah, that's it. So if you have the power over mainstream media, over school, the history that's spoken of in school, and the history that is referred to in movies, then you are safe. So yeah, if you can call that white programming, yeah, that's safe. Even though us Africans have no space in there, we are just the mumbling mumbling animals in the background, yeah, like in Charles Bronson movies, you know. Just watch an old Charles Bronson movie, and blacks don't even use words. They just make noises in the background, you know.
Jeez.
They have no
Really?
roles. Yeah,
Oh.
really. That's us, you know. And it's safe. It's safe, and then it's safe to take that place. Then it's safe to call an educated black acting white, and it's safe to shoot you know, to shoot each other up in drive-bys, etc. That's safe. Then you behave as how is expected from you. That's safer than being a scientist or an engineer or a mathematician, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And yo, and I'll say this, you know, Bakari, you back?
Yeah, I had stepped away. I think I want to answer your question. Will I drown him if I took him to the water? Can I
You hold
drown
the
him?
horse, or would you hold the horse, a poor little horse, you know what I'm saying, a pony, you know what I'm saying, like with rainbows on it, you know, underwater, you know what I'm saying, to make it drink?
I don't know about the horse. I thought you was comparing it to some people. I just thought, you know, that was the, yeah. If it's going to get in our way or our progress, yes, I'll drown his ass.
A pony, bro.
I would drown him.
Wow, Brother Bakari, no hesitation.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You way
Progress,
too
we
nice.
got to go.
Whew, okay,
But
okay.
Tanzan, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I was about to ask you. You know what I'm saying? Because you can manipulate the horse to water too, but you still can't make him drink. But you can, like, you can't let his head up, or he ain't never gonna drink. He's just gonna die. So if you got to go all the way. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It has to be punishments for going against your manipulations. You know what I'm saying?
I won't drown the horse. How about this? I'll do like they do in the movies, where you put somebody's head underwater for some time and then let them kick and struggle, and then when they just think they're about to die, you pull the head up again, and then they're like, huh?
Or you can simulate drowning until that person, you can simulate drowning until he talk. You know how to simulate drowning?
And so now y'all gonna waterboard him,
Waterboarding.
man. And he ain't
You know
gonna
how
be
to
able to
simulate
drink.
drowning? I'm just saying you want to make them talk. If they won't drink, you go ahead and drown them. But I'm saying simulate drowning, see if they can talk. Time up,
Bro.
lay their head back, put a big rag, put a rag over their head, and just start pouring buckets of water on their face. It simulates drowning.
Hey.
Bro, you're talking about a group of horses that had their children taken away from them and turned into glue, and then made them pay taxes for the glue. You know what I'm saying? And go to work every day to process the glue. You know what I'm saying? And then go sit outside. Oh yeah, the horsehair that we used. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. You know what I'm saying? What are you telling me? You gonna waterboard that until he no? You gonna have to drown him or else. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't enough. Their children is glue, so you waterboarding them is not gonna be enough.
No, I just thought you were talking about see if it's a chance to get some information.
No,
Oh no, we're actually trying to help the horse, not torture it.
Right.
Oh, I don't want to drown it then. Just go ahead and give me some. Let me shoot it in the head.
Dang.
Wow. Okay, you guys are brutal. But Mr. Untouchable, he's hilarious with the horse hair. See, that's the whole mentality thing that we were talking about. That everybody is socially engineered. Even that, those women putting on the horse hair, that's still part of that social engineering. That someone telling you that it's better to have a horse's hair than the hair that grows naturally on your head. So there's so much that social reprogramming that needs to happen. It's on so many levels that what I'm saying is most people don't even know that they are under this programming or this control. They think that they're doing things out of their own free will, out of their own volition. A lot of people's thoughts are not even their own. A lot of people just think what has been put in their heads to think, and they act in the same way. So even this and it goes for men, it goes for women, it goes for the educated, the idiots. So when we were going through our scams and these cards and so on, there is no perfect or obvious victim of a scam or a cult or this, this schemes, because everyone gets taken in. Everyone, we talked about this one with the psychologist, a scam, that you would think that somebody would not be so daring as to go against somebody who, studies the human psyche for a living. But no, they get caught up. They go after accountants, lawyers, engineers, politicians, people who you'd think, even, doctors, scientists, they get scammed and got caught up all the time, because some of the times is that arrogance of thinking, well, I am too smart to be scammed, I am too knowledgeable, I'm too educated, I'm too this. And so people think that they are too clever, and it's only the idiots who get cheated. In actuality, there was this guy who was scamming old people and professionals. He said that dumb people, there are some people who are actually too dumb to be scammed, because it takes too much energy to try to explain it to them, trying to explain, let's say, life insurance to somebody who doesn't even have, car insurance. That's a stretch. You'd be there for hours and hours, and then at the end of it, you just be what, and not understand. So people who actually think themselves that they are above being scammed are sometimes the ones who are most vulnerable to it. So it's not a case of the, if the clever versus the idiot, or the smart, or the rich. Even rich people, poor people gets, scammed all the time. They for them it's easy, with the high interest loans, or the, just overpriced things and bad value. So poor people already get scammed, but rich people are not above it either. The famous Bernie Madoff scheme, and he scammed his own people, which is usually rare. Most people from other races, they do scam their own people, but they would rather, go elsewhere with that, especially a certain group. But, they are still people who do that. And one of the reasons that we said, even with the psychologists, that scam that was targeting psychotherapists, was that most people are too embarrassed to admit that they have been scammed, or they have been duped, or they were in a cult, or they were misled, or they were wrong. So for some people, it's easier to just stay in the wrong than try to extricate yourself. And that's how they get also a lot of the so-called educated and professional classes, because even when they realize that they have been scammed, even when they realize that they have been wrong, it's much harder for them to admit it than it is for somebody who said, well, I made a mistake and they got me, and now it's time to leave. So yes. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Read that comment. That was a funny comment right there.
Oh, shoot Mr. Head. Oh, hold on. Shoot Mr. Ed in the head. No more talking horses. There was a talking donkey in the Bible.
You gonna still have that snake that can tell eat the apple.
Yeah, there was a talking snake too. A talking snake and a talking donkey. Yes. So we've had our talking animals. Yeah, that was hilarious. Whoa.
But
Yeah.
did the snake
I
give
can
knowledge?
find huh?
Didn't the snake give knowledge?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't want to get too, that way.
But to answer your question, yes. The snake,
but he broke him out the cult, so it
out
was a problem. He broke him out the cult. He broke him out the cult, though, Bakari.
Oh man, you guys are going to start that last week's Matrix argument, whether getting out is good or getting out is bad, whether the Matrix is a womb or a prison. But yeah, for the sake of the story, I think they went from a good place to a bad place, because they were somewhere where they had everything they wanted, and they went somewhere where they had to work for everything else. I can't find says I would have put the horse there, because wow, nobody has any sympathy for the horse. I'm the only one who's trying.
I'm the one that's not hard on the horses here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all getting on me about that. I'm not hard on the horses.
Have you ever eaten beef from horses? Have you ever eaten horse meat? It's
no.
Man, it's finger licking good.
Ew!
Drown him, shoot him in the head.
Disgusting, Jose. You eat horses?
Yeah.
The Chinamen eat donkey, eat everything off the donkey. The donkey intestines and everything.
I don't eat a donkey either, though.
Yeah, but horses though, and you knew it was a horse when you're eating it, not you're tricked into it or something.
I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, Dutch folks eat horse meat. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a clean red meat, ain't it, Jose?
The clean red meat, and it's finger licking good.
They eat it
No,
here.
thank
They
you.
made it illegal here in the United
No.
States. We have a big illegal horse meat trade in Florida. Look it up.
Nope. I'm not doing it. I am not eating horse meat. I only eat chicken, fish, beef, and that's it. I don't even like, I'll eat a goat, but I don't like to.
You know, I imagine that was a survival food for anybody that started to eat it. They was about to die and figured out a way to make it taste good. Like
You about to go get you some
like
horse
pig
meat?
chitlins.
Yeah, I can't eat no chitlins either.
Hey, but do you know why they gave us chitlins?
Yeah, I know.
No, I said, do you know
Yeah,
why
go
they
ahead,
gave
go
it
ahead.
to us, though?
Yeah, go ahead. Say it.
They gave it to us because when they were being oppressed and they were suffering and starving, they ate the chitlins. They didn't. They used to like make like chitlin jerky.
Yo, my dad
That's what it would be called today. So they knew it would sustain you and you could live off it. So shit, if they gave it to their slaves, they knew their slaves could still live. They figured if they'll make a meal out of it. The slave would. I'm gonna tell you, man, them stinking chitlins used to be good.
Yeah, yo, I couldn't get past. Yo, my dad used to make them, and the whole house was like, yo, I couldn't be in the house no more, man.
What part of the animal is the chitlin from?
Pig.
The chitlin is the pig intestines.
Yeah, pig guts.
Oh.
The hog maw. Let me see. Everything on the pig, I think, got an egg. Pig tail,
The part is the part the pig shit run to.
Huh?
It's the stuff that it runs through.
You know,
It's the passage.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Look, man, I told you, we had a freedom farm like Fannie Lou Hamer. Man, I've been around fresh chitlins. As soon as they kill the hog, I know how to do all that. Slaughter the hog, gut him, clean him, get the hair off him, butcher him up, all that.
Okay,
You don't throw nothing away.
So you know how to make sausages.
Well, I ain't make the sausage, but I do know my that was my mom and my uncles who made the sausage. But I've slaughtered. I know how to do all that.
Yeah, I've been there. I've seen it. They've done it in front of my eyes, and I was like, how they, how they run the shit through their fingers, and all the shit come out. I'm like, I'll never forget. I was like 7 years or something like that, and
everybody never ate it again.
Everybody have eaten a chitlin before. Everybody have, even the ones who think they have. Like Forecast say he couldn't eat it. Watch this. Do you eat Italian sausage, Forecast?
Yes.
Yeah, I had it before.
Okay, watch this. You know the casing on the outside of the Italian sausage?
Yeah. Yes.
You know the casing on the outside of the sausage? That's the
chitlin.
Inside of the chitlin that black people throw away that we say wasn't good to eat.
No,
I just let everybody know that you still eat.
But it ain't no chitlin.
Yes, it is. It came from inside the chitlin.
It ain't chitlin sausage. It's just Italian.
No, but I'm saying it came from it's wrapped in intestines. I'm just telling you what it's wrapped in. It's a thin layer of intestine, because I know how to clean them too. On the inside of it, that you would throw away. That they say you don't eat this. This is how you clean it. You throw away, because if you pull the thin layer on the inside, once you pull that out, you pulling out. If there were any waste left, if you get that thin lining, you pulling out all of the waste. I'm just telling you what you're eating. I don't eat pork no more, but I ain't ashamed to tell nobody that I ate. The only reason I don't eat it because my doctor told me stop eating it because it was messing me, so I stopped eating it. But I ate chitlin, but I'm just letting you know what you're eating though.
Yeah, I feel you, but when you cook a sausage and when you cook chitlins, it's like a totally different thing. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just letting you know what you're eating. It might smell different, but I'm just letting you know what you're eating.
Okay, let me ask a quick question though. I'm a little bit confused about what Melanated Goddess. She says she doesn't eat red meat, and then Mr. Untouchable says that neither does he. But then she says she eats goat meat. Isn't goat meat red meat? And
No,
then that
goat
curry
is red
goat.
on pink.
Hmm?
I don't think the goat is red.
Goat is not red?
I don't think
Huh.
so.
Okay, because I thought red meat was, cows, goats, livestock, like regular livestock, and then white meat was chicken and
Yeah,
pig.
yes, I also thought goat is red meat.
Oh, it is. I didn't know. I thought. Okay, well,
But you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm. But you know what? You know a pig is white meat, but a hog is red meat. It's the oxygen, the red oxygen holding stuff in the it's animals that walk long distances that have red meat because they need more oxygen in their muscles.
Okay, okay.
like
Yeah,
most
I.
of us eat pork too. Even the people that say they don't eat pork. But if you eat stuff like seriously, if you eat stuff like Skittles,
Skittles?
yeah, if
Yeah.
you eat stuff like Skittles and stuff like that, yes, it has they use
Yes,
pork.
yes, a lot
Gummy
of
bears,
sweets. A lot
yes,
of sweets you use pork.
yeah, they use
Exactly.
pork.
What?
If you're a sweet tooth, most probably you eat pork every day.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
yeah, just about every. They don't throw. Look, man, they don't throw nothing away. Hey, Ron, I understand what you're saying about you saying they ain't give us nothing. You're right. What I was saying is the reason, like, I just heard like I said, my mama was born in 27. My great grandmama on my mama's side was a slave. I just remember I remember my mama talking about it. Say when they would go out and they would slaughter a hog, uh, when they slaughtered a hog, and then the old white man come down there, he got to get the best pieces and would tell y'all can keep the chitlins in the other part. But he was getting and he was just taking it. And that's why I said that. I just remember that. But I know they ate it so they could survive. It was a survival food, and they made it. I ain't gonna lie, they made it taste good. I know how to cook them and everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Bakari, do you like you gotta at least open the window when you make them though.
Yeah, you got to open the you got to open the window but I'm telling you, man, look, my cousin used to come by the house. Of course, his daughter growing up, but I never forget when she was little. She was like 10, right? And when we was at my mama's house, I was in my 20s, and she came in there, Daddy, Aunt Liz, that's what they call my mama, Aunt Liz cooking them stanky things today, talking about chitlins, right? And my dad of my cousin was like, yeah, well, I'm gonna go outside because they stink. But when they finish cooking, call me because they sure taste good. They stink, man, but they good. Man, I ate the pig foots, the pig ears,
Yeah, I ain't had
pig
no
lips. A lot of people didn't even know a pig had a lip.
I ain't had no pig's feet or ears or lips either.
Hey, that's a Louisiana thing. That's where I got it from, the pickle pig lips. That's a New Orleans thing.
Yo, my cousin down there in Alabama, they be having alligator and everything in there.
Yeah, that fried alligator tail is good. But I'm gonna tell you something I
He
saw
said
these
it's good.
yeah, that fried alligator tail good, man. I'm gonna tell you something I saw these rednecks eat. Now, this is something black folks don't eat. This was strictly us. When they got where they could even just buy the chitlins, they wouldn't eat the possum no more. But I'll never forget. Yeah, them pig knuckles good too. But me and my wife, we was in this store, and this old redneck and them, we had stopped to get some gas, and we were just looking on the shelf. These motherfuckers, look, they had sun-dried possum in a can. And they told you how to eat it. It said, goes good, spread on crackers with a moon pie and an RC cola. Sun-dried possum. You know what a possum is, don't you?
Oh my goodness. How deep in the South were you?
Oh, we didn't eat
I'm
that. We didn't eat the possum. That was the white folks eating the sun-dried possum. We laughed at that. But I've been to, they have it here, but I didn't have to see it here because folks back on, they have like a wild meat festival. Man, I've seen people cook bear, beaver, all of that.
Why are they eating such terrible food? I mean, isn't there enough food to eat? Is it just rampant poverty?
No man, people just like wild food. I knew a guy that I knew he got big money. He bragged. He had no store-bought meat in his house. He didn't eat meat out the store. He say that stuff ain't good for you. They don't put all them chemicals on it. Man, that dude had squirrel, beaver, bear, coon, any deer. He would not eat no meat out of the store. And he didn't buy most of his vegetables he grew in his backyard too. His greens and peas and stuff like that. Yeah, they want to humiliate Africa with bushmeat. And I tell people all the time, man, shit, I'm from Mississippi. We eat bushmeat, but when you hear people from New York and Philly, places like that saying they don't eat it, they lying. I tell people you can look up the stores in New York, in Philly, in Maryland that sell the same foods I'm talking about. They literally have stores when they can go buy it in. They be lying.
Yeah, they do.
They shame. I'm not ashamed to say what I ate. So it don't bother me. It was good. Deer. I've eaten squirrel,
But a
squirrel,
deer is
hummus,
different
a
from a
raccoon.
raccoon, though, Bakari.
Yeah, the coon smothered in sweet potatoes.
Okay, a deer is one thing, but a raccoon though,
Oh, yeah, a coon, man.
a
Yeah, it's
possum.
a raccoon while it's living. When you get ready to eat it, it's just a coon.
I see. Yo, that makes a lot of sense when you say that.
You
Yeah,
don't
that
eat the
actually
city
makes
coons though. You don't eat no city coons. You have to hunt your coons.
those are the ones that get ate first.
Well, we don't. No, don't
I
nobody eat the
know.
city
That's what I'm
coons,
talking
man.
about. Something different, but I feel you though.
We don't eat the city coons because the city coons eating all the trash.
Right,
We
right.
go hunting. We go hunt. They go hunt.
By the way, what is, Jose makes a point, bushmeat. What is bushmeat? What animal is that exactly?
Everything I just named, when they catch it in Africa and cook it over there in West Africa, they call it bushmeat. But
Okay.
everything I just said, deer, rabbit, all of that.
Right, right. Bushmeat just sounds so like primitive, some animal that's,
Well,
still not existing yet or something. Man, these people that's why, they use their words to humiliate us even without calling us names. You'll find scientific papers where, African tribes are described as, the primitive customs, the savage, thoughts, and, just things like that. They don't even have to call you the N word to insult and humiliate you, but they'll find a way,
Hey,
So,
yeah,
man.
but Tanzan, let me tell you something about that. Like when they tried to come over here, you know what I'm saying? Like the college, like the 1619 thing, they tried like 4 times before that. And it was a documentary and everything. Like they found a 15-year-old girl. It was like, yo, it looked like they cracked her head and ate her, you know what I'm saying? And I heard a joke a long time ago, I'd be saying it, it was like, yo, it was like fish and berries and everything around, and they literally sat there and ate each other. They was literally eating each other for real, for real. Like when they came here because they were starving, and it was like fish and berries and stuff like that. And that's almost made me think like, yo, the Indians got to be black because they showed them how to live, But that was a bad joke, but yeah, they are straight savages. They eat each other.
Well, I'll ask this then, for everybody. Is there morality in food? Is, in eating? Are there, I know everybody has, things they eat and things they don't and so on for their own reasons, but would you judge somebody? Okay, forget, these other people, but would you judge a fellow, black African person if they were eating a certain kind of food?
I wouldn't judge a jaguar if he was eating a certain kind of animal. But I would say though, if you eating people and is like food in the store or something like, or like or you can go outside in the garden, that is something like I would be like, yeah, I would judge you as far as the law goes.
no, I don't judge nobody. I'll just say that's something I won't eat, but I ain't gonna judge nobody because I meet people and there's stuff that I've eaten that they say they won't eat. Like, how many people was just really admit that they eat fried squirrel and squirrel dumplings? Or they have tried alligator. Alligator tail is good. Or they've tried raccoon. I'm trying to think of some more stuff from the wild. Like possum was not allowed in our house. My son gonna stop right here and say, "Y'all eat possum." We We did not. That what he telling me mess with me. We didn't.
It sounds like y'all ate possum too.
No, we eat no possum. I won't eat no Like I know somebody eat muskrat. I tell him, man, I ain't eat no damn rat, but I ain't gonna judge. But I literally know somebody, black dude that will hunt and eat a muskrat.
Yo, and by the way, you just because you said that, I got a shout out to MD2. Did you see what he was showing yesterday? He was showing like the people they literally had to eat rats and stuff like that. They got rubies and stuff, and the people, the citizens of the place is like got to eat rats and stuff like that. And it's just what I'm saying, like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. But yo, they was eating rats though, like not any kind of special rat, but a rat.
They say it's a tasty source of protein.
I don't know.
I ain't gonna eat no rat. A muskrat ain't nothing but a bigger rat. They just can't forget why they call it a muskrat. It ain't nothing but a bigger rat. That's it. Muskrat, wood rat, house rat. At the end of the day, it's a rat.
Oh, so that was Bismarcky. You're putting Jose?
Yes.
That winner, hey mom, what's for dinner?
What's for dinner? Go up your nose and pick a winner.
Okay, there you go, Mr. Untouchable. It's not Jose that's disgusting, it's FBA.
But how can I? But in all honesty, right, like, a rat is a rodent, right, forecast.
Hey, Bakari not FBA Tanzania, so.
No, Bismarcky. You know the way they have to take credit for everything, so that's theirs. We'll give them that.
My bad. I'm sorry.
No, I know they.
What did they have for dinner? A rat?
No, here's the quote here. You got it?
Oh, that song Picking Boogers.
Yep.
Oh, that's my bad.
Yeah. But a rat is a rodent, right? Forecast.
Yeah.
So watch this. A rabbit is a rodent, boy. A rabbit damn sure tastes good deep fried. A squirrel is a rodent. It damn sure tastes good deep fried. Now I ain't never had no armadillo. I wouldn't eat no armadillo. Armadillo carry leprosy. Don't eat armadillo.
Rodents don't carry other diseases.
Huh?
And other rodents don't carry other diseases.
Oh, you can purge. They purge them when they catch them. They purge them. But I'm just saying. But a leprosy can kill you. Yeah, armadillo carry leprosy. People be like leprosy don't exist. Like shit, let somebody get an armadillo and see.
And then, it's funny, like for the first time, it was like a bunch of rabbits near like my parents' house. You know what I'm saying?
And you ain't catching it. See, that ain't nothing like we ate on a regular, but like, ooh, we got some squirrel. Okay, go ahead, fry it up. I know people, them blackbirds, them crows. I know people that used to hunt crows and eat them little crows. Right. Yeah.
Sister Royton has made a good point. She says it's what you put in your body or don't put in your body is the cause of sickness and disease, and the environment that you live in overstand. So, yeah, I mean, is there morality to food? Do you have culinary standards that I will eat this and not that? Is it simply a matter of taste, or does our diet really affect who we are as people? Because somebody will say, Mr. Untouchable, he says, protein is protein. When you're hungry, protein is protein. And I do understand, especially when it comes to the chitlins and the leftovers that were given. There was not really a choice in the matter. So, people just had to do with what they had. But in the case where you have a choice about what to eat, how do you decide what is good for your body, what is going to help you, or it's just food is food?
Yeah, I'll say this, and I'm sorry, Raw, because I gotta be more mature, and I especially should learn it while I'm young. But I would say I would eat sausage, but I won't eat no chitlins.
He'll eat chitlins. He just ain't gonna eat them because the white folks didn't call them chitlins.
They eat around them.
He eat the chitlin. He just didn't want to call it a chitlin.
Nah, you can say
Hey,
wrapping.
but you know,
It ain't eating the
He'll
whole
eat
chitlin.
the white people chitlins, the
yes, he
European
eat
chitlins.
Italian chitlins. Yes, he eat what the black people call trash and throw away, but he eat what then when they make it for you though. But I'm gonna tell you something, right? And food that you hunt out of the wild, in all honesty, it'll be what if you hunt and you eat deer. A deer would be much healthier than the cow that you're buying out of the store. Because it's in the woods, it's eating what it's supposed to eat. Ain't nobody giving it nothing. It's living. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no pharmaceutics. No
Yeah.
pharmaceutics.
Yeah. If you could get a wild chicken would be better, I believe, than a chicken out the even though I've heard people say you got a place here in Georgia where there's a lot of those Chinese wild chickens just ran over the town, and they say those wild chickens were extremely tough and aggressive. But I think anything that you catch, or if you have an animal, or if you have chickens and you feeding it what you want it to eat, it would be better for you than what you get out the store, because those things that's in the store, right? Ain't no telling what, because a chicken is something like a pig. It would eat anything that it can fit in his mouth, in all honesty. It doesn't make a difference what it is. A chicken would eat
Anything.
anything. It doesn't make a difference. Look, so because I'm looking for my house and I say I'm gonna get me some chickens. I used to be at my grandmama's house when I was little. We had chickens, right? So I used to go around her house. We had chickens. So and I want me some, get me some biddies and raise them. And and I was watching this thing. So I said I want to learn a little bit more before I get my land, right? My house and my land. And the guy was like, his cats, he said people don't, no, cats don't go around the chicken coop as much. Not because it can't kill and eat a chicken. It will go there in the beginning, but once you get about 5 or 6 chickens, they say the chicken's gonna literally kill and eat more rats than the cat. So
Wait,
you have
what?
to,
Wait,
they will
what? Did you say
rat.
chickens eating rats?
Yes. Have you ever seen a chicken coop, Tanzan?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever seen them walking around on the ground?
Man,
Yes.
Have you ever seen in the chicken dookie?
chickens kill scorpions. Chicken eats scorpions.
Whoa.
Yes. Tanzan, you ever seen in the chicken dookie
Yeah,
in that
my
coop?
thoughts exactly, Mr. Untouchable. Whoa.
Because the chicken eat it. The chicken eat it. So you have to find, if you get your chickens, because the chicken is good. And I don't, people can say, well, they want to eat me some chicken, right? So you, once I get my, I know I've been studying stuff that I can feed my chickens and how to keep them away from, how to keep them away for certain things, because they have stuff you can put out there, keep those, to keep that stuff away. But yeah, a chicken will eat anything.
I did not know that, but okay. I guess
Like,
that's why some people choose to eat only from soil and trees.
yeah, like you eat bullfrogs. Anybody on here eat bullfrog?
Oh no, no.
Oh my goodness, y'all never had a
Frog?
bullfrog? A bullfrog.
Oh jeez. Do people just eat anything?
Man, those
I'm not gonna
bullfrogs,
eat a frog. But
those bullfrog legs taste so good.
frog legs.
Like chicken, probably.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
I hate to say it, but I was tricked into eating frogs' legs, and they do taste like chicken, but I would never eat them again.
Why? Because it's a frog leg.
Yes, yes. The very idea. It's not even about the taste, because I bet some of these things, maybe they don't taste as bad as one thinks they taste. Like, for example, I
Aha.
would never. Huh?
Aha.
What? Aha.
You probably liked the frog legs, but when after they told you it was frog legs, you never ate it again.
Yes.
Yes.
I was disgusted with myself.
So y'all eat fish though, right?
Yes, fish is good.
Okay. Because we we eat everything out of fresh water. So
Oh no, we're more
that's that bullfrog should not have been next to the lake. But like I said, that ain't nothing you eat on a regular basis. Ooh, we got some bullfrog leg. Okay,
Collateral damage.
it's not stuff I'm talking about is nothing that we ate on a regular basis. Like I said, I did. Matter of fact, a guy that worked with, so I know two people that didn't eat store-bought meat at all. Like I knew people that would not eat a pig out of the store. They would hunt wild hogs. They would cut up like 2 wild hogs for the whole year.
Yes, I've eaten warthog in Africa. Man, that's finger licking good next to a horse.
You look, we can't trust your judgment. You've eaten a horse and enjoyed it. So
they say wild hog is better than the store-bought. They say a wild hog is much better than the store-bought hog.
Word.
I don't know. You guys are more adventurous than us. What do you eat? What do they eat in Tanzania? Well, East African food is pretty tame and bland for the most part for people who are not from there. For example, West Africans eat a lot of pepper and spicy food. We have herbs and spices, but we don't put the really hot ones. Just just try to give it a bit of a taste, but not to overwhelm it with hotness. But we eat mostly grains, a lot of millet. They drink a lot of porridge. Well, nowadays, instead of the old grains, people are eating more and more maize with, corn over here, but more and more maize and lots of vegetables. Like East Africans eat a lot of vegetables, different kinds of, greens from, the cabbages, the spinach, collard greens, like 20 or 30 different types of collard greens.
So you don't mix the blood and milk from a cow like the.
No. We do not do that at all. Everything is prepared separately. You drink milk separately. You eat fish. There's only one. People even cooking food. You can cook a meat stew with something like potatoes and things like that, but you don't mix too many things in one place. Especially there's this only one tribe that I know of that they put everything in one plate, and we sort of look down on them and say, they didn't have enough pots, so they have to put everything in one. But yeah, well, one thing with West Africans, I saw one time, I went to a party one time and they had mixed chicken and fish in the same pot. Like that was crazy to me. But yeah, we eat our food separately, not a lot of meat, lots and lots of vegetables and starch. Yeah. So that's what they eat in Tanzania and in Kenya. Uganda, they love the banana, that cooked banana, the plantain or matoke. Over there, that's what they call it. And here they call it plantain. So they eat plantain with a lot of their food. And
in West
Africa, I thought that was a Caribbean thing.
Oh yeah, Caribbeans also like plantain. They also like plantain. Ugandans, so there's a commonality, Uganda and Caribbean. So Ugandans, they love their matoke. They make matoke with everything. That banana, and that's where the best of those bananas come from. The green bananas. Yeah, you can boil them. You can cook them in light oil. You can cut them in small pieces and make chips out of them. Very versatile. Very versatile. Yeah. So
boiled bananas, that's a West Indian. That's like the islands too. Boiled bananas and fish. I've had boiled bananas. That literally is just something to fill you up because it literally had no flavor of boiled banana. But yes, West Africans, when I go to their restaurant, but they cook their plantain a little different than people from the islands. But they do eat a lot. They do have a lot of plantain. But something they don't have that often. Well, they have it in their soup. You're not gonna get many vegetables in a West African restaurant. They have it in their soup though.
Yeah, we're Cape Verdeans also.
Like that okra soup. Oh my goodness, I get the okra soup. That okra soup with fufu. It's very very good. Now that one place I can say that I have met a lot of African Americans and we sit down, we don't even know each other. And we just sit there in a restaurant and we get, because they enjoying the African food and I'm enjoying it. So then we would literally, that one place I can say, we would just sit and share, food. People we don't even know, we just met. We all talk about trying to reconnect with Africa, and we'll just sit and share food. Actually, there used to be a lady from Kenya in there. She'll come sit down with us too, because her boyfriend or her fiance, he's Cameroonian. So she used to be in there too. We would all just say, we don't even know each other. Like we'll just meet in there. Some of we don't even know. We're just eating out of one another's plate.
Wow. See, that's the start of the reprogramming. Now that's the reprogramming. The unprogramming is telling people that everything they know is wrong. The reprogramming is starting to build back up from there. Jenga, that's the Jenga part of it. Sister, what is the green kalalu? Does anybody know? Do you have green kalalu? Does anybody know what that is?
That's the islands. We have collard greens. They have kalaloo.
Oh,
like, do
okay.
y'all have
Is that the same thing?
collard greens, Tanzania?
We have collard greens, or well, what they call collard greens here, but that's just one of the many greens that we have. We actually have multiple greens. Like if you go to any restaurant in Nairobi or any place in Kenya, you'll have at least 6 or 7 different types of greens. So there's one that is, really runny, and you pull it up like this. It's very soft and mushy. And then there's one that's very rough and a little bit bitter. It's like this bitter greens. And then sometimes they also mix them together. Like you can have different variations. There's like 20 or 30 different kinds of them, and they all grow wild. Yeah, we have cassava too. So we eat a lot of greens. I'd never heard of the kalaloo, but I know of the collard greens that they have over here. So we do eat a lot of greens there. I bet every single green that they have out here, we have over there, because we eat a lot of greens. The okra, that one is more of West African. We don't eat a lot of okra. Cassava, we don't do okra too. Okra is more of a West African thing. Plantains in Uganda, very big in Uganda. A little bit in Kenya, but not so much. Kenya, we more have the sweet bananas, the sweet little bananas that you eat, and the medium-sized ones. Not so much these big ones that are over here. We do have cassava. People make flour, cassava flour, and then they cook what we call, it's like a fufu, but fufu is light. What we call ugali. Let me type it in. So ugali you'll find this pretty much in every East African country, and it's like you can look it up. It's this meal, it's maize meal or corn meal or grain meal, and it's made into this sort of hard but malleable consistency. And you eat it with soups, with greens, especially with greens. Every green has to have that ugali with it. So a lot of tribes have that. So we eat ugali, and you eat it with different types of greens of combination. In meat, we don't eat a lot of meat. Actually, meat is very ceremonial. First of all, not just because about expense and all that, but even traditionally, people didn't eat meat because why would you kill an animal that is still productive? If it's a bull, you can use it for work. You can use it for some people drank the blood, or you can use it for there's a lot of things you can use a bull for. And then for a cow, milk and so on, for reproducing, or a bull also for reproducing. So people didn't really eat meat a lot like that. Meat was usually a ceremonial thing where people came together, either family occasion or community or something like that. So
yeah, I believe meat is struggle food. Maybe when a major event happened, and the green was gone, people turned to living other living beings.
yes.
I think nowadays in West Africa it's luxury, right? If you have money, you eat meat. But I think it's struggle food.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, Tanzan, I'm
yes.
sorry, I apologize. I wanted to ask you a question. Could you say that again about y'all eating meat? How much y'all ate meat in Kenya? Because I want my son to hear this. Because he thinks
okay.
Tell him about the meat diet in Kenya. Did y'all eat a lot of meat?
No, we do not eat a lot of meat. We eat a lot of plants. We eat a lot of vegetables. We eat a lot of fruits during the day. If you're just walking, you pick a mango or a banana or something. And for lunch or dinner, you eat ugali, which is this. It's like a maize grain meal, and you eat it with lots and lots of vegetables. We have something like 20 or 30 different types of collard greens or spinach, different types of cabbages and things like that. So all your meal every day, in fact, for lunch and dinner, it's vegetables. And then during the day, you have snacks of fruits and other things. So vegetables every day. Meat is only eaten on very rare occasions. Meat is eaten, ceremoniously, if there's a function, if there's an occasion, and things like that. But most animals are more valuable when they're alive rather than when they're dead. So a cow is useful for providing milk. It's useful for for grazing. We use the dung for building and for other things. A bull, a male is useful for doing work, for plowing, and so on. So animals are very useful. We treasure them, but we don't eat a lot of them. So meat is a rare occasion. We enjoy
So would that
vegetables.
just be Kenya, or would that be like, or you wouldn't know about Tanzania and all that, huh?
No, in Tanzania too, in Uganda as well. In Uganda, like I said, they eat more of the fried plantains. Well, they fry them, they boil them, but they eat more of the plantains. So Uganda eats a lot of plantains. Tanzania, they eat a lot of beans. They have beans and this thing called chapati, where it's like a rolled, it looks like a little like a tortilla, but it's like a rolled bread, I would say. And they eat that with vegetables. We eat a lot of of the legumes. We eat a lot of beans, a lot of the most popular one is peas and lentils. Lentils is very, very popular in all of East Africa. You go to Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, all these places, people eat a lot of lentils. So lentils, vegetables, beans, cassava, different types of grains, different types of fibers. Yeah. So there's so much food to eat that meat is like the last thing you eat. Once you're done eating all the vegetables, all the grains, all the different, types of mixtures of all of those, the cassavas, potatoes. Some people eat a lot of potatoes, carrots. You put all that in a soup. Oh, it's really good. A vegetable soup has carrots. It has lentils. It has potatoes, of course, and then that's a full meal. And you can have that with collard greens and either chapati or ugali, which is the rolled bread or the solid, the one you actually use your hands. When you go to Africa, all foods, I would say most foods, we don't use utensils. So everything you do, you eat with your hands. So when it comes to, say, with a chapati, it's like a rolled bread. You take the bread and then you put it in the soup, and then you eat it with the vegetables, and then you put them together and you eat it. So we don't cook food together, but we eat them together. So you wouldn't just have a steak, just eating meat like that. That meat would be cooked with some potatoes and vegetables and carrots and peas, and then maybe a side of lentils. So yeah, meat is rarely just eaten like that. So once you have that, and then you eat ugali, also eaten with the hands. You take the only thing that people don't eat with, even rice. People do eat rice with their hands, although we don't eat a lot of rice in East Africa. Rice is more of a West African thing. So some people eat rice in the coast, for example. In the coast and in Tanzania, they eat a little bit more rice than us, but the rest of the country, it's that ugali or sometimes chapati. So with ugali, it's like this hard solid. It's solid, but you can still sort of make it into different shapes. So you make a shape like a round shape, and then you scoop the soup with it, and then you scoop the vegetables with it, and you eat it together. Oh, it is so good. It is so good. But yeah, so that's what people eat. People eat a lot of grains. Yeah, mangoes. Yeah. Most of East Africans are usually very slim. Tall and slim, that's where you have, the Nilotes, you have the Maasais. You've seen the Maasais, very, tall and skinny, both the men and the women. Most tribes are usually very slim. Although
That's why you all great runners, huh?
Yes, also there. Yeah, those are the Kalenjin. They're also from Kenya. They're also like the cousins of the Maasais, but they are specialized in running. They live up in the highlands where the soil is good, the air is clean, and it's just good, and the soil is very fertile. and the people there are also very strong. So they're the long distance runners. They have that endurance. Yeah, but they also eat. Even when you see the pictures of them going back home, the first thing that they're usually greeted with, the champion, is this gourd. You know what a gourd is, or a gourd? Gourd. So they're greeted with this gourd of a combination of milk and blood. They drink blood. We don't just, but they drink blood. So they have a gourd of milk, and then it's usually mixed in with ghee or something like that. But yeah, so yes, okay. So that's a bit of that. Yeah, lentil, sister. Is there lots of diabetes? Well, yes, there's not a lot of diabetes in Africa, but there are people who historically have a historical bent towards diabetes. I know diabetes, like what's the other one? Sickle cell anemia. It's something that seems to affect a certain group of people, and sometimes it's also tribal related. Some tribes just historically seem to have a bit more diabetes, but it's not a lot of people. It's just like sickle cell, in the Black and African community. It tends to affect more people, but it's not as much. It's not like here because of the food and so on. It's just a genetic thing. So there is instances of diabetes as much as there is, the sickle cell, but it's not a big thing, and it's not a data related one. Let me see. Lentils.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
About lentils being Italian, I don't know. I think that most people had their version. In fact, there's different types of lentils that we have. There's this tiny green hard one, and then there's that flat brown one, and then there's like this rounded that has bigger grains. So I know that there was lentils. Maybe the Italians brought a certain type of lentils that sometimes overtook the rest, but we did have lentils. It could also be the case like maize, where we had maize before. Maize is what you call corn, but corn is slightly different. Maize comes in many more varieties, but maize, we had maize before the Europeans came, but maize was just one of a very small number of grains, and it wasn't really the most popular because maize is deficient of nutrients. So nowadays the ugali that people make using maize is much less nutritious than the ugali that they used to make out of the traditional grains, which was barley, sorghum, and millet. Barley, sorghum, and millet, those three have, you can live on that and you wouldn't need to eat meat for the rest of your life. Like, it has everything. They have, the proteins, it has the nutrients and everything. So, and they're really heavy. When you make porridge out of barley and sorghum, you're full for hours and hours on end. So, those were the traditional grains that people used. But as the Europeans came, the smaller grains have more prevalence. So they became, bigger and bigger on the market. But all those grains were there. I believe that lentils have been there before, but it could be that the Italians either brought their own version of it that, overpowered the other ones, or, they also had their own, import brand. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
they say lentils was first thought to come from excuse me, the Mediterranean. But they say after further research, they have found like some that was original to Egypt. And they, people that call themselves Hebrews said they were known to eat them. But they say they have found some that was original to Egypt. They say going back to what they say, 8,000, whatever. 8,000 BC. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I can't say, it's 100%, but I know that most, with the lentils, for example, I know that many tribes had it, and they also had names for it, which, go back a long time. Usually, if it's a new crop that's introduced, it's usually an Anglicized or an Arabized name, but most of the tribes had names for lentils. In fact, if you go to, Nairobi restaurant, even in the countryside, if you ask for lentils, they'll give you, you'll find some. Oh yeah, so barley, sorghum, and millet, those are the three traditional grains. They are very nutritious, they are very, healthy. So if you had to go to cook ugali, yes, that's the ugali talk about. It does sound a bit like fufu, but fufu is more lightish and airish, where ugali is you take the grain and then you boil it for some time until it's really hard, and you twist it and you make it like this until it's like this solid mass. So it just stands on its own, and you have to sort of like pinch it. Yeah, it's pinchable. It's this, you pinch it and then you make like a hole out of it, and then you put the soup in there, the soup and the vegetables in there. So yeah, it's a little bit, the fufu is the closest thing I can say it's like, but fufu is more like mashed potatoes from what I've seen. Ours would be more like what the consistency, I don't really know it's like grits, but if you made the grits like really, really hard. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so that's ugali, and people eat a lot of ugali, and that's what they eat with the vegetables, and it's really good. So there you go. There. So ugali traditionally was made from sorghum and millet and barley, and that was really good. That's why we had grandmothers who lived until they were 100 and something. And also these are the other we're talking about social engineering and programming and so on. So even when it comes to nutrition, like I said, we used to eat a lot of the old grains. That's what I call them, the old grains, and when the white people came, when the Arabs came, people started eating more and more of the maize, and maize grows quickly, but it doesn't have that nutritional value, whereas barley and sorghum, they grow, and their production and process is very it's very complicated. It's more involved than, let's say, maize, because barley is very, very small, so you have to dry it out in the sun, and you need a lot more barley to get a quantity than for maize, for example, because it has very small tiny grains. So they were discouraging the growth of the old grains, and they wanted the quick maize growers. And so even when it comes to people's habits, people used to drink porridge. Porridge was something that people used to drink, and porridge was also made from the same grains, but they were mixed in different combinations. They could even mix dried fish in there. So porridge, it's like a smoothie, but a hot smoothie. So you can mix, you start with your grains and you put in anything that you want in there. People, they would grind up the small dried fish and put it in there. Some people would put all three grains in there. Some people would add, herbs and things. So porridge was very healthy, and it was something that people would drink like 2 or 3 times a day. But when the British came, people switched over to tea. So nowadays, when you go to Kenya, people would be drinking tea like all the time during, it's like a hospitality thing. They're saying is this, anytime is tea time. So people switched over from porridge. They still drink porridge, from time to time, but tea just came and took over porridge, and tea is much less. And that's also where diabetes started to become a bigger problem than it was, because tea, people put sugar in it, but porridge, people used to either put honey or lemon or something. You don't really put a lot of sugar in porridge. So once tea became like the national drink, or the customary one, then it took over the other beverages, healthier ones. Okay. Okay, sorry. I don't know. Okay, that was a little paternalistic. Like, you all don't know what porridge is. Let me explain to you. It's what you in the Americas call smoothie. Well, okay, I know you know what porridge is, right?
Hey, so I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, so I wanted that. Well, it's kind of off the topic, so my bad.
Look, today we're just off. Let's just say we're off and we're going with it. So yeah.
Well, no, it was on the topic, but it was off what we were talking about. I was going to ask you, because how earlier we said, raising your kids is kind of like engineering your kids. So is engineering social engineering the same thing as manipulation? If it's the same thing as raising your kids, is that manipulation?
It's a good manipulation, like I was saying with the cults. My initial position was that all cults are bad, but like we established with Lady Matron's reading, not all cults are bad. There are actually some useful ones, and for me, like I said, a good cult will be one that follows African principles and has that as its vision. So yes, if it's done for the good of the children and the community, and that is the mission, then yes. But if you want to turn your children into mindless worshippers and just people who do what you want, then no. And there have been cults that are family based. There are some people who run their families like cults, men or women, where you can't say anything against what the father says, or you can't say anything against the mother, or else she'll burst into tears, or there's always threat of violence or disapproval or things like that. And those are the same tactics that cults use. There's the isolation, there's the us against the world sort of thing. So a family can be cultish in its behavior and its practices. So that's the wrong, that would be that the wrong cult indoctrination. But if it's done towards the vision, and that's the difference. A bad cult is the exploitation part of it. That's what distinguishes it. It's not the techniques are wrong, because what somebody could call manipulation, somebody else could call charm and seduction. What somebody else could say is lies, somebody could say it's just harmless untruths. So how we view things is also important, and what is the aim for it. So if you are lying to a child to prevent him from putting his hands in the fire, yeah, maybe it's not good to lie to them. Maybe you should sit and explain to them, what can happen and so on. That can happen. But if you just tell a child, if you put your hand in the furnace, then a big giant monster is going to come out of there and eat you up. Maybe that has more effect than trying to explain to a child logically this and that. So yeah, the methods sometimes may be questionable, but I think that the bigger thing is the goal and the end.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, yo, all right, so like telling your child like, okay, if you put your hand in the fire, you will get burnt. Like, is that manipulation? And if you like, would you say that it's better to be like, if you put your hand in the fire, a monster will come out, or it's better to say, yo, you will get burnt? But like I said, is that manipulation though?
No, well, it is manipulation, but it's a good manipulation. That's why I'm saying manipulation is just a tactic that people use to get their way. So if your way is good, then it's not necessarily bad. Of course, you should use the good way. If you had a child, who can understand those things, and also it's the stage of life that people are. There are people who you can, even with adults, there are people who you can explain to them logically this and that and so on, and they can understand. There are people who it takes emotion, it takes you rousing them up, or appealing to some feeling or something for them to sort of even understand what you're trying to say. So just like with children, if it is a 2-year-old, a 2-year-old is not going to sit there and understand the logic behind all the decisions. A 2-year-old is not going to be told why they need to go to sleep at 8 o'clock because of their circadian clock and so on, the importance of waking up in the morning tomorrow, and why they should go to school. They're not going to understand all that. Sometimes you just have to say, I told you have to use authority. Sometimes that's also a tactic of manipulation. Like we said, people are manipulated because of their appeal to authority. So you as a parent, you have authority, you can use that tool. People have the persuasion. You can persuade somebody, but if that doesn't work, you can use emotions, like, oh, if you don't go to sleep, mommy or daddy will be mad at you, or something like that. So all these things are just tools, and you can use them however you wish. So yeah, that's manipulation, but there's nothing wrong with it if it's towards the good of the child.
Okay.
Oh, Melanated is ready to go to sleep. Okay, it's been a long one, but thank you so much, Melanated Goddess. I hope you have a good sleep and some good porridge. Oh, okay, but you're still here. That's cool. That's cool. We'll keep you entertained until you're ready to sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, like, because sometimes the best thing to teach a child, like, you can be like, yo, don't put your hand, and then they touch that fire, like, oh yeah, that's why he said that, I mean, I don't know, like if it's manipulation to tell them you'll get burnt or not. You know, I think it is manipulation to be like a monster will come out or whatever. But I mean, I don't know. And let me ask Bakari, and don't cheat off Tanzan paper and and learning curve ain't here to save you either. You know what I'm saying? Yo, is raising your kids the same thing as social engineering? And is that, and if that is the case, is that the same thing as manipulation? I don't know. I think Bakari ran from that question.
My bad. I had a phone call. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad, bro. All right. You want me to come back to you? All right. Let me ask JB then. Is JB is social engineering the same thing as raising your kid? And I think you already answered that, but is that the same thing as manipulation?
Yes, I said yes at the third hour, the 33rd minute and 33rd second. Yes, yes, it is. Education is manipulation. Yes.
How is telling somebody the truth manipulation?
um, um, it's you're engineering somebody's thought, right? So you can tell somebody the truth, but it wouldn't be the truth. The truth of that fact would be that you told him or her the truth. The truth is there to encounter, to find out. Like it's like yesterday or for you it's still today, but it's let me see, it's almost 4 o'clock in here. Yesterday I had this thought, history it's like it's like the system. You have many systems, but people speak of the system, right? Here's the word history. History is this and that, and history is Kemet, and history is the ancient Greeks, and etc. etc. But history is still here. The traces of it are still here. So I found out a lot of things in West Africa, and I'm like, it's normal. People speak of it, to me it's proof that the Moors are not Arabs, but Moors are us blacks, and you just go to West Africa and you walk into it. You will walk into it, into the proof, into the language, into ancient traces in the country, right? But then you go to school and there's history, right? So I try to tell people, like, I try to, I try to convince people that of those facts. But now I'm that crazy guy that makes up his own history, right? But it's there. You go to West Africa, you go to the South Senegal, and you will encounter many things that will prove, that will change your whole look at history and humanity, right? So you can tell somebody the truth, but it's still manipulation. Yes, sir.
All right, that's interesting. I hear what y'all saying.
Okay, well, Sister Matron also agrees that it's telling the truth is manipulation because you're shaping the views of the truth. It is not objective. And a lot of us try to be objective, unbiased, fair, nice, moral, good, gentle, kind, all of that, when nobody else is trying to be as, moral as us. So there you go. Brother Bakari, did you have something to say?
He might still be stepped away.
Yeah, so there you go. There's your answer. The matron is always, clear and concise.
He had to come and try to save Bakari, and Tanzania already saved him anyway. But He probably ain't paying attention. He gonna get a wrong answer anyway.
Oh, Zulism is coming with the with the devil's advocacy.
I don't know. It sounds like every black person on here said they should. So I don't know what he mean.
He says we should not. Okay, Zulism, what do you suggest?
Yeah, it's a very modern, it's a modern thing to be a victim of the misconduct of your children. I think I feel Zilly. I noticed that in the supposedly conscious community, it's like yeah, people, maybe those are the most lazy people on the planet, right? Yeah, people act like they are a victim of the misconduct of their children, and they shrug their shoulder. Yeah, that's how he is, or that's how she is. No, you as a parent have to educate. It's work. You as a parent have to be the influencer, and not that girl from TikTok.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, man. That was a I had a call, family call. My bad. When I read what I can't ever say his name, Erzuliism. Only black people don't think to manipulate their kids. Shit, I damn sure mine. I'm gonna tell you something, man. And but he, in a sense, some of us doing, some of us who don't have kids think that we should. So when they have kids, they gone. Like I used to deal with, I used to talk to some of these Indian folk, right? I don't know if any of y'all ever heard of Dr. Vilu Anomaly, right? So I used to listen to him. He's an Indian guy, and he said some things. He used to talk about his African heritage. So he explained. So me and some of these other Indians had gotten cool because they respect Dr. Vilu, and they talked about their Ethiopian, their East African heritage too, right? Well, anyway, and I was talking to them. They on the gas station, and we was talking. I said, man, why so many of y'all like get into this? We were talking. He was like, a lot of us don't want to do this. He said, we've been told this is what we have to do because it'll create jobs for our people. So we've been taught this. And it would say some of them, Dr. Vilu Anomaly, Mr. Untouchable, Dr. Vilu Anomaly, Velu. I cannot spell anomaly, but if you put Vilu in, Vilu Anomaly will come up. But and he was like, a lot of Indians you see who doctors didn't want to be doctors. He said their professions chosen for them. And they've been told you have to be a doctor. That way you can take care of your community. You can keep your people healthy. Like I say, the gas station can create jobs in whatever other business that they're in. He was telling me like a lot of them don't want to. They didn't necessarily, that ain't what they wanted to do, but they had no choice. So, and I just wanted to say that talking when I read Azuliism comment, I get it, Mike.
Welcome, Ezuli. Welcome, Ezulism.
Hey, I don't know. Hey, what's up, everybody?
What
That's
up?
not what I said. I said that black people are the only person I don't think they should manipulate their kids for the greater good. I am for the.
Oh,
I'm not saying
okay.
that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't manipulate. By manipulation, I mean that just what's good for the community, what's good for the whole. Like I'm not saying like it's like when I hear other people, when I see the Jewish community, I see the Asian community, pe- like black people be like, when they're raising their kids, no, I had to let them choose. Choose what? Like, what are we choosing? Like career? Or when I'm talking about manipulation, I'm talking about the truth, like knowledge, like not career or not stuff like that. Like to say, I'm just saying that when you're raising your kids, if you have to manipulate them to do the correct thing for the community, for the ecosystem, I'm all for that. I'm not saying that you should let the kid do whatever they want. Because I was watching something. I think Coco put it or somebody else, or maybe I was watching. It says like relationship in the black community. Like we all fall into that Hollywood bullshit. And Dr. Henry Clark said that's why we suffering. That love, that oh I love her, my soulmate, all of that crap that we've been fed. And when we meet our kids, we teach our kids the same thing. Oh, You have different. No. So I'm just saying that I think you should manipulate, not like push them in the right direction. So I was listening to this guy. He said, an example: if you don't want your daughter dating this kid, you don't tell her that. What you do is you bring her around the boys that you want her to date. So let's say my daughter is hanging out with a guy I don't like. Instead of telling her, no, you shouldn't date or be mean, and let's say Brother Bakari or Mr. Untouchable have a nice son, I should start bringing my daughter around their son. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not like you can't just tell the kid no, 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 no. But as an adult, if you've been through the experience, if you know better, you got to manipulate them. That's it.
Okay, yeah. And let me say this, yo, because and that was the question, because I asked, was engineering the same thing as like raising your kids, and everybody was like, yeah. So I'm like, is that the same thing as manipulation, even the truth? And everybody say yeah, and that was just the question. I was just curious to what everybody was gonna say. It ain't like I was asking it one way or another or nothing like that. But when I do talk about the manipulation and all of that stuff now, like what I may kind of digress. I don't know, maybe I don't know from a lot of y'all, like when I was like bringing, because I don't know if you heard earlier, Azuli, I was saying like with the manipulating your kid, you can manipulate the horse to water, but you cannot make him drink. But you can put his head under the water, you know what I'm saying? Now, y'all could have also said, what I'm saying, well, I'm only going to focus on the horses that drink water. I ain't got to force them to come too, you know what I'm saying? Like, but, instead of, shooting them in the head, but I don't know. I'll pass the mic down.
I
But
mean,
you know what? But that's what I was saying. I was saying what I was agreeing with Zulism about that, because I do agree with that we give our kids too many choices. And I'm gonna tell you something. Give them too many choices on what they're gonna do. And then how many parents have you heard say this? When they're 18, they grown, right? So they come from a white mindset, right? So we think. I'm gonna tell you something I learned when I had my trash company. I told you I deal with a lot of rednecks. In business, I deal with a lot of them damn Trump loving rednecks. And they talk too. When I had my trash company, I had about 7 or 8 millionaire that was real millionaire customers, right? So when we was talking, it was something. What they did, they kids don't have to leave until they between 25 and 30. Of course, they can afford to put another house, and they could, even the ones that wouldn't millionaires, but I'm just talking about the millionaires because they talk the most, right? They didn't have to leave. They say their children ain't grown at 18. They're not getting out there messing up, right? And they also, as I was taught, the careers that they felt would be good for their children, they started to guide them that way. What they say, about the time they 7 or 8 years old, they're already guiding them into what they think will be good for them, because something that they see that they're good in, they already guide them that way. So I agree with Zulism that we should we should start doing the same thing. And when you guide them their way, it has to be done for the greater good of Black people. I've been telling my son said it first since he was 6, but I've been telling him he's an attorney ever since he made that statement. So ever since he been 6, the only thing he ever heard was, "You're an attorney, you're an attorney, you're an attorney." And that's what, because so now when you talk to him, what do you want to do? He said, "I want to be I'm gonna be a public defender first." And why are you gonna be a public defender? Now he probably don't even remember me pushing him this way, right? But to ask him why he gonna be a public defender, because so many of our people get caught up in his jail, get caught up in his system, and don't have no good representation. So I'll be a public defender before I get my own practice. That way, I'll be able to help more of our people. That's something I started doing when he was little. So I agree with Azulism. I just want to say that I get it, Mike.
Yeah, everybody agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I wouldn't say that black
Yeah.
people. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Sorry, my mic wasn't off.
Oh, oh. All right. Well, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I
Mhm.
used to work at Lincoln High School, and I was in a program where we had to check on the kids, make sure they did their homework, make sure they were in class or whatever. So this kid, I think in New York City, you have to go to school 180 times a year or something. I don't know. This kid only showed up 55 times out of the 180 days he's supposed to be in school. So I approached the parent and said, "Yo, sign him up for this program. We're gonna make sure he does his work." You know what the parent told me? I'll only sign him up to if he wants to do it. So we have a kid that don't already want to go to school, but you telling me it's up to him. And the kid was like 15, 16, nice kid or whatever. But so I'm just saying, a lot of us, because we believe in this, what Brother Bakari just said, oh, at 18, oh, you're grown. You could do whatever you want. No, bro, you can't do whatever you want. Oh, I'm letting them decide. Oh, it's up to them. What? Like, I think it's only in this community that I think in other communities they guide the children, especially the elders, until the children are in, like an 80-year-old person could guide a 30-year-old person. It's like America tells us, like, oh, we 18, we grown. You're not grown in front of somebody who's 50. So I mean, that's how I see it.
No, I get what you're saying, but I do think that black parents do that though, like, but just not for the right things though. It don't necessarily be for it be for like to go to church or to like do certain things. Some of it is good things, you know what I mean, but I do think black parents do those kind of things with their children. Like I think there's um a stereotype of black parents, especially in black parents in America, and that stereotype really comes from like one generation, which is partially true, but not all the way, because it's like I grew up in the middle class neighborhood and all of that stuff. My parents do the same thing, but they just wasn't you know in the right direction, and that's what I'm saying with like this manipulation thing, because a lot of people wouldn't take it as extreme as you know what I'm saying, like some of the things that you think that we should do, other people wouldn't agree, like, and that's what I'm trying to say, like like Tanzan wouldn't agree necessarily with drowning the horse, you know what I'm saying, but Bakari is not even going to take it to the water, but like what I'm saying is like, yo, when we start talking about manipulation, you know what I'm saying? Like, because all right, like, because like it's true, like, yo, like I could start telling like, yo, black people, you are God, you know what I'm saying? Like, literally come from planet Risk. So this planet here is like, you're like Superman right here on this planet, you know what I'm saying? Like, you are the originators, you know what I'm saying? You are the first humans, you are all of these things, you know what I'm saying? Like they have to bow to you. That's all true, right? You know what I'm saying? But like, yo, like I've seen manipulation go down wrong a lot of times, and that's all I'm saying.
When you're doing the manipulation for selfish individual reason, then it's wrong. But if you're doing it for the group or the for the ecosystem of the community, I don't think it could be wrong, because I think a lot of time a lot of parents are manipulating their kids to do, like a football player. For example, like a football player who didn't make it, he's gonna force his kid to become a football player just to live through him. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, I think if you're doing selfish manipulation for your own selfish reason of the kid, then it's wrong.
I see what you're saying. Just doing something where it's gonna benefit your son and benefit you, but not your people.
Yes, like a lot of parents do that. It's like, oh, like if a kid wants to be, let's say the kid say he wants to be a plumber, and then you wanted your kid to be a doctor. Nah, go be a doctor. Da, 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 da. Maybe the kid wants to be a carpenter. A carpenter is very beneficial to the community. But because of your own reason that you didn't accomplish your own dreams, you're forcing that dream upon the kid. Now that is gonna, I understand being a doctor, but why are you pushing him to do that? Is it for the community or is it for your own stuff? So,
Well, one time I asked someone, one of my cousins from back home, whether if he had the choice to have to be an owner of a store where he could make, let's say, 3 million a year versus being a doctor where he made $300,000 a year, which one would he choose? And can you make guesses which one he chose?
the store owner.
Okay. Any other takers?
You said the store owner and the doctor.
Yeah, a store owner with 3 million or a doctor with 300,000.
I would say the doctor.
Yeah, I said the
Even though
doctor.
it make less money, a doctor gonna have a little more prestige. I'm a doctor.
Yeah, I agree with
I'm not
Bakari.
saying that's the only reason they do it, but I'm just saying.
Okay, so Dr. Ezuli is a store owner. Jose?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think store owner, doctor is not easy.
Okay. Well, him, he said, without hesitation, doctor. He said, yeah, and for the same reasons that, was it Bakari or was it Focus who said the prestige?
Yeah, it was Bakari. Yeah, I agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is what I don't understand. I don't understand why. What's the prestige in being a doctor? Dude, you just following what they tell you to do. All the prescription, all the things. I understand. Like, back in the days, this is what I don't understand. You become a doctor. They make it hard to become a doctor. They make it hard to become a doctor. All this stuff. The Europeans give all these hard names for shit to pronounce. The body's simple. How come that? I'm not saying Dr. Sebi's like Dr. Sebi. If you follow him, this person could give you better stuff for your body than the doctors. The woman that used to go in the bushes to get I bet you he don't want to be that doctor. He don't want to be the doctor. The mama that went to the bushes and got some greens and gave it to you that cured your fever. And that's another issue with this fake, like with a lot of like prestige. It's fake prestige. It's selfish prestige.
Now the lady that goes into the bush, she has names for the greens that she collects, right? So all these ancient Greek and ancient Roman names, Latin, all these Latin names that doctors have to learn in school. It's just naming. It's just naming the stuff. You can Europeans pull it to their, they make it theirs by using Latin and ancient Greek, but that's all. The actual process is to name things. I bet that old lady that goes into the bush for medicine and food, she has also names for what she collects in the bush.
Yeah, but you notice though, even though how mad you got, you still had to refer to Dr. Sabi as Dr. Sabi. You know what I'm saying? It's where the people is at. You know, it is what it is. It's people that get online and argue with people like, yo, sir, refer to me as doctor. You know what I'm saying? And they literally won't do that. And they're saying, no, refer to me as doctor. Or like, yo, if you, just call him Sabi if that's the case. Like, you still call him Dr. Sabi. You know what I'm saying? So it obviously means something. And it got you pissed off, so.
Because I'm pissed off, but yeah, that's the interesting thing. We do still like Dr. Mitro. See, now I'm doing it too. Dr. Matron, revolutionary Matron says, white acceptance and community respect. We don't respect shopkeepers. Yeah, who said derisively that England was a nation of shopkeepers? Do you remember that quote? I think it was Napoleon. It was some French guy. I think it might have been Napoleon, but who knows? Quotes are often misattributed. But somebody, a French, let's say it was Napoleon for now until otherwise. But Napoleon said that England is a nation of shopkeepers. Is it shopkeepers or shopkeepers? Man, but yeah, for him, he looked at and France, is a nation of artists. That's how he saw it. So even for him, prestige was more important than the money aspect of it. Even though at that time England was actually the master of the sea as well. So some people do value that prestige, whether it's imagined or real. But we do give people who have that doctorship some sort of respect more than you would a shopkeeper. So you look at a shopkeeper and he's selling things, small things at the corner, but he may be having 3 million in his account, and actually many of them do. So but he's not going to get the same level of respect and of that sort of thing that a doctor may get. So a doctor may be poorer, way poorer, but he's getting the sort of and what is more important to people really? Is it having that money, or is it having that that respect and from other people and acknowledgement? So I don't know whether he had a point or not, but when I asked him, I thought he was going to go with the money, because he's young, he's still in his 20s. So you'd think that the way they talk about in rap about money and all that other things that accompany it and so on. So you'd think that the young men would be more inclined towards the money, but hey. Oh yes, thank you. Revolutionary. Yes, go ahead. It was Napoleon.
Okay, look, I've heard some people, right? Zulism, he keep talking about Dr. Sebi. I've heard some people in some circles beat Dr. Sebi down, right? Them, God, whatever. Oh, call him a quack and all that, right? But I can say this, right? For me, what I said, remember I told you with my black doctor, we had the diet that he gave me to help me beat diabetes and high blood pressure. At that point, I didn't know who Dr. Sebi was, right? But when I found out who Dr. Sebi was and I read Dr. Sebi, some of his stuff, Dr. Sebi had the exact same diet to beat diabetes and high blood pressure as the ones that my doctor gave me. Now it's certain things that I probably wouldn't let him do it. I know I would not probably, but it's certain things that I would let them handle. But I know they couldn't. He didn't run tests and like tell you tell him what's wrong. But other than that, in all honesty, like I said, he had the exact same diet, and I didn't even know who Dr. Sebi was at the time. But when I learned who Dr. Sebi was, he had the exact same diet to defeat diabetes, high blood pressure, uh, uh, defeat the bad cholesterol. He had the exact same diet as my doctors in my doctor's office did. So I give him his props for that. So it is some things that I will check with Dr. Sebi on. Some, not all, but some.
Okay, fair enough. Even people may have useful information, and you take what applies to you, and you leave what doesn't. And that's how we have to do with every bit of knowledge that comes our way, even some of it that comes from those other people from other cultures and so on. We shouldn't just say, oh well, we're just going to look at one thing, and it's good to compare. It's good to see where one works and one fails, and we have to give the current Western medicine, especially when it comes to surgery, that sort of thing. They do have a handle on that. So it just depends. I think that one should try as much as possible not to have to take to go to the hospital or take those pills. But if you do need to do it, you just have to. But in any case, you also have to be responsible for your own health. Most people, when they're told, oh, you have diabetes, or you're in danger of having high blood pressure and things like that, they would rather take the pills than do the other work, that because the other part of the pills is the doctor always tells you, but you have to have, diet, whatever, accompanied by diet and exercise. So you have to do something about yourself. You can't just sit back and let the pills, do their work. And most people do not want to do that aspect of it, so they only do the pill part, and they forget the self, the self work, and then they wonder why they have to keep taking the pills when they're not doing any work. So when it comes to that personal aspect of it, yeah, it's there. Sometimes you can trust the doctors. There's sometimes when you have to do what they say, and sometimes you have to put yourself at their mercy, so to speak. But you also have to do your part, and most people are not willing to do that. So
Hey, can I say this though?
mhm.
Just and I agree with you though, Raw. Herbalists and stuff like that. But I do have to say though, doctors are very, very important. And for any children that may listen now or in the future, you know what I'm saying? That's something that's very important. And like, yo, it's a fact. Like, I'm sorry, yo, it is what it is. Our bodies are unique. It is what it is, and we have to have people that look like us that know how to cure our own bodies. Like, say there's an incident where you get wounded, you need to know somebody who knows how to fix that up. Or if an accident happens, you have to have somewhere you can go to where you can get healed. So these things is very, very important, you know what I'm saying? So like, and even if you will make more money as a store owner, you know what I'm saying? Like, a doctor with the right mindset in the community, you know what I'm saying, is very, very important. So like, I do hope not all people would be the store owner and would be a doctor. I just hope that both the store owner and the doctor have the right mindset in the first place. So, or else it don't mean that's no good either. No matter what they pick. But I'll pass the mic though.
I want to show you, like for me, I say herbalist is good, but I'm gonna be honest, man. There's a reason there's doctors, right? See, I'm gonna show you something. We give white people credit for everything. The first doctors in the world, the first doctors school, whatever in the world was black people. They studied Egyptians learning this shit, but we just give them credit. I understand what we've been through with them. So if they studied and learned, studied what to do, I called it the Hippocratic oath. But you know the oath the doctor have to take when they graduate med school? They call it the Hippocrates. I call it the Hippocratic oath. Y'all know what I'm talking about? So y'all don't know that?
Yes, yes, the Hippocratic oath.
It's
Yes,
the Hippocratic, actually the Hippocratic oath.
The
yes,
hypocritical oath.
But when you study him, he tell you how he studied Imhotep, and that's who they claim they studied. They in charge right now. That's why they controlling everything. But to just throw doctors away completely, then we'll throw away our black. I'm gonna tell you again, forecast. Listen to the conversation. I want you to understand something. That's why I'm telling you now. It's hard. If a young black kid, and people get mad with me when I say this, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you what I told him. When my son was in here, he laughed. I say, stay away from the extra conscious black people. You're going to be a doctor. They're gonna argue with everything that you say. But there have to be some benefit in them going to school, getting knowledge. I'm not saying get rid of an herbalist. I'm not saying they can't learn to be an herbalist as well. But going to school to be a doctor, and do you understand when our youth hear us say stuff like that? Why would they want to say, I'm going to come back and help? Just be honest. Why would they want to say, I'm going to come back and help? How can they help you? You don't want to deal with them no way.
I mean, why would any of us want to do that if that's the case? Because we do that in every field, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
but see, no. We just talking, I'm just talking about everybody who against the doctors. That's all I'm saying. Why would any of the ones who going to school to be a doctor, why would they want to come back to help? When I hear black people talk about me being a doctor, nothing I say is going to even be trustworthy anyway. I keep telling us, man, I don't think we know, but our youth be listening. The people that trying to go to school and possibly want to come back and do something, just like I told my son, stay away from them crazy ass Moors, because they're gonna tell you they know the law better than you. They are gonna argue with you. So when you become an attorney, when you finish school, stay away from those people. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Don't drive yourself crazy dealing with people like that who going to argue with you about the law because they walking around with a Black Laws dictionary with laws from 1715 saying this is the law. Stay away from those people. Our youth be listening.
I agree with you on this one. Because them niggas gonna talk about, oh, you sovereign. Man, shut your ass up. Yo. Oh, you sovereign, you don't have to take this. Da, 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 da. Be quiet. I agree with you on that. But I don't know if it's the same thing with the doctor thing. Because a bush person, like the lady said on the chat, a herbalist, I think our people used to really know how to cure our body type. But the lawyer thing, I totally agree with you. These Moors, Black Dictionary, shut up. I saw something on YouTube where one trying to use that sovereign thing, They locked them up and threw him, they held them in contempt. Rizla Islam trying to use that same thing. And they almost threw him in jail. So I get it.
But let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. Can anybody in the bush, do they have anything to truly test your body, or do you have to tell them what's wrong? See, look, we can't live, and we can't live like it's 1818 and it's 2022. I'm not saying something wrong with being an herbalist, but when we constantly disrespect that, when we do it publicly, why would our youth want to go to school to be a doctor to come back and say, I'm going to help people who don't even respect my profession? I'm nothing to them. They would rather deal with somebody in the bush who ain't going to run no tests, who ain't going to do, because you can ask these doctors for an alternative.
But Brother Bakari, when you go to the doctor, you tell them that's because you feel something. You tell them you have a symptom. You don't just go to the doctor to go to the doctor. Before they perform those tests, those exams, you come in and you say you have symptoms. So when you go to the herbalist, you tell them you have a fever. You say this and that and the third. What I'm saying is this Europeanized doctor thing that we go to is not the medication that they give us is not conducive to our body. Antibiotics kills. A doctor gives you antibiotic. You think the antibiotic is only curing what's wrong? It destroys everything in your stomach. It destroys all the good gut bacteria that's good for your stomach.
So let me ask you a question, right?
So what I'm saying is the good thing to do is to combine the two. Like to be like, if you're a doctor and you go, you should learn about being a herbalist. You should learn about those things. Not just the European science that you learn in school.
So let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. And I always use me for an example. When they said diabetes, they were going to offer me medication and they were going to offer me high blood pressure pills and all that. If they are only see, what we don't understand is, like I was telling my other friends, the Black patient have accountability for themselves, right? They didn't offer me, they didn't tell me, well, if you do this, this what's going to happen. They offered me the pills. And I said, man, I don't want to live my life taking those pills and shots. If that's how I got to live, I don't even want to be here. I'm too young for that. Is there an alternative? You know what they said? I was the first one. This is a Black doctor. Him and a white dude had a practice together. I was the first patient in 20 years that they diagnosed saying gonna have diabetes pills, high blood pressure pills, and eventually diabetic pills gonna turn to diabetic shots. He said I was the first person in 20 years to ask for an alternative. That's why I said, Dr. Sebi said the same thing my doctor said, because when I asked for an alternative, they gave it to me. See, but so once again, right? So I'm going to ask this question again, which everybody is avoiding. So why would a Black child
I want to answer this question
to be a doctor to come back and help people who don't even want to respect it?
Okay, yo, I'll answer this question, Bukari, yo. And I get what you're saying. You know, it isn't the same thing as Uli is saying. You know, But I get what you're saying. Why, like, you know, pretty much you would tell him to go be Ben Carson or something. You know, I get
No, I ain't telling him to be Ben Carson. I told him to stay away from people who ain't gonna respect what the
But
why come
Bakari,
back.
that's
And
what
I'm
I'm
telling
trying to
you what I
tell you.
told him. I
You
ain't about
like
to tell you.
you but define like the what you said, like woke. I forget what you said.
I said
Something about
extra
woke.
conscious.
Aren't you extra conscious? Because
No, I'm not.
you
I don't
know,
even use
yes
the
you
word
are,
conscious
Bakari.
nor woke to describe me. So go ahead. I
But
don't
a
use
lot of
that.
people would, my brother. People
But
who
I
use the
don't.
word hotep would, my brother. But that's you. Like that's you. The
Hotel means
doctor would
peace.
though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but I don't. I don't use that but I'm saying, since you asked me, I'm letting you know I don't even
Well,
use
I'm
that to
telling, yeah,
describe you.
that's what I'm saying. Like, and I want to say this, you know, and I don't want because I want it to be like a praise, you know what I'm saying, but I don't want to yo, can I say this? You know what I'm saying, Bukari?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, it's like what your father did was a great thing, you know what I'm saying? Like now imagine if he was to say, you know what I'm saying, like now why would I go back and fight for this thing for black people? You know what I'm saying? When they just look at education as, you know what I'm saying, like you know what we say about black people in the book, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you want to do these things because it's going to, number one, you want to know how to heal your own self and your children, you know what I'm saying? And it's not about what people think about you, it's just what you do. And there are people like you, me, Tanzan, all these people that will look at you and like but you will discount them for the people that you had a bad experience with. It's not about the bad people, it's about the people that you can help, you know what I'm saying, that's in your community, which you never know who that you're helping, and who they could be somebody who is very important that could do something else, you know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't just say like, yo, you can't just discredit all of that. Cause like, yo, we try to discredit, like we would be in that thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like when people like say hotep, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's a disgrace. And it's just a word. It's a word with a positive meaning. And we use it as a diss. Like everything is extra woke and extra conscious. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like to that girl, this everything that we do, that girl that I reacted on, like, yo, that we are woke and conscious. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the mindset that kind of stuff come from. I think, you know.
But
Yeah.
with the doctor thing, I've never heard people, only a few people question doctors, because you know what? Most African American, most black people, they go with whatever the doctors say in America. That's why you just said nobody ever questioned, oh, is there an alternative way? I don't want the shots. I want to do this. I want to do that. Most people go, nobody was fighting the COVID shit. They just listen to their doctor. Everybody now you see what they're saying about the COVID shots. So
Yeah.
if your son would become a doctor, like people don't even follow the doctor's rules. It's not because of it's people in general. It's not just black people that's going to question you. Look at the obesity rate in America. People are obese as shit. Doctor keep telling them not to eat stupid shit. They still eating stupid shit. So I don't want to. I don't want to think that's a black community thing. I'll go with you with the lawyer thing and stuff like that, because I do see them retarded more talking about, oh, you got to be sovereign. You can't drive without don't drive without a license. They don't have no authority on you. Oh, who says that? I do agree on the lawyer part, but I do believe that Dr. Wise, like, yo, if we go back to the herbalists, we had everything, man. It's because there's no money in being a herbalist. There's no big money. These doctors are following the fake prestige and capitalism for making money.
You know,
Okay.
may I say something
Go ahead, Jose. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
on the title and the subject of today? There's a white coat magic. There's white coat magic. You know this series. I believe it's called CSI, right? So I've been into ICT, right? I fell off, but whatever. The demand is so big. I think I'm going to enter soon again. But yeah, one thing that I used to encounter at the job or in private is this white coat magic. So you got this series CSI. This man and this woman, they are everything, right? They are biologists, they are detectives, they are lawyers. Everything they can do themselves. But when they needed an ICT, when they needed something regarding computers, they would leave their office, walk through a long corridor to another space, to a dark space with all types of little lamps and bleeps, and there would be a nerdish guy in a white coat with glasses, and that was the computer guy, right? So there's this white coat programming, and it's the same with the doctors, whatever. Okay, it's what Izuli just said is proof of it not completely being true, but this respect, this prestige for a doctor is this white coat magic. Doctors are those white coat magicians, just like the white coat, just like the ICT guy is turned into a white coat magician in media, because the CSI is just one example, right? Those what's the name of that popular science fiction thing? Star Trek is you got this Dr. Spock. Spock is the white coat ICT guy, right? They live in the future, and it's a sophisticated spaceship, but it's Spock that is the ICT guy. I don't know nothing. We have to ask Spock, right? So I think doctors are in that same category. They are turned into magicians with images. The image that is built around them, they are turned into magicians.
Hey,
check this out, right?
Hey,
Check
yo,
this out,
Bakari.
right?
Hey, hold on, Bakari. Before you go, real quick, can I ask Azuli a quick, just yes or no question?
Well, go ahead.
Hey, Azuli, I just want to show Tanzania something real quick. Would you use manipulation to make people get the jab?
Would I what?
What?
You brought up.
That's like asking the alphabet question, and which is the other one, and the other guy that Jose is so popular with the question.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead,
Okay,
Bakari.
but check this out, right? Check this out. Y'all break y'all leg where y'all going. Y'all ain't going to that bush. I bet you. You get shot. You ain't going to the bush. You going to a doctor.
We're gonna put some duct tape on it.
The only thing now, sometimes going to them doctors, don't do a damn thing. That's a fact. I'm not saying shouldn't nobody be no herbalist, but what y'all are doing here, y'all are really, really, really disrespecting black folks who going to school doing some. So forecast. So that little clinic you put up, where you showed where the football player put up in Chicago and bought all those black doctors.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
Black, the country. Oh, they'll much rather go in it. Like just in something wrong with black people. Oh, I don't trust the DNA. Like I met this woman in the damn barbershop. I don't trust the DNA. I went out to the woods and paid somebody $500 to do a blood test to tell me where I come from. What the hell?
But Bakari,
everything scientific. Black people run from and say white people taught you.
Yeah. That's toxic. That's the toxic consciousness. Yes,
somebody.
So Bakari, did those people be like, so let's not build a clinic in the black neighborhood, let's take it to a white neighborhood? Did they let them stop them?
Somebody taught those white people who have the schools now, even with the jab. See, I don't get into conspiracies. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I damn sure wouldn't listen to people like Rizza Islam and all them talking about the shot, right? Whether I took it or not, everything is on me. What I decide, I don't get into conspiracies. But like I said, it was a black medical school.
So it was a black medical school that learned that stuff from European people.
Oh, Mahalia Medical College.
Black
doctors going out through the black community, been taking care of the black community. So they created an alternative for black people during the COVID, even a different shot. Black people wouldn't see. I'm gonna tell you, black people think they be fighting the system and ain't fighting nobody but them damn selves. I ain't gonna go to the doctor because they learn from the white folks. You're speaking a white person language. You're doing everything white. You went and learned from white folks. But these doctors, because we don't have a university, I'm sorry, we do, we have Mahalia, but black folks didn't want to support them. They didn't want to support the black doctors who literally go through the black community and do free work for black folks, trying to get them healthy. Didn't support them. But when it comes to these, we don't want to support. They learn from a white person. Man, that shit is crazy.
So
that shit is absolutely crazy. And
so
yes,
Bakari,
and I don't care what people think about me. Yes, I told my son friends to stay the hell away, and I mean it. Just like I told my son who's going to be an attorney, stay the hell away from those people like the Moors. I told his friends that's going to be a doctor, stay the hell away from these extra conscious folks. Just like his one who's going to be a biologist, stay away. Because there's no need for black people to get no type of education and learn something different, because black people is going to be mad. You find black people that want your help, and those are the black people that you help. That's what I tell them. But I say, but people that's going to argue with you, stay away from them. Don't try to convince them of nothing.
so Bakari, what up, guy? I'm sorry, but Bakari,
Yes, let's take a moment to welcome Guy Nollywood Jr. Thank you for joining. Hotel.
Hey, hotel. What's going on, fellas? What's going on, Tanzan? Thanks for having me, sis. But Tanzan, let me, because this definitely goes into the topic, right? And I'm listening to everybody. So basically, what I'm hearing is our children should be herbalists instead of doctors now. Like what I'm hearing, because, and I'm just going through, and I'm just gonna say my experience. Yes, I take high blood pressure. Yes, I take cholesterol pills. My doctor is a black man, so I got to stop listening to him. And he did all this studying, so I'm going to reject him and do and just listen to people who's not professionals. That doesn't make any sense. Now, we already know the older you get, the less active you are, right? So when you're less active, your what do you call it, your arteries would tend to clog a little more because you're less active. So yes, that creates hypertension and all this other stuff. So you got to clean your arteries. What is the alternative to clean your arteries if you're not active? So yes, when we was younger, we used to play ball, this and that. So your arteries is always cleaning or whatever. So your blood can go, get to the heart faster, right? Easier, right? But I notice when I don't work out, I don't go to the gym, I get a little tired. That means the arteries are not, it's getting a little thick or whatever the case is. So you need cholesterol pills to clean all that crap out. Because yes, we do eat bacon and all that other stuff, starch and stuff like that. So yes, you're gonna need cholesterol pills. You're gonna have to take those high blood pressure. And I'm not saying you can take other stuff. You could take your vitamin D pills. I take vitamin B, D, B, A, E. You know what I'm saying? So I take these things, and I drink some herbal teas to go with it. I do whatever I have to take to be healthy, and it's working. I do it all. I'll say do it all. But I'm going to listen to my doctor. I'm going to tell my kids to be a doctor, because that's something that our people been doing for long. I'm not saying, be a herbalist. They don't know what that is. There's no there's no professional herbalists out there, not that I know of. So we gotta stop discouraging our people with nonsense, man. We got too many entertainers as it is. So now we got to get into the engineering. We got to get to the, get into the medical field. We got to get into even when it comes down to being a lawyer, get into the law firm, stuff like that, studying law. So our kids can grow up to be lawyers or whatever. So we got to get into these areas, man. Like, and we could study this stuff. We could learn that stuff that's ourselves. So I want to learn more about medicine. This is the reason why it's good to take bio. You got to know your body. You got to know these things. Study your body, what your body needs. So if I would say do it all to be healthy. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like flu shots. I don't. I try to stay away from flu shots. I don't like taking the flu shots. I do know that vitamin E pills will. It's a little more. To me, I would say that's the more alternative to be healthy. Um, so far, when I've been doing that, I haven't been. I haven't gotten a flu in a long time. So as far as you're gonna catch a cold. It's inevitable. You going to get sick at some point, but it's not gonna be a drastic long. You're not gonna be sick for like 2 or 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Because your body needs to rest. When anytime you're sick, that means your body needs to rest. That means you got to stay in the bed and rest. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how your body heals. Your body need to recover because you out in the streets all the time, you breathing all that pollution and all that stuff. Your body needed so your body said, look, I'm tired. You it needs it. So while you sleeping and yeah, you're gonna drink your soup and or whatever, because it needs help. It needs to be your immune system needs to be built. But so after you take all that, your body would finish the rest. So by the next, that's what I like NyQuil. Take your NyQuil because that will your body needs to heal just the rest alone. So your body heals itself. So but no, I'm not going to reject my doctor. If my doctor say, look, you need high blood pressure pills and cholesterol, I'm going to take that shit because
Your doctor learned from these European niggas that's making medicine about money.
how
His
you know
own
how you
doctor,
know how do you know that how
because
do
the
you
blood
know
pressure pill are gonna keep you on the pill. They're not gonna
how do
cure
you
you.
know that, sir?
They're
How
not
do you
gonna
know
cure
that?
you. Are you on it? How long you been on the blood pressure medication?
For a while, for since I was in my late
Exactly.
30s.
It's not meant to cure you because it's a money making scheme.
But it's saving my life though.
You said no. You know what? It's saving your life because you gotta eat different, brother. You gotta stop eating
So
the
okay,
processed
okay,
food.
okay.
That's
Check
why
this out.
I
Check this
told
out.
you.
Check this out. No,
That's why
hold on,
I
brother
said
Bakar.
I
No, hold on,
asked
brother
for
Bakar.
something.
Hold on, brother Bakar. Hold on. So how should I eat? What I should eat?
Whatever you
No, no, no,
ate
no, no,
that gave
no,
you the
no,
blood
no,
pressure,
sir,
don't eat
no,
that
sir. You're a
shit.
professional. You're a professional doctor. So what should I eat?
I can tell you, guy, for real. He
Cut the
probably.
fucking meat.
No,
Cut
no, no.
the
I
fucking meat.
want him to tell me, brother Bakar.
I'm about to tell you.
Go ahead, tell me, brother.
Cut the fucking meat out. Cut the fucking white rice. Cut the fucking white bread. Cut the
So
alcohol.
okay,
Eat more
okay.
fruit. Eat more vegetables.
So how much
Walk.
vegetables I need to eat? What
I
I'm
don't
going
know.
to get the
I don't know
so
what
what I'm
number.
going to get the protein from? What I'm going to get my protein from?
You get your protein from nuts, man. Eat Brazilian nuts. Eat
Wait a minute. So
walnuts,
I got
bro.
to eat salad and nuts all day?
You know what? Then keep taking your blood. Keep taking your high blood pressure medications. Then do your thing, bro.
Look, I'm gonna
Actually,
tell
the
you.
answer
And
to
let me
you
tell you
gotta
what my
you gotta
doctor
eat
told me.
meat. Yes.
Keep
Let's
doing
hear
that, bro.
from Jose.
No, but let
He's
me
been especially quiet today. Jose,
say this right quick, Jose. Then you can go. Right.
sure.
So I'm gonna say what my doctor told me. Right. Because I was off of blood pressure medication. I didn't want to take it, and diabetic medication. And like I said, he told me I was the first one in 20 years. I was the first one in 20 years that ever asked them for an alternative. And literally, this is what they said, right? I'm going to tell you, cut out, he was right, cut out the white rice, everything white. The first thing they said, white, anything white is bad for you. Then they say, cut out pork completely. I'm telling you what they told me. Eat more green vegetables, cut out or cut back on fried foods, and exercise at least if you just walk like 30 minutes, 30 minutes a day. And I can tell you something that's good to help lower your bad cholesterol and raise your good cholesterol. Eat honey nut Cheerios. And I promise you, that's what I did. And within 60 days, none of that came back, and all of it, and it has never come back. And that because I asked for an alternative though, because I told them I ain't want it. I don't know if you asked for an alternative or not. Now they didn't give it to me. I had to ask for it. And when I asked for it, they gave it to me. And that is when they said pork white is everything white is horrible for you. And don't get
So,
it twisted. I
so
still
brother
eat.
Bakari, that means you offer cholesterol and blood pressure pills.
I never even took the pills. I told him I wasn't gonna take them. I'm being honest
Okay,
with
so no, so if you offer that stuff completely.
you. Yeah, I don't have no high blood pressure. My bad cholesterol is where it's supposed to be because you have bad and good. My good cholesterol is high. My bad cholesterol is low. No diabetes is nowhere in my system no more. It's in complete uh it's in complete remission. And I'm gonna be honest. And a lot of time now, I would still eat, like I said, I still eat white rice sometimes. I try to eat more brown rice, yellow rice, but if I tell you I don't eat white rice, I would be lying. I don't eat pork. I eat green vegetables every day. And I did have to exercise, but all of that literally left my system. And that's the truth. That was the alternative. And it was a black doctor that gave it to me.
And I'm not saying not to become doctors. I'm not saying that. If your kid want to become a doctor, yes, but know that whatever you're going to learn is part of the money making scheme. Know that. I'm not telling, if my son say I want to become a doctor, I'm not going to tell him no. Go do your thing. That's what you want to do. Do your thing. But if a black person questions a doctor, it's, oh, I'm going to question you. What do you mean? You giving people pills? Do you know that there's articles that came out that said vitamins don't even work? You get your vitamin. I went to the doctor one time, and I had they did like a X-ray. They said I had calcium calcified in my lungs or whatever. You know what I told the doctor I was taking a lot of vitamins. You know what the doctor told me? It was an Indian doctor. He said, "You don't take none of that shit, man. Just eat your greens and your vegetables. That's the real medicine." So I'm not saying that for somebody not to become a doctor, not to be this, because I'm questioning. But a lot of the doctors, especially when it comes to blood pressure, diabetes, all these things, they're not gonna tell you that you could cure the shit by your food. They want you to keep going to buying medication, getting the cholesterol medication to make money.
You know,
So
my experience is I just wanted to answer the questions of brother guy. Yes, the answer is yes. So you have to eat nuts and green nuts and green and drink water. I don't see doctors a lot. You know, I move. You know, I have a bicycle. I have two of those those 5 kilos each that I exercise my arms with, and my bicycle, and I walk. You know, I always uh, 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 no matter I have always lived at the border of the city, so I have green. I like to watch birds, so I walk a lot, right? I walk, I bike, and I eat a lot of greens and nuts. The only problem is that I am a sweet tooth, so I eat a lot of sweets and drink a lot of soda. But one time I had a tia, and they checked me like everything, right? And they couldn't find anything, but but they wanted to give me medicines, right? They couldn't explain why I had the tia. I was perfectly fine. I was perfectly uh, healthy, but still they wanted to give me blood pressure medicine. And indeed, it thins your blood, and you will depend on it for the rest of your life. And I was like, no, no, thank you, man. No.
All right. So, I think it's not one extreme or another. I think there are times when you do have to, resort to, the modern medicine. It's the pill medicine versus plant medicine. I know there's other ways, but basically just pill and then surgery versus herbs and some spirituality probably involved there. And there's different diseases with different cures. There are some modern diseases that require modern cures. I don't know if there's an herbalist cure for things like, I don't know, these new viruses, new diseases popping up. I don't know. But at the same time, it shouldn't, one should take responsibility for your health. Even if you have all those diseases, even if you do take the pills, you're still supposed to do the work. You're still supposed to exercise and watch what you eat and so on and so forth. So I do agree with Mr. Untouchable that you can do both. You can do what works for you, minimize, medical intervention, but if required, that's what we have to do. And I do respect doctors. I don't like going to them. I don't like the necessity of going to one, but that's the necessity of life. Nobody likes doing stuff, but you have to. But with doctors, I do agree that we should give them that respect, not just for the work that they do, but for the work that they have put in. It's not, if you want to show discipline to an example of discipline to children, yeah, you have your athletes and your footballers and so on, and those glamorous lifestyles. But somebody who can put 5-6 years without guarantee of success, and then after that still have a very full and difficult schedule, and then still have to work years and years, it's not an easy thing. Whether you agree with their methods or not, it's not something that can be taken lightly. I think doctors have the highest years of training. So if somebody has that discipline, and also on the other hand as well, is when we talk about defending Black women, our people are still going to the doctors. And if we don't encourage more of our people to go in there and firstly know what is going on, and secondly be the advocates or the ones who will practice good medicine even amongst that bad environment, because for now people don't really have access to the plant-based medicine that we used to have. So I think that it's not like the doctor going into the police force, because if you're going there you already know what you're getting into. But the medical profession needs more people who look like us, especially even for a woman. If you're going into to give birth, I mean I know there's the traditional births at home where you can have a doula, and that might be available for some women, but not everyone, because that I know it does cost some a bit. So for a woman going in, you want to be surrounded by nurses and staff that look like you. So if we don't have people in those professions, then it will be very hard to complain and even to know how to combat certain practices. So if somebody wants to say something.
Have you guys read?
Still running.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Nothing. I was messing with forecast. Go ahead. He's still running.
I was gonna say, have you guys read Medical Apartheid? So we act like the Black people mistrust doctors for no reason, or because we hate them because they. But no, there's a whole history of them freaking messing with our bodies. So that's where the mistrust of the doctors come from.
Yeah, you got healers and you got doctors. Doctors doctor and healers heal.
Doctors doctor, healers heal. That's where the mistrust comes from, Bakari. That's what it's
okay, but we're in the 21st century. I ain't trying to live like we in 1900. Everything update. Everybody is updated. Ain't that something we keep talking about, our positioning and where we are in the world? Every other race, every other group of people update what they are doing. But some strange reason Black people don't want to. Maybe if you teach the kids you be a doctor when they come back. But when you constantly hear, I ain't gonna go to no doctor. Why the hell would they want to come back? I ain't going to no doctor. But I bet you all of them run to that damn doctor. If they get shot, they got a broke leg. They ain't looking in the woods then, are they? They running their ass to the doctor.
Bro, I'm gonna have to, Brother Bakari, I saw a video where African people were doing brain surgery in the jungle, bro.
Yeah.
So let's stop that shit. We're talking about like the doctor in America.
Good.
I saw these people. Hold up, brother. I saw the man cut the person's skull open, alive.
Guess what?
And do brain surgery with no need of all that shit that you see. I seen it.
Okay, good. Watch this. I saw that video too. So I'm glad you said that. So once again, you're making my point. Like I said, these white people learned from Black folk. Now they in charge, so they doing the teaching. So now we scared to go learn because somebody taught that person how to do that brain surgery. He didn't come out the womb knowing. Somebody taught
Excellent
him.
point.
So
Excellent point.
if black people was
Don't hype him
already
up,
teaching,
baby.
if black people was already teaching them and they learn, because if you study what I call the Hippocratic Oath and you study him, he tell you he was Greek. They study the Greeks. When you study him, he tell you he studied everything that Imhotep left. So if they learned from
Excellent.
us, could it be that they just taking what they learned and giving it back? They still even use some of the tools. Matter of fact, the biggest tool, the one I can't think of the name of it, I call it a tongue, but it's not. The big long tool where they can stick inside and move organs around or whatever when they're doing surgery or whatever. But anyway, they still have some of the same tools from ancient Egypt. But we think we're fighting the system, but then we end up fighting ourselves. I'm gonna ask y'all a question.
I want
Just
to
be
answer
honest,
it.
right?
Sorry.
Do any of y'all know why that now that Dr. Sebi is no longer here? And trust me, I still follow some of what Dr. Sebi said, because like I said, what he said about diabetes and high blood pressure was the exact same thing my doctor said. So he did know something, right? So why can't he say, why can't the people that sell his stuff say anymore that they cured AIDS and cancer?
And they got sued.
See,
Right.
why did they get sued?
Because the medical John said it's not true or something like that.
Because the people who they said they cured came back and still had it.
Not Dr. Sabi's. Not
Oh
Dr.
my goodness.
Sabi's.
Look, dude, I'm telling you right now, if you look it up, it stayed, they tested and it stayed out their system. The HIV stayed for 30 days. Then they tested another 30 days and it was back. If you don't believe me, you can look it up. I'm not
I don't.
knocking,
I mean, I did.
I'm not knocking Dr.
Okay.
Sebi for what he did, no. But if we ignore our kids that's going to school, if we ignore people who learning to study this stuff and who can run tests on you, it don't want to hear nobody talk about white supremacy. We got to look at us and like, damn, why don't we want to update our information in what we are doing? Why can't we teach our kids, once you get this once you get this education, and once you learn to use this medicine, right?
I wanna point at something.
Okay, let me say this then, because I'm about to stop. Why can't we teach our kids that once you get this education and once you learn, you bring this back and you don't treat us like they treated us?
Because you told them not to. That's why.
No, I didn't tell them nothing. Y'all told them when y'all sat there and say you don't want to listen to a doctor. And the problem is you don't want to accept the responsibility for what y'all say. I tell them to
Yes.
stay away from these extra conscious folks. But y'all don't want to
Yes.
accept the responsibility for what y'all say when y'all telling them you don't want to listen to a doctor.
All right.
God say we need
That's
engineers. God, they can't be engineers, guy, because they're gonna get taught by some white folks. Remember that.
Now,
but
before
that's the point.
Let's hear from Jose.
That's what I pointed to. That's what I wanted to point at. Brother Bacardi is the winner in this whole conversation in my eyes, because he has his own. He has his own responsibility, right? He goes to the magician in the white coat, but in his own mind, he asked for. He took his responsibility to ask for alternatives, and that's the whole point. So if you prefer to go to a bush doctor, it's you have to go with your mind. You have to be aware and not go to the bush doctor just the same as the bush magician. He's gonna tell you what to do, and you're gonna say yes sir. No, you have to go in a responsible, right? So I had this Tia, and a bush doctor. I don't think a bush doctor would have done the same type of research that I had in the hospital, right? My blood pressure, my heart frequency. They really checked everything. If I didn't have had a hole in the wall between the two chambers in my heart, They really did a big research, and that dude in the bush wouldn't have done that, right? I believe in even the extra bush doctor, right? The spiritual bush doctor, the seer, and the voodoo type of shit. But at that point, looking back, I'm more comfortable by being treated and researched in a hospital than in the bush. Although in the whole scene, they called. I got lucky that the Tia was in a old folk clubhouse. Right, I was going to a lecture. I was going to a lecture about the connection between the Bible and Medunetter. But I got a Tia, and luckily at the first floor was an old folks club, and they recognized immediately what was going on. They called the ambulance, and the ambulance came, and the hospital that before they came to pick me up, they talked to a hospital, and they had a place. And when I was in the ambulance, suddenly they didn't have room, so they were discussing at the side of the road with me in the back, with my Tia. They were discussing, arguing with this hospital about 5 minutes ago you said that you had a space, and now you. And then we went to another hospital, and at arrival they were joking, and for some strange reason I found the force to sit straight up, just like the Exorcist, and be the accountable patients, and I believe there were between 5 or 8 of them at the reception, at the emergency reception, and I gave them I pulled them back to their plight, right? And okay, then they got serious and started to help me, but yeah, I rather have that than be in the bush when I have a Tia.
Hold on. It's funny how we, like, all our most important leaders said you shouldn't let people educate you, but it seems like we are advocating. We don't see the danger in having somebody that don't like you, that never liked your people, that put you in slavery, operate on your body,
Yeah,
or
but
give you
the
medication.
difference, brother,
Give you medication. I'm not saying, it's funny how we weary about, oh, what are they teaching our kids? But the doctor who's mining your body
no,
got his education from those same people that said you was 3/5 of a slave.
yeah,
Right?
but
And I'm not saying that you shouldn't listen to a doctor. I'm saying it's funny how people are saying that we shouldn't be weary of whatever diagnosis they give us.
no, you should be conscious. Even with my Tia, I was on top of it. I was watching them, even with my Tia. So when they did the research and wanted to push me, there was one stage in the research where they wouldn't receive me if I didn't had taken the medicine to thin my blood, and I fought for it. So they had to, just like Brother Bakari asking for an alternative. I refused to take the medicine, and I forced them to continue the research without me taking the medicine. You have to be on top of it. You have to fight. Yes, yes. You are among enemies. That's why you have to stay vigilant. That's it.
Just a quick note. Yeah, I have the 6 maximum. So if somebody wants to hop off for a while and let Mr. Untouchable in, and then we'll do.
I will hop off so Mr. Untouchable can come up. But I'm gonna
Hey,
say,
hold on. I wanted to say something to you real quick, Bakari. But
okay, go ahead. Ask the question for it. We got to update our thinking. Go ahead, ask the question. I'm gonna let you come back up, Azulism. I've been on here.
Yeah, me too.
Go ahead. Forecast, ask the question.
All right, yeah, cause yo, we started all this, you know what I'm saying? Cause I said, you know, and that's why I guess Bakari got, you know, and Bakari, I agree with everything you said. You know, it was a very passionate and speak. I was in the crowd like, yeah, I'm clapping my hands, go Bakari, go, you know. And you know, but I started this by saying like I don't want the kids to think that being a doctor or learning anything is wrong, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna stick to that message, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you why you, and what your own example, you hurt yourself, you kind of cut yourself there, you know, where you tripped yourself up. Like, are you telling me those black doctors that you was talking about that created the thing in Chicago for the black community, are you telling them they should move their community, their office to a white neighborhood instead of the black one, because most of the black people in the neighborhood is not listening to them, or they're not for black doctors, or is that a good thing?
That is not what I said at all.
That's what you're saying though. You're saying that no, the question that you asked was that's why I tell them to you know, I'm
Stay
sorry.
away from the extra conscious black folk.
Right. So, and aren't that like that's where the black people who don't listen or be like, yo, the doctors is lying at, but they still open up in the community like that. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that a good thing? That's why they shouldn't do that kind of thing. You know,
And that's why I also said I tell them help the black people that want your help.
right.
But see, this the thing. If we gonna
Let's
constantly
let
knock,
Mr. Tajibol have a word, and then
I'm
we'll
gonna say because
back.
I'm finna get off and let Azulius come back up. But if we gonna
Okay.
knock school, I just want God to know, God, we will not have any more engineers because we gonna knock education. Don't learn it. We gonna knock everything white people do while we on StreamYard. Ain't that something?
Guy, do you want to vote between who won this one, Brother Bakari or Focused?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, I say neither. No, because I want to say this. Look, we got to stop playing games, man. At some point, you're gonna have to take some pills. At some point, whether it's Tylenol, whether it's NyQuil pills, they got garlic pill, whatever it is, you're gonna take a pill of something. So all this herbal stuff or whatever, yeah, that's good and all that stuff, but you know, people always try to make it seem, oh, I don't need that stuff. Your body's gonna lack of something. You know, I mean, nobody eats vegetables every day. Yeah, it's good to have vegetables with your food, but you know, nobody's not gonna eat that every day. It's just unrealistic. You know, I'm just being realistic. I mean, some people have to take, you know, I don't have to take cholesterol pills every day, but I have to. I take it. I have to take it. That is not something I have to take every day. Then you got the generic pills. It's not the actual thing, but it's like, you know, it's like a substitute. So I mean, you know, I mean, a lot of people, like I said, I don't have a problem with it. You know, like I said, it's all about trying to stay alive. And like I said, you could still get sick. Look, I know people who works out every day. Every day. Look at those bodybuilders. They fit, they work out, but a lot of them, some of them don't even live that long. They get heart attacks and all that stuff. And these are people that are fit, and they dying before their time. So let's not play stupid. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, everybody got some good points, but so you know, we got to understand everybody's bodies are different. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just being realistic. That's all.
Okay. Well, you seem to be, although you say neither, your vote seems to be on Brother Bakari's side, that, you know, we do have to concede to the medical profession.
No, that's not
you
what I
know.
said. That wasn't the question. He said the question was, should once we do that, should we bring it back to the black community? He said no, we should not the black community, but the quote unquote what like woke. All I could think about is woke. I can't say the exact quote the term. It wasn't about whether they should be medical professionals or nothing like that. I agree with that part, you know. what I is about bringing them back to the black community to treat black people. You know what I'm saying? Because he's saying we won't listen to them. I think that you should treat the people in your community that want to listen and not force it on nobody else. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Okay.
what I said. Help the black people that want your help.
Okay, that's fair enough. And for those who don't want their help, there's nothing we can do. So just let the horse not drink the water. But if it is your children, like we said earlier, social engineering, you should teach your children early enough to be responsible for their nutrition. You can't have them, eating junk food and snacks and then expect not to have those obese children that Sister Ro was seeing running around in Mississippi. Yeah, all those chitlings you're feeding, those Mississippi children. Brother Bakari, you need to stop. Your children are getting fat. But yeah, it's inevitable. This is what we have now. If we had a thriving, herbal system or structure, you could have that as an alternative. But at this point, yeah, bring it back to the community. And well, Brother Focus says he only disagrees with the no treating woke people. Well, you can't really force things on people, especially if they don't not belong to you, but if you're not personally responsible for them. You can't force people to eat salads when they want to eat McDonald's. You can only treat them when they come in with their hearts bursting. So, oh yes, sorry, Mr. Untouchable. Please have your word. Go ahead.
Amani, Ndugus, and Dadas. I enjoy that.
Amani ndugu, karibu.
I love it. I love it. No, I was listening to the conversation. I think that I agree with a lot of what was said, both on both sides. My first question is, as far as the Advil pills and everyone has to take a pill someday. I mean, pills are a new invention. So my question is, what were the people doing before the invention of the access that we have now to pills and all these modern medicine? Because the older people were still living at very old ages. So my question is, what was they doing, and what is so different? I guess you could say fresh food or food from the ground. So maybe I have the ability to answer my own question. I think that us as a community, I think that we really deal with the question of I am responsible for my own life. And I think that because we didn't address that question itself, I think that we leave our care and our health in hands of other people who may not necessarily have our best interests at heart. For me, I don't dismiss the medical profession. As I say, my sister she's been a medical doctor for many years now, but she only understands things from what the system perspective, going to school, medical school, and so forth and so forth. And I believe that herbs and what do you call it, traditional medicines, there is a thing within that alternative medicine that is also helpful as well that the universities don't necessarily teach. And it's been my experience in every school that I may have went to that I always carry two books. And the reason why I do, when I say two books, what I mean is, in studying or whatever and learning about me and how I gonna relate to the world. I know I study what the curriculum say, what the school say, and then I do my own study for myself. And many people may not have the time to do that. But I find that there are people who only can tell you so much. Even within jobs, if you get was to go into any industry, an employer, if he is your boss, he'll only tell you so much to a point to where you can succeed him or become better than him or become his boss. So the question becomes, where would you find that information to one day either become his boss or create a company for yourself? Where do you find that information? So obviously you have to go outside of what the system sometimes teaches and find out that information for yourself. But I believe you only get to that point when you decide, I am responsible for my own fate. I am responsible. And I think that we as a community ain't really deal with that question yet, you know. And as far as the food, for me personally, you know, I listen to the, I kind of like on this one meal a day kind of situation going on. I have one meal a day, and for me, it's been very helpful for my body. It slimmed me down in terms of the things that I eat. I get rid of a lot of the white devils, white flour, white salt, white sugar, you know, all these milk, all these things that I feel like wasn't doing a justice to my body. Plus that with exercise, and I feel like that's been very good for me because it helped me like really become clear as far as thinking is concerned. Now every weekend I can still have my little sip because you know shoot the breeze, but for the most part, I found that these kinds of things have been helpful for me. And these things ain't necessarily come from the doctor. These things come from me actually doing my own review of different things, trial and error, trying to find out what works and what doesn't work. And I have found and discovered that there are some things that work for me and there are some things that doesn't. And the brother was right, guy in Hollywood when he was saying that everyone ain't created the same. So what might be beneficial for me might not necessarily be beneficial for another person. But I think the onus is on the individual themselves sometimes to take responsibility. If you don't know, the onus is on us to try to find out ourselves. If you have the ability to read, then you have the ability to learn. And you shouldn't leave all your health, welfare, and all these other things in the hands of another person. I think that if you do that, you're putting yourself at risk because no one is going to treat you better than you treat yourself at the end of the day. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Untouchable. That was well said. I think you brought balance to the conversation, and um, yeah, well said. Does anybody have something to add before we continue? Wow, look at that! You left everyone speechless.
No, man, we were just having fun. No, what happened to to Josh and I was having fun trolling Tanzania.
That's that Mongo energy. I forgot brother already. My bad.
But I'm gonna tell you something, right? When you mentioned the food, even with being obese, man, we can't blame white folk for every damn thing, man. Your kids obese. Who responsibility is that to take care of your kids and feed your kids? Who responsibility is that? So if you see your kids getting fat, come on, let's go for a run. I'm going with you. We have the right. We can cut back on the BS that we eat. We can cut back on anything that we do. It's up to us. We don't want to accept responsibility for nothing because the white people is always, we always got a way out. Just blame, don't care what it happened. Just blame it on the white man. Oh, my kids ate too much. Just like that fat dude that was eating that sued McDonald's because y'all fries. What he went to McDonald's every day to get a large fry. Their fries made me obese. Blame it on the white man. Yep, but them white folks didn't give him no money for that. Don't nobody make you drive to McDonald's. Don't nobody make us let our kids just sit around and eat the way they eat. Don't nobody make us do it. We can cut out that stuff. We can cut out anything. I can just, for me, when my doctor told me the shit that was bad, because he didn't say me. His exact words was white, anything white. There's all of that. That's horrible for black people. Pork is extremely bad for black people. And me, other people want to, and I'm okay with that. But for me, I didn't want to take pills. So I asked for an alternative because I didn't want to take pills. Because I knew what that pill was going to turn into. I knew what that diabetic pill was going to turn into later. It was going to turn into me taking an insulin shot. So I just turned down all the damn pills. Give me an alternative. I used to eat pork like this as much as anything. But if I had to, my choice for me, if I had to cut out pork, not to take a pill, I just cut pork out because I know that's bad for me. I tried it and it worked for me. And my homeboy, he sleep. He don't want to come on. He don't be on stuff like this no way. But I get him to call in, and I bet you he'll tell you. When I told him what my doctor told me, and his wife got mad with him, he tried it for 4 months. Didn't have to take insulin shots no more. He went from the shot to the pill, and his doctor told him if he continued doing whatever it is he was doing, he wouldn't need the pills. I'm gonna get him to call in. One of my military buddies, name of Color. The guy who y'all see me at his house shooting on that thing sometime. When I put us up out there practicing, his wife got mad because he stopped doing it and started back doing what he was doing before. So he started back doing what he was doing before and ended up being on the insulin shot again. And that's okay if that's what people want to do. I'm not judging nobody. But for me, I didn't want to take a pill. I didn't want to take no, I didn't want to take no, none of, I didn't want to take none of those pills. So for me, it was easier for me to cut it out.
For me, I just didn't want to look at a certain age. All the brothers, we get that gut at a certain age. I just didn't want to look like a big pregnant dude.
Hey, that's part of it too.
Yeah, yeah, man. I just didn't want that big gut, at a certain age. So I had to cut out certain things.
And so, Bakari, so should we manipulate people into following like the doctor's orders?
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. In all honesty, like I tell you, I like to talk to the youth, manipulate to do what's healthy and what's good for you. I didn't say follow the doctor's orders. I say I asked for an alternative. So I didn't follow the doctor's orders. But they there. And why wouldn't we go? And why should our youth who want to go to school to be a doctor, why should they hear us publicly say we like to talk about we the only people that do stuff. I'm willing to bet you that we the only people that do that. We truly ignore any type of education. We ignore it all. Don't be a doctor because the white man gonna teach you that.
There's
You
a lot
can't
of
be.
black doctors though.
God say we need engineering. Well, God, I'm sorry to tell you, we can't have no engineers because the white man gonna teach you that. Even though we speaking the white man language, English, even though we using the white man StreamYard, even though we using the white man YouTube, but if it comes to something that can benefit you and your people, just forget that. Don't worry about that. Uh, if you go to a HBCU, well, don't go to no HBCU because they teaching they ain't nothing but white supremacists. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? How the bullshit we say,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
how
Yes,
the bullshit we constantly say publicly
yes, sir.
affects our youth. I keep telling folks, listen, this bullshit affects our youth, and we'll hold on to it.
Be
We
a
make
rapper.
it sacred.
Be a
Think
rapper.
you fighting the system, you only fighting yourself.
Be a rapper or be a basketball player, even though you only can do that for what, 5 years. Most people, it's ridiculous. So I
Yeah,
and most rappers and basketball players will never earn the money to even help their families, let alone themselves. So these like it's fool's gold. That's what they sell us. But I think that um, Brother Bakari and Forecast and all the brothers and sisters, I am optimistic. I believe that we can get it. I don't think that we're gonna stay stupid forever, man. I can't believe that. I don't want to believe that. That may be the case, but I don't want to believe it. You know what I mean? I can't go
Now,
that way.
now, Mr. Untouchable, did you hear the question about the horse head under the water?
Yes, yes,
Should we
yes.
do? You drown it that's what it takes?
When you say, all right, when you say that metaphor, right? You mean when you say drown, you mean force a person to drink?
Yeah, you can't force a person. You can't force nothing to drink. I'm saying, but you can put their head in the water and they can either drink it or drown.
Drown. That's a good question. That's a good. But let me say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. If the horse doesn't drink, he's still gonna die from starvation anyways. You know what I mean? So it behoove for me. if I want the horse to live, I can try to force the horse to drink the water. But if the horse reject the water, he can die from not having dehydration. Yeah, he can die from dehydration. So my force in him is actually trying to get him to live. You know what I mean? But I realized that in life, and it's a hard pill to swallow, especially when you want all of us to win. In life, there will be winners and losers. In life, there will be people who will make it, and then there won't be everybody who's gonna make it. We in a unique position, us here in the so-called Western Hemisphere, because out of the out of the millions of people who make that transatlantic ride over to this part of the world, there are a million people who under the sea. They couldn't hash it out. They couldn't make it. And it's from our generation. We call it the survival of the fittest. The fittest of the fittest was able to make it on this continent and this shore. And if you make it here, you know what I mean, and you still your line hasn't been cut, you still breathing and you still existing. Your family members, your ancestors had to go through a whole lot of shit, right? To just have you on the internet right now. This is a dream. My grandfather couldn't read or write. He was illiterate. He was illiterate. So some of the things that we have easy access to and forsake, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. But I realized a long time ago, because many of my friends, some of my friends have died very early, alcoholics, vagrants, or whatever. And I feel like for me to be here, to be even on this platform discussing things for people from Africa and the United States of America, for me, it's a dream. You know what I mean? And I can take advantage of it. But I also realize that many people won't make certain things. That's just a hard, the brother say harsh reality for a gas. That's a harsh reality that you have to deal with. But in knowing that, and knowing that you have the ability and have access, I feel like the onus is on us to become the best of the best of the best. You know what I mean? Because the people who help and assist you even to get to this point will want you to to make it far and far and far, so your children will see further. So that's how I look at life from time to time. I don't know if you understand or if that answer your question. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, hello.
Yeah, yeah, I heard you. Yeah,
Okay, that does that answer your question or no?
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you saying drown the horse? I got you. I'm trying to mess with you. Yeah, sounds like
Thanks for joining, Jose. We kept you up for a while, but thank you also for staying up for your input. No, you never bow. I don't know why you say that. Everybody's always happy when you show up and we listen. And today you're actually very quiet. So I'm like, when you come to Bishop Medicine, you talk. When you come to Tarzan, you're quiet. But it's cool. It's cool. But thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you got a few minutes of sleep. So yes, you're always welcome, and yes, karibu sana. So
I'll keep
continue.
that offline, Sister Khan. Hopefully Brother Bakari can come back on because he was preaching like Reverend Slaughter. So let him come back on and do his thing.
Yes, yes. I
fire,
just
man.
had to, say a quick asante to Jose. He always brings us the good stuff. So the link is there if anybody wants to come back on. So we are we have at least now space, so we don't have to do musical chairs. So if anybody wants to come on, that's cool too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
So
he ran Tanzan because he changed the subject. That's not what I said.
does not run, but the Bakari does not run.
No,
He
I'm
was
just
actually, I think he was winning, if I'm not wrong. I think it is
you
a
are
four.
definitely wrong because you wasn't listening to the question that he asked. Do you agree with that? You would tell black people to not go to help black people to help like what extra conscious people. You would tell black doctors that or
Yeah,
No,
something.
well, I'm sure telling the youth that, sure am. Y'all sit on here and talk about them going to school anyway. They would rather see the herbalists and they'd rather do all that anyway. So why? Don't waste your time with them. Help people who want your help. Help people who want your help. Why?
So Bukhari, are you telling me that I shouldn't? Okay, I'm not gonna ask that question. I'm not.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna ask that question on air.
It don't
All
make
right, Guy is back. So let's see for the stalemate. Brother Guy, your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me, sis. It's been a interesting discussion. Um, I will say this, like I said, I think life is a balance, right? You got to balance. Just I won't never tell people not to eat meat and all this other stuff because I would just say, bake your chicken, just bake more. I love pork chops. I don't eat it every day, but everything we do is a moderation. Everything we eat is a moderation. Yes, I eat my fruits, I eat my vegetables, but we have to know our bodies. We got to know our bodies. We got to know. Yes, we do got to uh, stay in shape. You know what I'm saying? But when you're dealing with like when you're dealing with high blood pressure, right? And that's definitely runs in African people more than anything because of the racism, because of whatever, right? Also, too, it could be inherited with your family. Sometimes family, things could be passed down. So you gotta know the history of your family's biological system. I should say. So all that comes together. We got to know our medical history. And I'm talking about when I'm talking about history, we talking about even down to your grandparents, because all that could be you got black people got sickle cell trait. That's inherited. Um, I won't never tell people not to don't take uh high blood pressure pills or whatever. Like I said before, I know people who's um 100% in shape. They're in shape, they go to the gym, but they still got to go to a stressful job. They still can get sick. And I know people who's healthy and they end up dying. So it's they you can't really say, you can't tell people, oh, don't take this, don't take that. You don't know how my body is. You don't know what my body may need. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I'm still alive. I haven't caught a stroke. I haven't caught a heart attack. I try to keep myself fit. Like I said, I do whatever I have to do to be healthy. But I would never tell my child can't be a doctor, can't be, what I'm saying, and give back. No, that's why that's why I'm glad. Like I said, I have a black doctor, and we need black doctors that's going to take care of black people. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. Like, do you want to live or do you want to die? Like, I'm not going to no bushes. I'm not doing all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing all that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't live in a country. I live in a city. City are more busy than a country. So you gotta know that. See, so now you gotta know your environment, because your environment might be stressful. You could eat healthy all day. You could work out all day. But you're still gonna get sick. You're still gonna, you know what I mean? So because if your environment is not right, you still gonna have a chance of getting sick. Yes, you're gonna take pills. You're gonna take pills. That's inedible. Whether it's over the counter, whether it's by a doctor, you're going to take pills. You know what I'm saying? So, and like the brother said, he said that's the new thing now. Pills is the new thing. Um, they got other pills too. They got like like the sister said, like Tanzania said, they got pills for like garlic pills. They got spinach pills. You know what I'm saying? Calcium pills. You know what I'm saying? So they got pills for almost damn near everything now. Everything is in a capsule almost. So you got to know your body. You just got to know your body or whatever. But just like I said, yes, I'm still an advocate of eating right and exercising. But sometimes your environment might be stressful. So, and that's what I gotta say. But
Brother
Go.
Guy, before you go off, earlier we did talk about, the doctors before we got on to the respect or how people feel, and we were talking about social engineering, whether we should manipulate children into certain professions. Let's say, we do agree that we should have more people in the medical profession. We should
Of
have more.
course.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
of course. Of course.
Oh, okay. You didn't
Yes,
even have
yes.
to.
No. Yes, I no. We have to encourage our kids to get into the medical fields. Yes, yes. No,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. We need more doctors. We need more doctors to look like us. We need more doctors to come in and help the people. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust white doctors. I don't trust red doctors or yellow. I don't trust doctors that look like me, that don't look like me. I just don't trust them. I only trust doctors that look like me, that's within my race. And yes, that's just how I feel. And with that said, I love the mic. So yeah, we're gonna encourage our kids to be doctors. I'd rather my kids to be a doctor, to learn to be a doctor than be a rapper. Like I said, we got a lot of entertainers. We just need more people in the professional fields like doctors and lawyers and engineers. We got to stop. We got to get out this mindset of, oh, you trying to be like the white man. The white people ain't that smart. They got all that shit from us. They got everything that white people learned. They got it from black people anyway. At the end of the day, so if a white man's teaching you that, guess what? Someone black had taught him that. That's how you got to look at it. And I with that said, I yield the mic. But thank you, sister, for having me.
Thank you.
Brother Bakari, Forecast, y'all my brothers.
Peace,
Peace
God.
to the brothers that came on here. So
Money, Mongol.
yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay. All right. Yo,
Asante sana, brother Guy, for coming on. You brought some great words of wisdom, and you're always welcome to join us again. So thank you, Asante sana, and we'll see you again, hopefully. Well, I'll see. Yes. Thank you for joining, and have a great one.
Hey, I'm gonna have to get off of here. I'm gonna have to get off of here too. See, see, Forecast was asking that
yeah, I was
question.
about to ask you another question, but I
Forecast,
ain't gonna ask you.
watch
I'm gonna let
this.
you go.
See, Forecast want to lead the horse to the water and make the horse drink. That's why he can't
I
understand.
never said
That's
that.
why. That's why he can't. That's why he can't fathom me telling you stay away from them extra. Stay away from them extra conscious folks. Them extra woke. The ones that really, really woke. he don't.
Define
He can't
extra
fathom me
woke.
telling them. He don't
Define extra
understand
woke.
why I would tell him that because he want to make the horse drink.
Define extra woke, car.
You can't make him drink.
All right, define extra woke.
You can't make the horse drink.
You extra woke, Bakar. If you do you know the history of Lawrence County?
Yes, I know the history of
Oh,
Lowndes
you
County,
extra
Alabama.
woke, then, my brother.
No, I don't. The word woke does not describe me.
I
Neither
didn't
does the
know that.
word
I'm
conscious,
extra woke, and I didn't know the history of Lawrence County.
and neither does the word conscious. Neither one of them words describe me.
What does conscious mean?
For that it don't describe me because everybody is conscious of something that's on your mind that you're conscious of. Everybody is conscious of something. Somebody,
Just don't be extra conscious, and then you're good. I got you.
so some people gonna be conscious of Jesus. Some conscious of the Prophet Muhammad. Everybody.
So should they help them if they believe in Jesus? Just us.
It ain't about whether they
They're
help
extra
somebody
conscious,
about
right?
their beliefs. It's not
What
about
about
their
if
beliefs.
they're Muslims? Should they help them?
It's not about their beliefs.
What
I
about
say
the 5%?
help black people that want your help.
What about if they're ADOS? Should they help them?
Help black people that want your help. Now you can let the leaders of that group. I'm just clown. No, I'm not. You can let the leader FBA die. But other than that,
What
help
about the
black
leader of Christians?
help black people that want your help.
How was that extra conscious? The leader of the Israelites.
Let them go.
There we go. The
Go
leader
ahead,
of the
let them go.
Christians.
The
Leader of
leaders
the
don't have a
Christians.
real Christian. Oh yeah, because they're white. They ain't gonna be in our neighborhood no way. And black people ain't the leaders of Christianity.
Okay, so the leader
Neither
of
are they the leader. Neither are they the leaders of Islam.
the leader of Islam's got to go too. Oh no, we
Well,
could
I
move
think
past
The
nobody's
leaders of
going.
the
You're
leaders
a
of Islam
doctor.
are
You do
Arabs.
your
Oh, so
job.
see, I can't do this because they try to save you every time, and then they be
No,
like they agree with you, so I
the
can't do it.
leaders of Islam is Arabs. They ain't in our neighborhood, living in our
What?
neighborhood, no way.
What? The leader of the black man is God?
See, I'm gonna show you something, right?
Man.
They like what Raw got in this mind, and I love Raw. This is the queen. She said, "The Caucasoid teach your children, and your children begging for jobs." See, that's the thing. See, we got to learn to take responsibility. The purpose of going to school, what they say, as my mama said, was to read, write, and count. Anything else, history. How can somebody control you by just teaching you how to read? When are we gonna teach our kids history at home? When are we gonna do that?
But Bakari, all I'm trying to tell, I agree with all of that, but all I'm saying is us having this kind of conversation to other people is this extra woke thing because we are talking about race first, you know what I'm saying? Race only. That's some extra woke stuff because in the world is our God is two-sided. That's what's going on, you know what I'm saying? We are the extra world. You're telling them to stay away from us. Those the people who's supposed to be helped, you know what I'm saying?
No, they ain't gonna stay away from me.
You extra woke.
No.
Okay.
Hold 1 second.
All right, yo, thank you.
Well,
I appreciate it.
gentlemen, we have to start wrapping up. It's been wonderful. It's been great. And I'm grateful for everyone who was here today. We had quite a robust discussion about a variety, a variety of subjects. And I, like always, I have just been, enlightened. I have learned a lot. I hope, everyone got something from it. Even if we agree or disagree, we always learn, and it's always a wonderful experience. So it's been wow. You don't think it's going to be 5 hours later, and here you are. But go ahead and then say your last ones, and then we'll close.
Okay,
Yeah, I
let me.
want to say, yo, Asante, Dada, and Abmani Mangu, my brother Bakari.
I'm lost, man. In all honesty, I've been confused. I don't know what they
Peace,
mean right
God.
now, but I know you glad the phone rung and Tanzan got to go. It's been 5.5 hours, but Tanzan understand exactly what I'm saying, don't you, Tanzan?
Yes, I do.
Forecast don't want
So
because he
Tanzania,
can't.
you will tell them to stay away from the extra woke people too.
No, I say do your job for your people, bring all that back and
I'm the
use
only
it
one.
to
I'm the
help
only
you.
one to answer the question, Bakari. So
So forecast want to take them to the water. That's why he asked, "Will you hold a head in it to make them drink?" Because that's what he want to do. I'm gonna make y'all take this medicine. They came back. No, man. Matter of fact, some of those people is good out the way. Not all, but some of them good out the way.
speaking of doctrine over here, what's going on?
Some of them good out the
Bakari
way.
making up his own doctrine now.
Some of them good out the way. I'm just saying, dude. Like we can't go around just telling our kids and our kids hearing us, and you talking about their need. Oh yeah, we need. We can't keep it. Well, don't go get no education.
So we
Okay,
shouldn't manipulate them then, like I've been telling you the whole time. Like, thank you, I appreciate that.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
But we gotta go.
I'm
So
gonna
thanks.
say again. Kids can't hear you talking about if they going to school to get an education. Then they just hear black people like, damn, why would I get an education? All they do is talk negative about you getting an education. We can't be because the point that I'm making, you can't be no engineers, even if you go to an HBCU. That's the white man's school. So what the hell is black people supposed to do? We the only people in the world that don't want to update our living. We can't live. What we gonna do? Put on them damn shown off suits and walk around like the Hebrew Israelites, go live in the woods and eat locusts and honey? We don't want to update how we living. We don't want to upgrade. We don't want to get better. We want to stay in the same. We not
You want to
fighting.
stay in a doctrine from 1920s, 1910s?
You're not fighting white people. Only thing you're fighting talking about, don't be no doctors, don't be no engineers, The only thing you're fighting is yourself. The whole world is passing us. Everybody is passing us and leaving us behind. Everybody. Everybody. And when we look, we can't just always say it's because of what somebody did. We know what they did. But you got to be able to take advantage of what's here to fix yourself. It's in 2022, and it's amazing. You can read the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey. It's amazing. The exact same stuff he said in 1920, black people is still going through it in 2022. 100 years later, we're still going through the exact same thing. Because we're not looking. We think we fighting them, but we only fighting ourselves. Dr. Amos Wilson, one thing Dr. Amos Wilson said, I'm going to say this before I go. He was talking about the conspiracies. And he said, yes, conspiracies are there. And I'm mentioning this because somebody mentioned the shot earlier today, right? The conspiracies are there. But by the time the conspiracy make it to us, they have already done what they wanted to do. And as a matter of fact, we talk about, we know what they did to us. They know what they did too. This coming from Dr. Amos Wilson. They know what they did. So sometime they will do something to benefit you, and they know you're not going to do it, and they'll sit back and watch you die, because just like you remember the past, they remember the past. So they will put something out that's good for you, and they know black people going to reject it, and they'll laugh while black people die, and they'll say, well, we had it there for you. But instead of us trying to figure something out, well, as long as it's white, just no, man. We have to upgrade our thinking. Or maybe that's why we don't listen to psychologists like Dr. Amos Wilson. Our people would rather quote Neely Fuller Jr. That's why we don't listen to psychologists like Dr. Barbara Sizemore. That's why we don't follow these people. They went to college and they got what some people call a white man education, but they bring it back to help black people. Then way more people know folks like Neely Fuller Jr. than know people like them that really was putting their life online. Dr. John Henry Clark. Way more people can quote people like Neely Fuller Jr. than listen to and study and follow Dr. John Henry Clark. Eventually, black people are going to have to look in the mirror and be like, damn, some of this is just us. Some of this is us. We fighting ourselves. We are getting in our own way, thinking we fighting them. But in essence, some things we do, we are fighting us and we are tripping us up. It's my take on it. And Tanzan, thank you for letting me come on here and speak. Peace forecast. Peace to everybody in the chat. It's been love.
Peace to all the guys in the earth.
Amani kila mtu. Asante sana to everybody who was here today. I appreciate your time, your wisdom, your insight, and your sharing all of that with every one of us. So thank you all so much. The panel Focused, Jose, Mr. Untouchable, Guy Nollywood. Who else am I? Ezuli was here, and thank you all. Thank you to the chat. Thank you, for the comment section. Your words are what keep us going, and we thank you all. I can fire Koku Oni, Cicero always, and I look forward to speaking with you again. And before we go, I just want to thank you to give thanks to the ancestors for watching over us, for giving us the insight that we had asked for answering our calls for patience and peace with each other, and for understanding, and for a great discussion. It was fun, it was insightful, and very enlightening. And so, once again, I say Amani. Amani is peace, and Kwaheri, tutaonana. That's another one I'll tell you. Tutaonana is simply we will see each other again, or Yes, we'll see each other with words. So peace, everyone, and amani, and thanks to the ancestors as always.